A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray with Beulah Bondi in Remember the Night, and as special guests, Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is Christmas week, and our holiday present to you is the play called Remember the Night. It's all tied up in a glittering, glamorous package, and the gayest decorations of all are those two bright stars, Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray. Christmas is a time when all wanderers think of home, a time when we appreciate most the warmth and the gladness of home. And Remember the Night, adapted from the Paramount screen hit, is the story of what home meant to one man and one girl at Christmas time. The man is a prosecuting attorney, and he's trying to send the girl to prison. But Christmas calls a strange truce in their conflict and throws a magic spell over them both. You'll hear Fred McMurray as the prosecutor. He played that part in the picture. And Jean Arthur will be the girl on trial. Their story has more spirit of Christmas in it than almost any modern play I've read. It's told in a new way and a sure way to our hearts. Remember the Night is a story of what makes the wheels go round in American life. Ordinary American life. A way of life that won't be stopped by anything. This National Theater, we're proud to say, is part of that life. And so is the product that keeps this theater going, Lux Flakes, which also helps to keep your household going year in and year out. With the weatherman off the air, you may not know if you're going to have real snow for Christmas or not. But you can outdo the weatherman by whipping up an indoor blizzard for your Christmas tree with these speedy little flakes. Anyway, winter or summer, you'll find Lux Flakes breaking the speed limit to make the American way of life a little smoother. Now the spotlight turns to the center of the stage as the curtain goes up for the first act of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur as Lee Leander and Fred McMurray as Jack Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as Jack's mother. The jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, this afternoon there's only one customer in the store, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by the enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing that the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madame, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madame.
I'm sure I won't. Well, what's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Of course, madame. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing. But this one's quite beautiful, too. The emerald set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madame, where? She's gone. Mr. Meyer! Police!
Jones, what is it?
That girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Pickup girl, 23 years, dark complexion, silver fox furs. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. We picked up that girl. Yeah, caught her cold with the goods in a hot shop over on 3rd Avenue. I'll bring her in now.
District Attorney's office. Just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Oh, tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
All they have to do, beef about acquittals. Let's get going, Tom.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Gave by the name of Leander. Cops a bracelet out of Myron Company and hawks it on 3rd Avenue. Open and shut.
First offense?
No, she's got a record. This is a 3rd offense.
Oh, that's good. That's good. First offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Let's look at that chart. Conviction's only 78%. This is against 82% last year.
Hey, boss, can I handle this case? I'll get you conviction.
Nothing doing, Tom. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Oh, whatever it is, he never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio or Oklahoma or someplace like that. Now, listen, I can get you a conviction so quick that you...
Take it easy. Oh, Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sergeant, the telephone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello?
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus. Listen. Huh? If that's the office, tell him I've already left, huh?
Oh, okay. Hello? Yowza. Well, if this is the office, he's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
Well, I only said what you told me.
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
All right. Never mind. Who is it?
This is your boss. It's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
We got a case to try this morning. See you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Oh, sure. You can leave this afternoon.
Yeah, but I got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
Oh, Larry?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address, the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, we won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. I'll get right down here. Goodbye.
But listen, boss. Hello. Oh, Leary. You talk all day long.
When you leaving, Mr. Sergeant?
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was stolen from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All of this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
Sometimes known as a lot of other things.
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon Fifth Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company, to prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this fact constituted a proof of guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like that smile on that jury's pants.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy.
Yeah?
If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill to men look come in their eyes, get a continuance. Even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
...is necessarily an evildoer. How flimsy is this argument? How unfair. But on it and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. The truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Huh? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that is exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this girl, this poor, unfortunate creature went into that jewelry store not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The young girl stares at the bracelet. Closer, closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange. Suddenly the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses. But what's this? Where is the jewelry store? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. Her mind is a blank. And why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim, of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right now, Tommy. Watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali. Nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people request that a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holiday.
We object, Your Honor. The defense is already summed up. Objection overruled. The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court January 2nd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. It means another day in court, and I don't get paid for the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone. Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Now, take it easy, Miss
Let me
Leander.
go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond to stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't got any more money. I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let him do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now. Hypnotism. That gag so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please. Don't let him keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room, a nice turkey dinner on Christmas, all the trimmings.
Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of short, you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tom, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
Okay.
Hey, Mike. Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away.
Just coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. Want to see me?
Yeah. What do you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you,
It isn't for me. It's for the young woman who was just here.
Ah, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours, nothing. Not a red Samelka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Well, then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
What lady? I told you I wasn't home to anyone.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliment.
Who did?
A man, a fat Ike.
Fat Ike?
Yes, sir.
You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He sure ain't thin, Mike.
Well, what did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
I guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
I guess you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet. I got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Sure. Now, what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter are...
Yeah, boss. Here's the drink.
What drinks? I didn't tell you to bring
Scotch and soda mix.
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And some girl's going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
You're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you put them right back in the cooler.
Sure. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Then I'll stay. I just don't want to be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
I mean, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail, 3 meals a day, turkey for Christmas, and now, well...
Well, don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. That doesn't solve any problems.
Why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves a lot of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can. Well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had your dinner?
Not yet.
Come on, then. I'll buy you that Christmas dinner, and we'll figure something out. Rufus!
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
I know. But don't forget, you gotta go see your ma.
Shut up. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
That sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or two.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. As far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, understand?
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business. Somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it has to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Long time.
Have you been caught before?
Just twice.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
You mean, was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
No, they tried that. You see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards, or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
I don't think you ever could understand because, well, your mind is different. Rights and wrongs aren't the same for everybody. They should be, but they just aren't.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yes?
And you didn't have any food and you didn't have any money.
Yeah.
And there was some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
Well, that's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the restaurant across the street. Then I'd say I'd forgotten my purse. You get the difference?
Yeah. I think your way is smarter.
Oh, sure. Sure, we're smart. We're very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of bucks extra I don't need, enough for a room anyway, and a couple of breakfasts.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh. Here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Yes, sir.
Why do you want him to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana. No wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No. Why, that's only about 50 miles
yes,
from...
sir.
Well, I'll be darned. We had to come here and meet like this.
Funny, isn't it? So you're going back home, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do, huh? Gee, that's great.
My mother still runs a farm. She does all right, too. Raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland, China.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either, too, lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Oh. Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hard.
Well, time takes care of those things. Did they write to you?
I got a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, his mother's alive then.
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
Well, all right. Aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
I didn't think of it.
Say, you never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
Our stars, Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray, will be back in just a moment for Act 2 of Remember the Night. Now, listen a minute with Sally and me. Do you remember how, to the strains of that well-loved music, familiar things came alive on Christmas Eve? How the wooden soldiers marched in the toy shop?
Sugar plum fairy dance?
If things only could come alive at Christmas time, it might solve a lot of problems. For girls like Anne, for instance. Anne's pretty. You'd think she'd be popular. But here it's 2 days before Christmas and she's crying herself to sleep because she hasn't a date for New Year's Eve. And she's not been asked to as many holiday parties as the other girls. Now, if only the lacy pink silk slip across the back of the chair in Anne's room could talk like this.
Anne, we're what's wrong. We under things. People notice if we're not always fresh and dainty. You mustn't take chances. We need to be luxed every night. Then you'd really be just as sweet and pretty and dainty as you look.
It's so foolish to take chances with a thing as important as daintiness.
Well, girls who do are apt to find themselves left out of things, missing out on romance.
But Lux girls know what fun the holiday whirl can be.
You're wonderful. Where have you been all my life?
Same old line. But isn't it fun to hear it? Lux girls do. And it's easy to be a Lux girl. Easy to avoid offending. By luxing under things every night. Dresses, blouses, and sweaters often.
New Quick Lux gives you suds so fast. Rich, gentle suds that just float away perspiration. Yet keep fabrics and colors new-looking longer. Lux is safe for anything safe in water alone. And it's so thrifty. A little goes so far. Get the generous big box of New Quick Lux first thing tomorrow morning. It comes in the same familiar package, costs you no more. And one big box of Lux Flakes will do under things every night for weeks and weeks. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur as Lee Leander and Fred McMurray as Jack Sargent, with Beulah Bundy as Jack's mother. Westward, along the snowbanked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh? Well, all out into the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Yeah, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Come on, now, don't be so nervous.
Well, will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
You see that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. Come on, now, smile. Here we are.
Gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Oh, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, no, but it couldn't be. Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who is it, Henry? Somebody wants me?
Mama. Hello, Mama. Merry Christmas. Well, don't you know me?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
Oh, you're looking fine, Mama.
What'd you come here for? What do you want?
I don't want anything. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving past
You
here.
see, I live in Wabash. I knew you'd be glad if you...
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sargent.
Just like her father she was. Always laughing at serious things. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
How could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody'd give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a cook for a daughter.
Oh, Mom.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
Name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. It's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right. And I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do. If I'm far enough away from her.
Now, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Eltonville, will you? You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's got only one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old guy you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? That my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh,
now, for God's sake, come on, stop it. Stop it.
Hey, anyone home?
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy, my boy.
Oh, gosh, Mother, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
my dear, I can't believe you're here at last. Well, John, sorry.
Hello, Aunt Emmy. How about a kiss?
Oh, I do declare, I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of us senseless.
Boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hiya, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Hey, who's that in the front seat, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
how do you do?
Well, how nice. I'm glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. She knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello.
I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, a hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are... Well, this is Willie Sims.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble, why, bless your child. It's a joy to have you here. No trouble at all.
Sure,
Now,
ain't it?
come along, child. You must be near freezing to death, and here we are, cackling like... Emmy, huh? Did you leave those cookies in the oven?
Oh, jeepers creepers.
Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leander.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a pizza-reno?
Who? Oh.
Hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to saw out in a hurry.
Go on, John. Don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
No, I can't remember it, Mother.
Well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that. I had $14 worth of piano lessons one time, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We got to have it all strung for the tea tomorrow night.
Here you are.
Here, you can help me. He's done a thing all evening.
Didn't I help Miss Leander with the dinner dishes?
Should have done those yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie, be quiet.
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent. John, just one more piece.
No, that's all till next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, dear.
I'll play a piece if you want.
Well, that'd be fine.
Can you play?
Well, I used to play a little. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing Silent Night.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
Silent Night. I think I remember it.
Oh, let's all sing it.
Go ahead, Miss Leander.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. From young virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heaven.
Well, son, time for bed. Oh, gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Mother, wait. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
Huh? Oh, no, not at all. This young woman isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother.
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred. I was saying to Emmy tonight.
Wait a minute, Mother. The girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas.
Why, the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. If she did take some little thing, well, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
She might be at that, Mother.
She hasn't really taken things now, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke, aren't you?
No, Mother. And I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, you weren't really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to get a new dress with, and then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood?
You made me understand.
No, dear. It was love that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver?
No, I don't think it's necessary.
Good night, son.
Good night, Mother.
Oh, look at all that presents. Beautifully. Look at this basket. And, my dear, I've never seen so many presents in all my life.
Here's another one for you, Mother.
For me?
We always open our presents on Christmas Eve, Miss Leander, ever since John grew up.
Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
Lucy.
What? Oh.
Well, gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Miss Leander. If we'd only known sooner.
Well, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Huh?
Of course, Jack. You must have forgotten.
Oh. Well, I guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Miss Leander. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
Open them up now, dear.
Oh, what a lovely pincushion. Oh, it's so pretty.
Nothing at all, just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. A very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack St. Emma. Wow.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks. Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss Leander.
Not really.
Yeah, who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Can't you remember anything?
Oh, boy.
Gracious sakes, Jack. Keep quiet.
Perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful.
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're having a caroling party, and Thursday's the charity bazaar, and we have a treasure hunt on Friday, and then we start resting up for New Year's Eve.
See, that's all there is. You know, farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I do declare this is the best caroling we've ever had.
Yes. They look nice together, don't they? Who? Jack and Miss Leander. Like they was made for each other.
Now, if you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't any.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy. Fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy. They're not in love. They just can't be.
You tired, Lee?
Oh, no, it's wonderful.
Well, just the same, we'd better get along home. We've got a long week ahead.
Long. I imagine it's going to seem pretty short.
Don't go away, folks. Stay right in the hall. It'll be New Year's in just about a minute.
It's almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost over.
Second will be one day nearer.
The second? Oh, you mean that second?
When my case comes up again.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet. No matter what happens after we get back, it won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you? Just a minute. Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Leander, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we are to have had you here and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
Oh, you'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am you're in trouble and how much I hope it'll all come out all right.
Oh, I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only... Well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No. Why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do the chores before school and then after the chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. And then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it. I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard. And he's my son. And I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, but he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, I'm not ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further. Hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. Even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him. Or you, or Aunt Emmy, or even Woolley.
Thank you, my dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did. Good night, my dear.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray. But now, let's look ahead to that magic moment on Christmas Eve. stands fragrant in the corner. The star gleams at the top.
Now, John, let's turn on the tree lights.
Oh, Mommy! Beautiful, beautiful. Just like a tree in the fairy story. Covered with snow that doesn't ever melt.
Yes, a fairy tale tree with frosty snow on its branches. Snow that will stay white and lovely right in your living room for the whole holiday season. Because it's made from the same pure white Lux Flakes that you use for washing all your pretty things. It's so easy to make this Lux Snow. Here's what you do. Empty a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl. Gradually add to it 2 cups of warm water, beating the mixture with an egg beater until it looks like rich whipped cream.
Then you pick it right up in your hands and spread it along the branches with your fingers, so it looks just like real snow.
If you like, you can sprinkle some shiny artificial snow on top of the Lux Snow while it's still damp, so it will catch the light.
We put some of the Lux Snow on the reeds in our windows, too. And I made a stunning centerpiece for our table. Pine branches covered with Lux Snow in a low vase and hung with tiny ornaments we hadn't used on the tree. It makes our dining room look so Christmassy.
Oh, Mommy, let's put some snow branches on the table in the front hall.
I think that would be lovely.
Particularly lovely if they're in front of a mirror so you can see their reflection, too. Now, remember, to make Lux Snow for your tree or table decorations, use 2 cups of warm water to each large box of Lux Flakes. Beat the mixture with an egg beater until it looks like thick whipped cream. Then spread it with your fingers along the branches. Be sure to get the large-size box of Lux Flakes and ask your dealer for printed directions for making Lux Snow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Remember the Night. The holidays are over, and Jack Sargent is taking Lee back to New York to stand trial for robbery. The road takes them across the border into Canada. And there, Jack brings the car to a sudden stop.
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, do you know where we are?
Of course, we're in Canada.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here. Don't go back.
Stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I knew you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail, but you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too, or you'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail, no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
Oh, no, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you, so you won't feel too bad when you give me the business, aren't
Look,
you?
are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours when they were anywhere near each other.
Jack, don't be a fool. You've got to remember how hard you've worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
Your mother's been talking to you.
Why shouldn't she? She's got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail and falling for the first pair of pretty eyes.
Lee, I love you.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Darling, it would be awful hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted.
Then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
Well, that's true, but if I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
It's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Knockwood.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Aha, were you just toying with me then?
Oh, shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back on strong measures. A woman, a dog, a hickory tree, the better you beat them, the better they be.
Oh, I'll quit, will you?
Oh.
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
Yeah, but you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case if you...
Well, listen, you're being charged by a judge and a jury. You're being tried by a judge and a jury. They know the facts and they speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it. Not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It'd be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, if this jury will let me, they've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you?
I...
Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, Your Honor. The question's entirely improper, and I ask it be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying to... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony rather than whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
Well, you can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose I...
We don't want your suppositions. We wanted to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. You know the penalty for perjury?
Object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Kindmet's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
Don't treat a woman with kid gloves. Every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the jury please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
It's all right, Miss Leander. Just take all the time you want.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defendant.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly...
Your Honor, a few minutes recess, please. She's obviously not responsible for what she's saying.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course. And the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix January 7th at 10 a.m. as the day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello?
You know what you've done?
Yes.
Do you know it can't be undone?
Yes.
Do you understand? There's no appeal. Nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
How do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
There wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong and you argue so well. And I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you. You'd never have a chance with me, like just now, when you were trying to lose the case. Aren't you ashamed?
Stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad, bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
And you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks. But if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did. But if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you'd have plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think, Lee. I'll be waiting for you. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? You see, the other part won't be so bad or so long. With your voice always in my ear, your smile always before my eyes, and the feel of your hand always in mine.
Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone in just a moment for their curtain calls. And now it's nearly time to trim the trees, to light the Christmas candles and hang the Christmas stocking by the chimney with care. Well, here's hoping Santa tucks into them the very things that you want the most. We've learned that one of the things most of you ladies want the most to find tucked in your Christmas stocking is stockings. And if you're lucky and Christmas brings you some precious silks and nylons, you'll treasure them, I know. That means giving them the care over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend. Lux Flakes. Nightly luxing saves the elasticity that keeps filmy stockings from breaking into runs so easily. Helps them fit better, too. You know, it's downright extravagant to risk cake soap rubbing or soaps with harmful alkali. These weaken elasticity and runs pop sooner. And now, for this Christmas, lots of luck to you. And for your precious stockings, lots of Lux. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Our stars are in the spotlight again as they take a curtain call. And those special guests we told you about, Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth, will join us in a moment. But right now, we give our best grade A salute to Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And may I be the first to wish you and your audience a Merry Christmas?
I'll second that wish, CB.
The same to you. And I know I speak for our audience.
There's something else that goes with this season of the year that I hope no one will forget. I mean the Red Cross.
American women have always been generous with their time in helping the Red Cross, but there's a special job for the men now, CB. That 5-letter word, money.
That'll stand repeating, Fred. The Red Cross needs money.
$50 million to be exact, for the Special War Relief Fund.
We all know the need is great, but it must be impressed on us that the time is short. So I hope that everyone will give as much and as soon as they can.
America has never failed the Red Cross yet, Jean. It won't fail them now. But besides money, from what Mrs. DeMille tells me, every local chapter needs help from every woman.
Yes, there's a mountain of work to be done. And the place to volunteer for it is at your local Red Cross headquarters.
Well, I guess everybody is wondering what happened to Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth. Where are they, CB?
Right over there, standing in the wings. Come on out, Bob and Rita.
Hello, everybody. Hello, knit 2, purl 2, knit 2, purl 2.
What goes on here, Bob?
Well, I've been listening to Jean Arthur talk about the Red Cross, so I'm knitting a sock.
One sock? What for?
That's for W.C. Fields. He wants something to wear over his nose during blackout.
Seriously, I want to tell all of you how much I enjoyed the play tonight.
Thank you, Rita. And we have a very pleasant assignment ahead of us right now. Suppose you explain it, Mr. DeMille.
Gladly. The Hollywood news photographers have asked us to give Bob and Rita an award on their behalf.
Photographers? Oh, that must be a beauty contest. Yes, Rita is lovely, and I presume they finally saw me in Technicolor.
Technicolor. Yes. Yes, your new picture, Louisiana Purchase, is in Technicolor, isn't it? Well, I guess Paramount figured they had to do something. But Columbia didn't have to worry about Rita Hayworth. No, this is not an award for your beauty, Bob. believe it or not.
The truth is, Bob, that the Hollywood news reporters have picked you and Rita as the most photogenerous people of the year in Hollywood.
And they've sent over these silver trophies and asked Jean and Fred and me to present them to you tonight. Naturally, we feel very proud of that. We all know that Hollywood news photographers have helped many young players along the road to stardom. And so an award from them is a coveted honor. On behalf of all these cameramen, to you, Bob, and to you, Rita, we offer congratulations on your photo generosity.
Thank you very much, Mrs. DeMille. Isn't that lovely? It's so pretty and bright.
Yes, you can always keep it bright with Pepsodent, yes.
Bob, remember where you are.
Okay, Rita. You can use a little Lux on it, too.
Don't soft-soap me, Bob. Don't soft-soap me just because we're expecting great things from you next week. You see, ladies and gentlemen, next Monday night, the stars of the Lux Radio Theater will be Bob Hope and Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, fine, Bob. What's the play?
The Bride Came COD, Gene.
It's adapted from the Warner Brothers picture. The story of an aviator who kidnaps an heiress. That's Bob Hope kidnapping Hedy Lamarr.
Don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, we'll see you next week.
Well, it sounds like a great comedy, Phoebe. Good night.
Good night.
Gee, this award makes me feel so good, I want to invite all of you to come with me as my guests for the evening.
No, thanks, Bob. We've already seen nothing but the truth. Good night. Remember, the night's made just a night to remember. On this Monday night every year, we've brought you the Christmas greetings of this theater and the sincere good wishes of our sponsor. We do so again this year. For although these are serious times, that doesn't mean that America won't celebrate Christmas. The very first meaning of this sacred season is a promise of new hope and a new day to come. And so on this 22nd night of December in 1941, America looks with confidence to the day when right triumph and peace on earth shall reign again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Hedy Lamarr and Bob Hope in The Bride Came COD. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Fred McMurray is currently seen in the Paramount picture New York Town. The picture, Remember the Night, was based on an original screenplay by Preston Sturgis, who recently wrote and directed Sullivan's Travels. Bob Hope's new Paramount picture is Louisiana Purchase. Rita Hayworth is currently starring with Fred Astaire in You'll Never Get Rich. Beulah Bondi is now appearing in the Warner Brothers picture One Foot in Heaven. Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Aunt Emma, Felix Valley as Willie, Art Hugh Bryan as O'Leary, Griff Barnett as Judge, Buck Woods as Rufus, and Warren Ash, Bea Benaderet, Edward Marr, Edwin Max, Lee Malala, Bernard Zandel, Audrey Reynolds. Tune in next Monday night to hear Bob Hope and Hedy Lamarr.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here. And we've got Edna May Oliver with us. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ways better long soap.
Yes, sir. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's 8 ways better than old-style floating soap, presents Paul Whiteman. The Swanee announcer, Bill Goodwin. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Show, George Burns and Gracie Alice. The new Burns and Alice Show. And now we take you to their home the night before Christmas. The tree has been decorated, and George has gone to bed. Only Gracie and Herman, their little duck, are still downstairs in front of the fireplace.
Now, Herman, it's 11 o'clock, and it's time all good little ducks were fast asleep. Herman Burns, you go right to sleep. Well, all right. I'll tell you a bedtime story. Then will you go to sleep? Now, once upon a time, there was a little girl. She was very, very beautiful and very, very smart, and her name was Gracies. Well, one day she put on her red dress that she bought at Matinee and took a short cut through the woods to visit her grandmother. And on the way, she met a valiant prince. The valiant prince. He was awful strong and handsome like your daddy George. He was awful strong. All right, so he was awful like your daddy. But when she got to her grandmother's, the Wicked Witch... Oh, remember the night we went to the movies and saw Edna May Oliver? That's right. Anyway, the Wicked Witch ate up little Gracie's grandmother and went to bed without even washing the dishes. Yes, she was very untidy. So they lived happily ever after. Now go to sleep. No, Herman, you're not going to get a double feature. Now go to sleep. And if you're a good little duck, your mama will take you way up to the North Pole to see Santa Claus. And the North Pole is way, well, it's so far that you couldn't even get up there without a magic carpet. Well, he finally fell asleep. Oh, I'm getting sleepy myself. Oh, take Herman, the Santa Claus, the North Pole magic carpet. Lots of fish, oh, Ducky. You're going to get the best from Santa Claus because Ducky, he knows if you've been good like little Ducky should. Oh, Ducky, he'll make you happy, wait and see. Oh, hold on, Herman. Santa Claus has quite a knack for making things you break your back for. He has a great big sack for all the toys that you could quack for. Ducky, you get a swimming pool to keep your feathers cool. Oh, Ducky, you're mighty lucky, Ducky Bucky. Oh, look, there's Santa's workshop. Hold on, Herman. Oh, my goodness, I'll have to get the brakes on this carpet rewoven. Oh, gee, it's quiet up here. Where's Santa Claus?
Here I am.
Oh, why are you crying? You can't see Santa Claus.
Oh, sure I am, Gracie. I'm Chris Kringle in the flesh.
Well, why are you crying? Did you forget to write yourself a letter?
No, the Wicked Witch stole all my Christmas toys, and now I won't have any presents to give to the good little boys and girls who brush their teeth. All
feathers.
Whack and a whack, Gracie. Christmas will be a flop over.
Why, Santa Claus? Be brave and strong like I am. Oh, imagine no presents for all little kitties. Our ducks.
Look, here comes Aladdin.
Oh, Aladdin, good. All he's got to do is rub his magic lamp, and then he'll get us out of all this trouble.
Santa, listen, I'm in a terrible mess. Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Al.
Listen, Santa, the wicked witch stole my lamp. She cast a spell and made herself look like Lana Turner. Then she offered to hold the lamp while I kissed her.
Oh, that's awful.
Well, that isn't the worst of it. When she got the lamp, she broke the spell. You should see the difference between what I started to kiss and what I got through kissing.
Oh, poor Aladdin. So the wicked witch tricked you and stole your magic lamp?
Yes, Santa. And what a lamp. All you had to do was wish for anything you want and rub it.
Yeah?
And out came Swan soap.
No genie?
Genie? Who wants a genie when you can get Swan? Why, Swan is a brand new white floating soap that's 8 ways better than old-style floating soap.
If you rubbed the lamp and got Swan soap, what would you get if you rubbed the soap?
Suds, and more suds. Why, Swan gives loads of rich, creamy suds. And twice as fast, too, even in the hardest water. That's why Swan is not only great for washing the dishes, but it's also swell for hankies and hose and lingerie.
Lingerie? What's that?
Well, come here, Santa.
Oh, really? Up here we wear wet flannels.
Yes, and Swan wears a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Hey there, whose magic carpet is that parked outside in front of the fire club?
Well, it's mine, officer.
Well, you'd better be moving, or I'll be giving you a ticket.
Aha! And would a big, handsome lad like yourself, all decked out in a nice blue uniform, be after giving a little Irish Callion a ticket?
That laddie will do you no good. I'm an Eskimo.
Come, Herman, we're going. Well, we've got to get Santa's toys back. And Santa Claus, when I find the wicked witch, I'll send Herman back here. You jump on his back and fly to the castle.
Oh, I'm too heavy. It's impossible for me to fly on a wicked duck's back.
Oh, nothing's impossible for a man who can be at the May Company and bullets at the same time. Come on, Herman, the magic carpet is waiting. Well, we're off to find the witch.
Hey there. How about a lift?
Oh, now, who's that? Oh, it's a hitchhiker on top of that iceberg. I'll pull up and give him a ride. Well, how far my magic carpet? We're in a big hurry.
Thanks, lady. Well, I'm certainly glad you came along. What was that just passed us?
Oh, a couple of those high school kids on a piece of linoleum.
Darn those jalopies.
Oh, who are you?
Who am I? I'm the bravest man in the world.
Well, Flynn. What happened to your face?
That's not my name. I'm Prince Valiant.
Oh, how dear. I'm Gracie.
I'm the world's greatest hero. I fear no man. I fear no beast. Take him away. Take him away. Help! Help!
Oh, he won't hurt you. That's just my little duck.
Oh.
Herman, stick your wing out. I'm going to make a turn. You know, Prince Valiant, there's something very familiar about your face. Were you ever in vaudeville?
I still am. I just finished a split week at Lowe's North Pole.
Oh. Well, I knew your face was familiar.
Well, I'm thinking about a new act. I'm looking for a leading lady. Maybe you'd like to support me.
You know, there's something familiar about that, too.
I guess I should have stayed on the iceberg.
Well, I'll go to land and find out where I am.
Oh, look. Here comes a little boy down the road.
Hello.
Hello. I'm very hungry. Have you some supper I can sing for?
What's your name?
Little Tommy Tucker.
Oh, well, here, have a Swiss cheese sandwich. You can eat it and sing through the holes at the same time.
Thanks.
Beautiful dreamer, wake unto me. Starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Sounds of the rude world heard in the day, lulled by the moonlight have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, let while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
Gee, that was beautiful, little Tommy Tucker.
Tell me, do you have to sing for your supper every night? Yes, or the Wicked Witch will cut off one of my legs.
Oh, she wouldn't do that.
No, she only says that to scare me. Well, I've got to be hopping along.
Well, goodbye. Come on, Herman. We've got to find that Wicked Witch. Oh, I'll tell that Wicked Witch a thing or two. Believe me. You just wait till I see that Wicked Witch.
Oh, you would like to see the Wicked Witch, eh? Make guileless one.
Oh, hello. Nice day, isn't it?
Beastly. And I'm hoping it will cloud up. Little does she realize that I'm the Wicked Witch in the flesh. What there is of it.
Well, I'll see you later, Gracie.
Do you live around here?
Who knows where I live? One day a lonely castle in the hills, the next a crowded city street. Today a villa by the sea, tomorrow a mountain retreat.
Oh, my, how you do it? We've been trying to break our lease for months.
I've had enough of this shilly-shallying, me girl.
Do you know, you look exactly like someone I've seen in the movies. Now, let me see.
Well, is it Annie Sheridan, or are we going to argue about it?
Anne Sheridan? Oh, no, I'm not that silly. Oh, I know who it was. Shirley Temple.
Don't be fantastic. There's a good 20 years difference between us. And a few bad ones, too.
Well, it's been awfully nice meeting you, but I really must be going.
Wait. You're looking for the Wicked Witch, eh? And just what do you want to see her for?
Well, because I've got to get Santa's toys back.
Oh, I see. You know what the Wicked Witch will do to you? She will transform you into a plain, racked mass of quivering flesh. Then wring your pretty neck and toss your body to the vultures.
Oh, you're sweet. Well, you shouldn't worry about me. In fact, I'm a little worried about you.
About me? Why, may I ask?
Well, you're all alone out here in the woods, and there might be some men hanging around.
A man where? Oh,
all over. I don't suppose you could direct me to the castle of the Wicked Witch.
Just straight ahead. You can't miss it. The walls are made from bones of skeletons, and the cornices are decorated with human skulls.
Oh, I couldn't live in a house like that.
Why not?
No barbecue pit. Well, thanks anyway.
You're quite welcome. Little does she know that I have given her the wrong direction. The treacherous swamps lie in her path. Those swamps have killed hundreds of men. Damn it.
Well, goodbye. Come on, little ducky.
My, what a cute little duck.
Oh, yes, he's just like my own son. His name is Herman.
No, indeed. Little does she know that tonight I shall dine on roast Long Island Herman. Well, goodbye.
Oh, gee, she's gone. She's disappeared. Come, Herman, we've got to find Herman. Where's Herman? Herman! Herman!
Gracie, are you still in trouble or can I come back?
Oh, valiant prince. Herman is missing. He must have been duck-napped.
Duck-napped? Then the woman you were talking to must have been the Wicked Witch herself.
Well, how do you like that? And she talks just like a Vassar girl.
Look, there's a duck feather.
Oh, and there's another one. Herman must be pulling out his tail feathers to leave a trail. Now we can find the Wicked Witch's castle. Come on, let's go.
Look, there's another feather.
Oh, I hope poor Herman isn't catching cold. Oh, look. He's got a blimp up there.
Hello, kid. That's no blimp. That's Humpty Dumpty sitting on a wall.
Oh, gee, isn't he big and round? He must be at least 65 cents a dozen.
Say, Humpty Dumpty, we're looking for the Wicked Witch. Will you come and help us?
I will, just as soon as I finish eating.
Well, when will you be through?
That's funny. Somebody asked me that same question 20 years ago.
Didn't you ever do anything else but eat?
I don't know. When I get home, I'll look in the diary.
Oh, please help us, Humpty Dumpty. The Wicked Witch stole all of Santa's toys.
Oh, then I'll go with you. And I'll take along this spaghetti to tie her up.
Gosh, you don't need that much spaghetti.
Don't worry, it won't go to waste.
Oh.
Well, I'll call all my eggs together. Wait, I'm going to blow on this lamb chop.
Oh, what do you think of that? He blew the paper panties right off the chop.
All right, Ed, we're off to get the witch. Get your sunny sides up.
We're off to get the witch. We're off to get the witch. Hi-ho the cherry-o, we're off to get the witch. We're hunting for the witch.
There's the witch's castle.
Well, what happened to Humpty Dumpty and his gang? My, how those eggs scrambled.
Well, don't worry, Gracie. The valiant prince will protect you. I'm not afraid.
How do your legs feel?
The legs? Fine.
Then I'll put you down. Oh, look. Herman's tail feathers lead right up to the steps. What's smarter than to leave a trail first? If we get the toys back, he'll be a hero.
It'll certainly put a feather in his cap.
Oh, that's not where he needs them.
What a ghastly-looking castle.
Oh, wait. Here's one more of Herman's feathers. I'll pick it up and save it for him. Oh, he hasn't dropped this one yet. Oh, my, I'm glad to see you, Herman. Now, quick, you fly to the North Pole and bring back Santa Claus. Oh, and Herman, don't fly backwards. You'll catch cold.
No. If we're going in to get the Wicked Witch, I better knock on the door. Oh, she's gone. Come on, let's go.
No. Wait, Sergeant Prince, I'll knock.
Oh, it's a skeleton.
Sí, soy Esqueleto y tengo mucho gusto de verlos por aquí.
My goodness, Mr. Skeleton. You shouldn't walk around that way. You'll catch your death of cold. You want to get goose pimples?
On me they would not show. I am the witch's butler. Come in.
Oh, poor man. That witch must be a slave driver. Look, he's worked his fingers and everything else to the bone.
Oh, no, senorita. The work here is very easy.
Then how did you become a skeleton?
I was a heavy loser in a street poker game.
Well, come on, Gracie. The witch isn't home, I hope.
She is expecting you. Step right into the torture chamber and make yourselves comfortable.
Will we have to wait long to see the witch?
Oh, no. She just arrived. She is outside tying up her bat.
Oh, was she on one?
And see, senorita, while you are waiting, senor priest, would you like an arsenic and soda or a beer?
I'll have a beer.
Fine. Little does he know that the beer is spelled B-I-E-R.
Oh, my, what an adorable torture room. I'll bet she subscribes to the Witch's Home Journal.
Gracie.
Who is it?
It's the lad. I sneaked in here and got my magic lamp back, and I'm hiding in this tub of boiling oil.
Oh, well, just keep cool.
Well, don't worry. If there's any way to escape, the valiant prince will find it.
Come back from that door.
Well, it was locked anyway.
You know, the witch is not much of a hostess. She's forgotten all about it.
Forgotten you? Not at all, my pretty.
Oh, there you are. Miss Witch, I'd like you to meet my friend, Prince Diamond.
Yes, I saw him once before at a distance, and it's still a shock.
Well, we've come to get Santa Claus's toys back. May we have them?
Patience, my pet. At the moment, I have other plans for you.
Really?
Oh, quite. For the next hour, I will twist the hair down the back of your neck. I will plaster hot mud on your face. I will pluck your eyebrows out one by one.
Oh, what do you charge for a manicure? I always pay cash.
I'll break your spirit yet. Perhaps it would be better to torture Prince Valiant first and show you how nasty I can be.
No. Please don't hurt me.
I will summon me ugly slave.
Yes, your wickedness.
Put Prince Valiant on the stretching machine. Now watch closely, Gracie, while we stretch his body inch by inch.
Come on.
Aladdin, rub the magic lamp and get some help.
I am rubbing it, but all I'm getting is swan soap.
Swan soap? What's that?
What's that? Why, only the first really new white floating soap since the gay 90s, that's all. Why, Swan is 8 ways better than old-fashioned floating soap.
Aladdin, will you rub the lamp and get some help?
In a minute. Look, Witch. Witch, see how white Swan is?
My, how good it smells. Come, Cruskin. Turn the screws.
Aladdin, will you rub the lamp? She's going to stretch.
In a minute. And Swan is pure and gentle. As mild as the finest imported Castile soaps. Just grand for bathing the baby. And so easy on your hands when you wash dishes.
Aladdin, hurry. They're going to break me in two.
They are. Swan is really a twin bar. Break it in two. And use one half in the kitchen and the other half in your bathroom for your tub or shower.
Rub the lamp.
And don't forget, Wishy, that Swan comes in a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Help! Awfully noisy in here, don't you think? Would you like a cup of tea?
Oh, I'd love some, Miss Witch.
Come, let's go into my parlor, little fly. That Prince Valiant is really carrying on.
Oh, probably growing pains.
Yeah. Shall I pour the tea?
Please. Oh, my. There's nothing like a cup of good hot tea. Don't you think so?
You know, you're a most unusual person, Gracie. I may call you Gracie, may I not?
Well, of course,
Gwendolyn.
Oh, of course, Gwen.
As I was saying, you're a most unusual person. You make me feel a little ashamed of myself.
Oh, really? Oh, I just knew you had a side queen. I always say that there's so much worse in the bad of us and so much least in the good of us that it ill best to behoove us to say anything. That's what I always say.
And somebody understands you?
Oh, yes. But tell me, how did you become such a wicked person?
Naturally, a man was the cause of it all, my dear. What else can make a woman's heart feel as though it would burst? And alternately, her goose flesh and fever.
Well, speaking personally, a Welsh rabbit.
Perhaps. But I shall tell you, Miss Torrey, it begins some years ago at the turn of the century.
Which century?
I won't go into that. It was then that Christopher came into my life. Presently, the whole town was talking of Gwendolyn and Christopher.
Yes, go on.
Ah, what a man. He was like Tyrone Power, and just enough wise mother to make him interesting. Enter!
Pardon my rattling, Senorita Witch, but there is a man outside to see you. He is wearing a red suit and a white beard.
Oh, it's Santa Claus. Come in, Santa.
Oh, Quasi, I got you.
Gwendolyn. Christopher Kringle! You came back to me!
My little dream girl.
Ah, the love of my life. Here's your bag of toys.
Now I can make me Christmas delivery.
And I'll go with you and help spread the joy.
Oh, and now all the kiddies will have a Merry Christmas after all. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, the Diamond Prince, I almost forgot him.
Gracie, wake up. Wake up!
Oh, my goodness, George. Oh, I've been asleep. I've just had the most wonderful dream. Gee, you look short.
Well, come on, let's go up. It's 1 o'clock.
Herman is still asleep. You'll wake him up.
Well, give him to me. I'll carry him up.
Remember, folks, buy Swan, try Swan. See for yourself if Swan isn't really 8 ways better than old-style floating soap. And now, once again, George and Gracie.
I want to thank Edna May Oliver for appearing with us tonight, and in behalf of the entire cast and our sponsor, the makers of Swan, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
And that goes double for me.
Oh, and triple for Herman. Good night.
inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. Until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, why don't you?
Woolley. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by Billy Mills Orchestra, and featuring tonight a very special musical score written by Ken Darby, arranger and director of the King's Men. And the show opens with Who? Instrument like a thermometer for measuring increased activity and hustle and bustle around the house, it would certainly kick over the traces in this week before Christmas. But with shopping and cooking and tree trimming and being an air raid warden besides, there's certainly lots to be done. But in spite of how busy you are, you still want your home to look its best for the holidays. Have you ever stopped to think how useful wax is at such a time? Truth is, if your floors, furniture, and woodwork have been regularly protected with genuine Johnson's Wax, that special holiday cleaning can be done in short order. A quick dusting and polishing, a touch-up with wax where needed, and your rooms are glowing with mellow beauty, ready for the visits of your family and friends. For over 50 years, Johnson's Wax has helped brighten homes at the Christmas season. A couple of nights before Christmas, and all through the house at 79 Wistful Vista, not a creature was stirring, except Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, I don't like to seem repetitious, but hadn't you better get your Christmas shopping done?
Oh, Christmas shopping. Every year the same thing. Makes me sick.
Yes, I know, dearie. We go through this every year.
What do you mean?
You howl and scowl, and the day before Christmas, the spirit hits you like a baseball bat. And you do everything but grow a beard and climb down chimneys.
Oh, gee whiz. Christmas is getting too commercial. It's getting so...
Sure. We ought to have rubber stamps made for this whole conversation.
What do you mean again?
Well, every year you say Christmas is getting too commercial, and every year I have to scold you for spending too much.
Who, me? I just spend what I have to get by, that's all. I go along with the mob. It ain't any beautiful Yuletide thoughts with me, baby.
Oh, go on.
No tinsel snow gets in my eyes. If I spend any dough, it's just because it's the easiest way out.
Now, listen, McGee, you're a fraud. You're a phony. Right. You're so scared somebody will find out you're sentimental, you act like a dead-end kid.
Sentimental my clavicle. The whole thing is a lot of tapioca. I wouldn't give a half-hearted hoot and hatting sack if I never saw it. What you got there?
This is the mail that came this morning. It's mostly just Christmas cards.
Let me see them.
You wouldn't be interested. They're just the same old Christmas malarkey.
What do you mean, malarkey? Don't you realize people have gone to a lot of time and trouble to... Was there any other mail?
Just a couple of bills. Incidentally, what's this item on the Bontown bill for one mama doll, $8.50?
Mama doll?
Now, listen, don't try to look so innocent. Not that I mind your playing with dolls, if they're made out of plaster. But you certainly didn't buy this one for me, did you?
No, I bought that for the little girl across the street.
Oh, I think that's very sweet.
It was not sweet. I'm giving it to the little pest as a bribe to stay out of my life.
It's strange how much she annoys you, isn't it?
I never saw such a little nuisance. Always butting in where she ain't wanted.
I know. You hate her so much that last year you gave her a $2 Valentine. You gave her a white rabbit for Easter.
Well,
Took her to the circus twice. Spent 3 days fixing her tricycle, and you did card tricks through her bedroom window when she had the mumps.
Well, that don't mean I like her, does it?
Doesn't it?
No. That was an old Valentine that had been kicking around here for years. I gave her that rabbit because I thought it would annoy her old man. I fixed her tricycle so she could go someplace else besides around here. And I took her to the circus because they always give kids better seats than they do grown-ups, and I was taking advantage of her helpless condition to practice my card tricks. And she never caught on. Thought I was doing it all for her.
Come off it, dear. You're not fooling anybody.
I ain't trying to fool anybody. All I'm saying is that Christmas has lost its meaning. It's got so people don't...
Come in.
Hello, Mom. Hiya, Skimp. Well, if it ain't Billy Mills, the poor man's Toscanini.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Come on in, William, my boy. Hang your hat on a hickory limb and don't go near the piano. What's confusing with the music, kid?
Just stopped in to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Ah, Merry Christmas, blah. What's merry about it? Walk your wedgies off in the slush to find a lot of junk for a few mugs that won't appreciate it. Hanging a ton of gewgaws on a pine tree that look better in the woods. Scratch your hands all up on a handful of holly to hang in the window so you can stick yourself in the eye with it when you look out to watch the mailman breaking his back with a sack full of silly Christmas cards. Merry Christmas, blah.
And a Happy New Year.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mills. The same to you. And don't pay any attention to McGee. You know, he goes through this act every year. He's got those don't wrap up that packet, Christmas is just a racket blues.
Don't worry, Mom. I can read him like a book.
What kind of a book?
He's a mystery. A very novel character.
Fine type, too. One of the lower cases.
Somebody ought to borrow him and not bring him back.
Maybe we could arrange with the Book of the Month Club to offer him as a special treat.
Oh, cut it out. Lay off, will you? Even if the rib was as prime as you think, this is a meatless day.
Ever played the bagpipes, Alfred?
And don't call me Alfred.
Okay, Joe. Ever played the bagpipes?
I don't think he ever did, Mr. Mills. Do you think he could?
Sure. Got a head start. Big bag of wind. All he needs is a flute. Well, got to be gone. Merry Christmas again.
Well, the same to you, Oskaloosa Sousa. What's all the rush?
Oh, I got to drop in to see my mother-in-law. She's AWOL.
Oh, you mean absent without leave?
No, a welder out at Lockheed.
Isn't he a wonderful band leader, McGee?
Ah, band leader, my clavicle. I think all of them are just a bunch of fakers myself. You ever see a musician looking at the leader? No. They don't know whether he's beating out a march, a polka, a waltz, or just swatting flies.
Well, then what keeps them together?
That check at the end of the week. Confidentially, one of them guys told...
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Probably somebody else coming in to wish us a Merry Christmas when all they really want to see is if you ever got those new curtains for the dining room.
Well, I didn't, and the same to them. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Uh-oh. Now, this is all I needed today. Sis, why don't you take your little sled and go out on the pond in the park?
Oh, there isn't any ice on it, mister.
Yes, I know.
Hey, don't be like that. You were young once yourself, you know.
No, I wasn't that young this long.
Be very tactful with him today, little girl. You know, his Christmas spirit is later than usual this year.
Well, doggone it, the whole thing is a very foolish arrangement.
Why, mister?
Why, the idea of having Christmas come right in the middle of the holidays. Right when everybody is their busiest. It's ridiculous.
Look, mister, I got business to see you about.
Oh, yeah?
You like to hear children sing Christmas carols,
Oh, sis, there's nothing I love more than to have a little group of childish voices stand outside my window and blap their melodious little brains. Particularly if I ain't home that night.
Oh, gee, mister, I got my whole gang outside, and they're awful anxious to sing you a Christmas carol, and I told them...
Well, I don't like to hear Christmas carols butchered by a bunch of kids. How can anybody sing good standing hip deep in a snowdrift with a muffler over their face, wondering how many fingers and toes they'll have left when they get home, if they ever do?
Maybe you're still mad on account of last year. Are you, mister? Are you?
No, I'm not. That has nothing to do with it.
What's this? What happened last year that I don't know about?
Oh, nothing. She's
Well, us kids were going around singing Christmas carols.
Never mind, sis. That's ancient
And
history.
Mr. McGee came out.
Never mind now. Never mind. Give the kid a cookie, Molly. I imagine she's kind of hungry. Hey, sis?
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. Anyway, Mr. McGee came out while we were...
Sis, I told you nobody was interested. Now, let's just drop the whole subject. What kind of a cookie you want?
Any kind, thanks. And a glass of milk.
Well, I'll see if I can...
Now, listen, what happened with the Christmas carols, dear?
And Mr. McGee came running out of the house.
Now, you cut that out, sis.
And he wanted to sing with us, only when we heard him sing, we didn't want him to, and he followed us all over town. And, gee, we couldn't get rid of him, and he kept trying to sing, and people threw things at us, and all it was awful. You're cute. How'd you like to be a princess? And she said, oh, boy, and write testimonials for cold cream. And they got married and lived happy ever after. You want to hear another one, mister? Well, once upon a time...
No. That's enough, sis. Thanks anyway. You told me at least 14 of them.
Are you sure you don't want to hear any more?
I'm positive, sis.
Okay, then get off my lap.
Well, heavenly days, McGee. What are you trying to do, crush the child?
No, she wanted to pretend I was her little boy and tell me some stories. Now I know why they call them Grimm's fairy tales. That's the grimmest half hour I ever spent in my life.
Gee, I thought it was fun.
No, you did. Well, personally, I'd rather lie down with a good book under my head and go to sleep.
Can't you two think up any more games to play?
I bet you I don't want to be fun, I bet you.
What, sis?
Well, I could bring my little playmates in and we could sing you some Christmas carols. They must be pretty cool out there.
I don't want to hear any Christmas carols. Christmas carols are beautiful music. And to hear your little mob of half-pint hepcats slaughter them would ruin my day.
Oh.
The very thought of those kindergarten contraltos drives me to drink. Get me some root beer, will you, Molly?
Yeah, me too. Hey, mister, let's play star, shall we?
How do you play that?
Well, first you give me, maybe about $3 and change, huh?
Give you $3? Hey, what is this? First you eat 2 dozen cookies and then you want to borrow $3. You trying to put the bite on the hand that feeds you?
Oh, gee, it's lots of fun, mister. First we post a lot of ceilings.
I don't want to buy a ceiling. We got one.
This is different, mister. Us storekeepers are going to post ceiling prices so people won't have to pay too much for stuff, and it keeps the cost of living down to a reasonable level, and the prices won't go pig wild.
Oh, hog wild.
You know your own habits best, mister. getting out of hand for the merchandise that's getting scarce, so after the war we won't have inflation, you see.
Hey, aren't you getting a little out of your depth, sis? What do you know about economics?
Oh, my daddy told me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. We had a little heart-to-heart talk last night, you know.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he says I'm at the age where I ought to know certain things. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Like not paying 10 cents for a lollipop that's worth only 5 because then I'm bidding against somebody that can only pay 5 cents for a lollipop. Besides, spend an extra nickel, it ought to go toward a war bond, which will help pay for the war and give me a nest chicken afterwards.
You mean a nest egg?
By that time, it ought to be a chicken.
Well, be that as it may or may not be or not, sis, we won't play store. I got a better game.
What, mister?
Scoopy. Did you ever play Scoopy?
What on earth is Scoopy?
Oh, it's a wonderful game.
How do we play it, mister?
Well, it's like this. You run home, hide in the closet, and put your hands over your eyes and count up to 79 million.
Oh, and then what?
Now, by that time, we'll both be so old we'll have forgotten what we started out to play. Which is the object of the whole game. Now, I'll get your hat and coat, and you...
Hello, folks. Merry Christmas. Oh, hello, little girl.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. Hi. What did you...
I haven't got time to stop and talk. Just wanted to leave this little Christmas gift for Molly.
Well, heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. You shouldn't have done
Oh, it isn't very much. And don't open it before Christmas. But I think it's something you'll like.
I got one for you, too, Junior, but it ain't wrapped up yet.
Oh, that's okay, pal, anytime. Remember, Molly, don't open that package before Christmas because I want you to be surprised.
I promise, Mr. Wilcox. My, it's wrapped beautifully.
I wrapped it myself, especially for you.
Shake it, Molly, and see if it rattles.
I bet you that wouldn't be fair, I bet you.
Of course it wouldn't. I want it to be a surprise. You just put it away till Christmas.
Oh, I think I'm going to love it, Mr. Wilcox.
I know you'll love it because millions of other housewives do because it's so easy to apply and shines as it dries. Your beautiful mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less and saves hours of housework. To say nothing of eliminating old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And boy, what it does for the looks of your kitchen linoleum is amazing. But I won't say any more. I might give you a hint. Merry Christmas, all of you.
I wonder what it is.
Hey, sis, ain't it about time your mother ought to be worrying about why you don't come home?
No.
Huh?
Hmm?
Look, I've been very patient with you today. Now, why don't you do something for me?
Okay, mister.
Fine. Now, come back maybe tomorrow, and I'll have a surprise for you.
I got a surprise for you, too, mister. I got some little friends outside here waiting to sing your Christmas.
How many times I got to tell you I don't like kids singing Christmas carols? I don't want to hear any.
I'll get it, dearie.
Well, if it's this little girl's mother, Molly, tell her yes. She'll be right home, I hope.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Long distance. Yes, I'll hold the phone. Yes, Oh, is that you, Myrtle?
Hey. That's no fair.
How's every little thing, Myrtle?
Well, what's that?
It is, huh? Oh, Myrtle? Your brother?
I hope it ain't funny.
Went fishing through the ice, huh? Well, isn't he the lucky one?
What did he get, Molly?
The cherry out of his planter's punch. What'd you say, Myrtle? Yes, I'm ready. Hello? Well, for goodness sake, you're the last person in the world. What? Yes, he's fine.
Who is it?
Oh, yes, indeed. We'd love to see you. Yes, do. And plan on having dinner with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, we'll be delighted. Well, thanks for calling, and we'll be expecting you next week. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
I bet you I remember him, I bet you. He's the man who always laughs with his stomach.
Yeah. Speaking in the vernacular, we call that a belly.
McGee. Never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve says he's coming to visit us next week, and he'll be here for dinner.
Boy, ain't it wonderful and strange what some guys will do to get the extra pat of butter these days. But I'll be kind of glad to see the old blimp at that.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, gee, it's Mrs. Uppington. Hi, Miss Uppington.
Well, hello, little girl. And good afternoon, Mrs. McGee. And Miss McGee.
Hello, Abigail.
Hi, Uppy. Won't you wiggle out of the minx and drape the frame on an orange crate for a spell?
Oh, thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I just dropped by to wish you both a very, very Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you, Abigail. The same to you. And take that sour look off your face, McGee.
Well, doggone it,
I guess he doesn't like Christmas very much, Miss Uppington.
Well, is it my fault that Christmas ain't what it used to be? It's too commercial. My gosh.
Oh, McGee. He doesn't mean a word of it, Abigail. He's just an old softy who's afraid somebody will find out about him.
I never know such a thing.
You are too, I bet you. You gave me $10 on account there's some little orphans in school who won't have any...
You keep out of this, sis.
Okay.
You don't have to hurry away, do you, Abigail? I was just going to make a pot of tea.
Oh, no, I can't stay, my dear. You know, I still have 2 days' work as Santa Claus at 14th and Oak Street. Oh, no, it's been such fun, really. Quite an experience.
That costume and the beard really fooled them, eh, Effie?
Oh, they really do, Mr. McGee. I've been a Santa Claus for 2 weeks now, and I've been given 23 cigars, 7 hot tips on the races, and business cards from 2 coffee leggers. Oh, well, it's been a rich experience. I feel younger every day. And as Mr. McGee will probably say after I leave, no one can stand it better than I. Well, Merry Christmas, all.
Going to say that much?
No, and she might have given me a handful of them cigars people have been giving her.
Oh, McGee, there's plenty of cigars in your humidor.
Okay, but if she wasn't so stingy, she might have...
Hey, why won't he let me and my friends sing a Christmas carol? Why won't he, Miss McGee?
Well, frankly, dearie, he'd love it. But he knows himself too well. When he hears those Christmas songs, he goes all mushy inside. Now, look, you pretend he's hurt your feelings and make believe you're going home.
Hey, I hope somebody gives me a box of cigars for Christmas because I only was... Hey, what goes on here? What are you two whispering about?
She says I better go home, mister.
Huh?
She says you're mad at me because I want to have the kids sing a Christmas carol.
Oh, now, I ain't mad exactly, sis.
I bet you are, I betcha.
Wow.
And gee, the kids have been out there in that cold all afternoon on account of the...
Now, none of that, sis. Now, cut it out. The only reason I didn't want him to sing is well, gee whiz.
Oh, it's okay, mister. I know how you feel. Thanks for the cookies and things.
Hey, don't rush away like this, sis. My gosh. I'll listen to your old Christmas carol if it means that much.
No.
I just got...
No, you don't like them.
I do, too, like them. I only
You
thought...
don't either like them.
I do, too.
You don't?
I do, so.
No.
Yes.
No.
Now, look, sis. Here. Take my handkerchief and wipe your nose.
Thanks.
Now bring in your half-pint glee club and let them do their worst, which I imagine is pretty bad.
Oh, they're not bad. They're wonderful.
Okay, so they're terrific. Bring them in.
Hi. Hey, Kenny, Gladys, Johnny, buddy, come on in.
My. Well, what handsome little fellas. Hello, boys.
Hello, Mrs. McGee.
What's she going to give us, kids?
The night before Christmas. And, gee, we rehearsed it like 60. Are you ready, kids?
No, I'm ready, sis. No, wait a minute. Hey, Molly.
What's the matter, McGee?
Here. Take my money and my watch. You know me. Every time I hear these things, I want to give away everything I own.
Christmas and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their wee little bed, while visions of sugar plums danced in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a along there arose such a clatter. I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, threw open the sash. Then, what to my wondering, I should appear but a miniature sleigh and a tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick that I knew right away that it must be St. Nick. All bundled in fur from his head to his foot, old Santa was covered with ashes and soot. I drew in my head and was turning around and down the chimney he came with a
His eyes, how they twinkle. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses. His nose like a cherry. His dry little mouth was drawn up like a bow. And the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a little old pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke went around and around and around his head like a wreath. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, that a laughed and a laughed and a laughed for the time in spite of myself. He had a broad face, ho, 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 and a little round belly, ho, 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 that shook when he laughed, ho, 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 like a bowl full of jelly, ho, ho, he gave me a wink of his eye, and a twist of his head, a chuckle and a smile I knew, all the while I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings,
oh boy,
and turned with a jerk, and laying a finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the sound of a pistol. But I heard him exclaim as he cried, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night after Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. The presents are scattered and broken, I fear, and St. Nicholas won't come again for a year. The children are nestled all warm in their wee little beds, while memories of sugar plums dance in their wee little heads. Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap are settled at last for a long
Ladies and gentlemen, even while we wish you a Merry Christmas, we can't help thinking that in many parts of the world, the spirit of goodwill toward men has been made a shame and a mockery. But there'll be other Christmases. And to our men in uniform all over the world, we send our prayers and our thanks for what they are doing to restore faith and decency to our world. To them we say thank you and God bless you.
And we hope and pray that when next Christmas comes, there will really be peace on earth.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Ladies and gentlemen, before an audience of several hundred members of the 1st Motion Picture Unit of the United States Army Air Corps, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for The Smile of Beauty, and Sal Hepatica for The Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Jingle bells, jingle bells. No. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Hollywood is really decorated for Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hollywood and Vine, there are 2 big Santa Clauses hanging on the lampposts.
No,
there.
just one, Harry. The other one is W.C. Fields. Yeah. He's been hanging there since last New Year.
You say it's W.C. Fields?
You should have seen him last night. He stood there for an hour singing, I'm dreaming of a wet Christmas.
Well, I guess everybody's eagerly awaiting Santa Claus, Eddie.
Look, Harry, I don't want to shock you because you're such a young boy.
What's the matter?
But Santa Claus has decided not to come here this year. It's too dangerous the way things are.
I don't understand. Well, what do you mean?
If his reindeer show up in Los Angeles, the butchers will grab him. No.
No, wait a minute, Eddie.
Yeah.
Is the meat shortage really that serious?
Don't you? Is it serious?
Yeah, well,
Listen, this morning a cop's horse galloped down Hollywood Boulevard, and 14 pedestrians bit him on the run. By the time that horse got to the station, he was only a colt.
Say, that reminds me, I saw you on the boulevard this morning, Eddie.
Naturally.
You were probably doing your Christmas shopping.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that Woolworth's is a great place, isn't it?
I was in all the stores, Harry. In all the stores I was.
I didn't know.
And you wouldn't be so insulting if you knew what kind of a gift I got for you.
Oh, a gift?
Well,
for me?
Of course, Harry.
Oh, boy, what am I getting?
Well, I'll give you a hint. You put it on your finger and it shines.
Oh, yeah, same as last year, huh? Nail polish. Well, look here, Eddie. You haven't spent all your time shopping, have you?
Well, of course not. Well, you know why, Harry.
Why?
Didn't I discuss it with you, Harry?
What happened?
With Ida Lupino as our guest tonight, I spent most of the time learning to be a gentleman. I told you I was going to do it.
Well, what do you mean, learning to be...
Look, she's a great actress, Harry.
Yes.
Extremely dignified. So I spent all day yesterday taking diction lessons. What a time I had. There I was with the professor of speech. Hanley Stafford?
Baby
Snooks' father? Oh, he's the professor of speech. Yes. And Harry, when I was in his place yesterday, he was saying to me...
Now, Mr. Cantor, you must learn to speak in glowing terms. You should know the meaning of adjectives.
Professor, you don't have to worry about my grammar. I happen to be an extremely intelligent person. Besides, I know exactly what adjectives is. I'm not to tell you.
That's fine. Now, in meeting a woman of Ida Lupino's social standing,
yes,
one must speak flawlessly and with great dignity.
Naturally.
If you are guilty of crude, harsh pronunciation,
yes,
it stinks. To begin your lesson on diction, read the first sentence in this book.
In this book? Okay.
Yes.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
No. You must get those pear-shaped toes.
Oh, round, yes.
For instance, poota-pooper, poop-to-poop, poopy-pooper.
poo-poos? Where do you buy them? In the Dulacatoos?
Precisely. All right, now you try the line.
A poodle poo-poo?
No. Your mouth isn't shaped correctly. Now, come on. Pucker up.
I didn't think you cared.
Now, get off my lap and continue with the rest of the exercise.
Yes.
Try this paragraph.
Very well. After taking my departure, I arrived at Albuquerque.
No.
No?
Not Albuquerque.
Not Albuquerque?
Albuquerque.
From Albuquerque, I went to Louisiana.
No.
Not
Louisiana. Louisiana.
All right. From Louisiana, we arrived in Ohio. Fool around with that one, wise guy.
Oh, that's silly. Why would anyone want to fool around with Ohio?
Okay, Professor, what is next?
Now repeat after me. I would appreciate your giving me 4 gallons of gasoline.
I would appreciate you giving me 9 gallons of gasoline.
I said 4.
I've got a B book. And that, Harry, is exactly what happened last night. I've studied so hard, I do hope I'll make an impression on Ida Lupino when she arrives. You see, that may be she now. Oh, do enter, please.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, the way you spoke, I thought you were Ida Lupino.
Boss, is you off the beam?
No. Tell me, Hattie, where have you been all day?
I've been Christmas shopping.
Yeah?
Rochester's in New York, so I sent him something to keep him warm.
To keep warm, huh? What size?
2 gallons.
Have you heard from Rochester since he's been in New York, Hattie?
Constantly. Just listen to his last letter. He says, Dear Cuddles. It's cold here in New York, and I'm still warm from your goodbye kisses. Wish you were here, 'cause it's getting time to refuel.
Tell me, Hattie, does he say anything about Jack Benny, Mr. Benny, you know?
Yes, he says, Mr. Benny played golf in Central Park this morning and managed to divot up a lovely Christmas tree.
Divot? Continue, Hattie.
He says, Central Park is beautiful this time of the year. This morning I visited the duck pond. Now if I can locate a cranberry pond, our Christmas dinner will be complete.
What else does Rochester have to say in the letter?
He says, we'll return to California soon. Mr. Benny is anxious to get back to Carmichael as there's a meat shortage.
Yeah.
He has given me a straight razor for Christmas and wants me to shave Carmichael in my own inimitable way.
Go on, Hattie.
This will be the second time I have tried to shave Carmichael. The last time I tried to shave him, he gained momentary possession of the razor.
Yes.
And that's the first time a polar bear ever gave a man a GI haircut.
Thank you, Hattie. Gee, I wonder what could be keeping Ida Lupino. Maybe I better go out and phone her. Harry, will you take over while I'm gone?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to, Eddie.
I better be careful how I speak to her. I must remember my diction. Albuquerque, pickle pooper.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time in 2 weeks, our own Dinah Shore has been honored in the popularity polls. This morning, she was notified that the newspaper and magazine radio editors of America, in a poll conducted by Radio Daily, have elected her as the best female popular singer in the country. And now our own Dinah is going to sing, This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
This is the Army, Mr. Jones. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the buglers command. They're in the army and not in the band. This is the army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore. You're in the army now. You're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up. You're in the army now. You're in the army now. You're not behind the plow. You gotta get up, you gotta get up. You're in the army now. This is the army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is and she won't worry you anymore.
Oh, Dinah, Harry, I finally got this diction business figured out. You see, it's all in your breathing.
Oh, shucks, there's nothing. I've been breathing for years.
But not this way. Look, I'll show you. First, take a deep breath and hold it for the count of 20.
Count of 20. Like this?
That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But Mr. Cantor.
Yes, Dinah?
I don't see what breathing's got to do with it.
Well, it's really very simple, Dinah. You see, your voice comes from your diaphragm, so... Okay, Harry, okay. 5, 6, 7, see, Dinah? If you hold your breath for 20 counts, then...
Mr. Cantor, Harry's getting purple. Keep counting.
8, 9. Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Now we'll have to start all over. God.
Oh, look, Eddie, forget about my diction. I'm here to tell people how they can feel better, faster, and it's what I say, not how I say it, that counts.
I think you're right, Harry.
All right.
That makes me...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please remember this one thing. The next time you wake up feeling dull and headachy due to the need of a laxative, just remember Sal Hepatica and take it right away. Because then Sal Hepatica brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour. So why wait until night to take the laxative you need in the morning? Then risk feeling miserable all day. Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
What's
the matter, Eddie?
I just spoke to Ida Lupino. Harry.
No, but...
She's on the way over here. Tell me quick. Do I look all right?
Well, don't worry about your looks, Eddie. That's silly. Why make such a fuss over Ida Lupino?
I know, but...
After, what if she is young and beautiful? What if she does have a pretty face,
what?
Beautiful hair?
Yeah.
What if she's got a gorgeous figure? And take a look, Eddie. Do I look all right?
Of course you look all right, Harry. Stop it. Harry, this is serious. Gosh, I hope I remember my language lesson, my diction, everything done... Well, Ida Lupino, here she is. Miss Lupino, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to have my program graced by so charming and cultured a lady.
Quit stalling, Popeye, and let's make with the belly laugh.
Belly laughs?
Yeah, the gagaroos. Slip the nifty to me, Shifty. Shoot me a whopper and I'll give you a topper, Popper.
Shifty Papa, shoot me a whopper? What's happened to you, Ida? You sound like you had a transfusion from Phil Harris.
Eddie, my dear, from now on, call me Peanuts Lupino. I'm giving up the drama and going into vaudeville.
Oh, no, Ida. You're making a mistake giving up your dramatic career for comedy. Gosh, don't. Comedians aren't happy. It gets tiresome having people laugh at your jokes all the time.
How would you know?
Jack Benny told me. Shut up! Take my advice, Ida. Stick to your serious roles. You really know how to handle drama. Why, the last time I went to see your picture, I cried and I cried.
Oh, Eddie, my acting affected you so much.
No, I got there just after the prices changed. It was awful, I tell you. I'm only fooling, Ida. Gosh, your performance in Life Begins at 8:30 really touched me emotionally. It did.
Oh, well, Eddie, don't tell me you shed tears.
Shed tears, she says. Shed tears. I cried so much the ushers were floating up and down the aisles, battling the current. Why, my tears really flooded that place. Twice during the picture, a submarine came up in the loggias.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. Just look at these eyes. I've really got something to cry with, you know. She likes my eyes. Look at these romantic eyes. Ida, I know that you're planning a picture with Charles Boyer, but let me show you how a real lover kisses. Do you mind?
Kiss you instead of Boyer.
Yes, that's right.
Eddie, if I can get caviar, why should I settle for hamburger?
A hunk of hamburger might come in mighty handy on a Tuesday night, babe. And he knows what I mean.
All right, Eddie. Come on. Well, come on. Kiss me. What are you waiting for?
Do you want me plain or with onions?
Eddie, let's stop this nonsense. I told you I'm through with love scenes and drama. I want to do a vaudeville act.
Oh, Ida, I've been thinking, you don't belong in vaudeville. You should go into that branch of show business where they'll appreciate your face and figure more.
Like what?
Well, like dancing.
But, Eddie, I can't dance.
Well, for this kind of job, you really don't have to dance. You can just strut around a little, you know what I mean?
Strut around?
Look, I'll explain it this way, Ida. What is the first thing you did when you came into the studio tonight?
Well, I took my coat off.
Well, why stop there?
Eddie, you mean...
Just picture your name up in lights. Gypsy Rose Lupino. A pretty girl is like a moon.
Yes, but if I did that, what would happen to my fans?
Nothing if you hold them right.
No, Eddie, no, I'm definitely going into vaudeville.
Well, if you insist... Look, Ida, I like you, but... Do you expect to work alone in your act? You know, you're new at this thing.
Mm-hmm. No, I was thinking of hiring some stooge.
Yeah.
How would you like the job?
That is one of the dirtiest remarks I've ever had on this Time Smile program. With I want to tell you something. If you think that Eddie Cantor would act as if... How much will you pay?
$10 a week.
I'll take it.
If you're willing to work for $10, why?
For once in my life, I'll be getting money from somebody named Ida.
Okay, it's a deal, Eddie. Here's the routine, and let's rehearse the act right now.
We'll do it. All right. Cookie Fairchild. Music, if you please. Why, little girl, how do you do?
How do you do?
Haven't I seen you someplace before?
You may have. I've often been there.
Well, tell me, kid, do you like the suit I'm wearing? It was made by Hart, Crafter & Cobb.
Looks like something Roebuck made when Sears had his back turned.
Just the same, honey. The girls I go with like it.
Are you popular with the ladies?
Yes. I always have a girl on the string.
That one you had last night should have been on a leash.
You shouldn't talk that way to me today, because I'm worried about my mother.
Yes? What's the matter?
Well, you see, we moved to Boston and I was born.
Yes?
Then we moved to Twin Falls and my 2 brothers were born.
Yes?
Then we moved to Three Rivers, Michigan, and my 3 sisters were born.
Yes?
My father wants to move to the Thousand Islands. The bells are ringing for me and my...
Isn't he the nicest man? Bought my ring at the 5 and 10.
The birds are singing for me and my...
He's as sweet as sugar candy. In the parlor, he's so handy.
Everybody is knowing to a wedding they're going. And for weeks they've been sewing. Every Susie and Sal.
From the kitchen, he won't budge when I'm making maple fudge.
They're congregating for me and my...
I love him so, I must knock wood. When he shaves, he smells so good.
The parson's waiting for me and my...
When the preacher makes us one, holy gee, won't we have fun?
And someday we're gonna build build a little home for 2, for 3, or 4 or more. In love land, for me and my...
My heart is beating fast with joy. I know our first will be a boy.
What do you bet? In love land, for me and my dad. You know, Ida, I've got dancing in my blood.
You must have poor circulation. Hasn't got to your feet yet. By the way, Eddie, whatever happened to that watchdog you had?
Oh, we gave him away.
Wasn't he any good?
Well, we didn't mind when the burglar got in the house and he didn't bark. But when he started carrying the burglar searchlight, that was going too far.
We have a remarkable dog, too.
You have?
Yes. The other day when a fire broke out, the dog ran into the house, came out with the insurance policies wrapped in a damp towel.
No. Speaking of remarkable animals, my father's in the hospital, you know.
Yes? What's the matter with him?
He has housemaid's knee.
Housemaid's knee?
Yes, my mother caught him sitting on it.
Speaking of housemaid's knee, Eddie, my family just bought a farm.
Is it a large farm?
Well, we have 100 chickens and we get 99 eggs.
Why only 99 eggs?
The other one is the bookkeeper.
No!
Eddie,
Yeah.
you certainly are at home on the stage.
Well, it wasn't always that way, Ida. When I first went on the stage, I was nervous and jerky.
Well, you're not nervous now.
At that, you know, we'd be great in vaudeville together. Why do you say that we actually form a team, huh?
Well, Eddie, are you sure I'm the partner you want?
Of course, Ida. Why, with your talent, we couldn't miss. Now, listen. I start the act with a buck and wing. Then I do a quick change into a blackface number.
That's when I go on.
No. I lead right into a couple of jokes. Big laugh, see?
Then me.
No. Then I've got a great juggling routine.
And now me.
Finally, I top off the act with a sensational acrobatic stunt. Here I am, balancing 6 gold fish bowls and riding a bicycle on tightrope 50 feet over the stage.
But, Eddie, what about me?
Do you have to do anything? Why, you'll stand on the side of the stage and smile. And who will look at me?
Just smile? Is that all?
Is that all, Ida? You should never underestimate your smile. Harry can tell you that. That leads you.
Yes, Eddie is right, Miss Lupino. A lovely smile will get attention every time. And because an attractive smile means so much to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly pays to take care of your smile. And about the best way I know to do that is between regular visits to your dentist to faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana not only cleans and brightens teeth thoroughly, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to help gums to a healthier firmness. So why don't you follow this simple, healthful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
So, ladies and gentlemen, ask your druggist tomorrow for a tube of iPana toothpaste. And since the government has ruled that we can't buy toothpaste of any kind unless we turn in an empty tube, don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some sort with you when you get your iPana toothpaste.
Eddie?
Yes, Ida?
I really enjoy doing our vaudeville act. Let's team up and do it in a theater.
Oh, no. I didn't want you to take me seriously. You see, it's too old-fashioned. It's corny. Why, no agent would hire our act unless he were an ignorant, lame-brained dope. How do you do? Russian. You are in the theatrical business?
I'm not in the monkey business. I shall produce a great play. The Fuhrer died at dawn.
Not the Fuhrer. The General died at dawn.
I can dream, can't I?
Oh, stop it. Russian, I want you to meet my partner, Ida Lupino.
Charmed, I'm sure it did it. Allow me to shake you by the ankle.
By the hand.
You shake what you like and I'll shake what I like.
Russian, you must recognize Miss Lupino. Did you see Life Begins at 8:30?
Did I see Life Begins at 8:30? Did I see? I was in it.
You was in it?
Yeah.
That's impossible. I was the leading lady. Are you sure you were in Life Begins at 8:30?
Maybe I left at 7:15.
Russian.
Yes?
Are you certain you can get us on the stage?
Mine dear you. I will book you into my greatest theater, Grauman's Moscow.
Grauman's Moscow?
Yes.
Do you think that we would make a hit there?
I guarantee you'll play to standing room only.
But how can you guarantee standing room only?
No seats.
Oh, you're impossible, Russian. I don't want you as my agent.
Please don't say that. I get a thrill working for you, Miss Lupino.
No. You get a thrill working for Miss Lupino. Why do you say peanuts?
That's what I get working for you.
Keep quiet. Pay no attention to him. He's no producer. He does this every week. He's an imposter.
Don't say that. Don't swear. I come from a theatrical family. My poor father was the world's greatest showman.
No.
What happened to him?
He was killed by a weasel.
Little weasel killed your father?
Yes. You see, one day he was sitting on the railroad tracks.
Yes.
Suddenly a train came along.
Yes.
And he didn't hear the weasel.
No! And he didn't hear the weasel. Ida, you've been a good sport taking all this ribbing. I do want to thank you for coming here tonight.
No, Eddie, I want to thank you.
No.
Yes, I've learned a great lesson from you tonight, just watching you work.
Well, thank you, Ida.
Yes, Eddie. It's taught me never to be discouraged.
Uh-huh.
Any man who can get as far as you have without talent, without look.
Good night, Ida.
With a no personality.
Ida.
With absolute
Ida, good
nothing.
night. Good night, Ida. Good night. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring you this message. These fine and moving words appeared in a recent issue of Time magazine as an advertisement for the New Haven Railroad entitled, The Kid in Upper Fall. It is 3:42 a.m. on a troop train. Men wrapped in blankets are breathing heavily. 2 in every lower berth, 1 in every upper. This is no ordinary trip. It may be their last in the USA till the end of the war. Tomorrow they will be on the high seas. One is wide awake, listening, staring into the blackness. It is the kid in Upper Fall. Tonight he knows he is leaving behind a lot of little things and big ones. The taste of hamburgers and pop. The feel of driving a roadster over a 6-lane highway. A dog named Shucks or Spot or Barnacle Bill. The pretty girl who writes so often. That gray-haired man so proud and awkward at the station. The mother who knit the socks he'll wear soon. Tonight he's thinking them over. There's a lump in his throat and maybe a tear fills his eye. It doesn't matter, kid. Nobody will see. It's too dark. A couple of 1,000 miles away where he's going, they don't know him very well. But people all over the world are waiting, praying for him to come. And he will come, this kid in Upper Fall, with new hope, peace, and freedom for a tired, bleeding world. Good luck to you, kid in Upper Fall, and all you other kids wherever you are. You've got a big job to do, and we know you're going to do it. So that next Christmas and all the Christmases to come may be white. White with the light of peace on earth and goodwill toward men. Thank you. Thank you for being with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We do hope you'll be back again next week to help us roll out the carpet for our special guest, Lieutenant J.G. Phil Harris of the United States Merchant Marine. We'll also have our regular gang on hand, Dinah Shaw and Harry Von Zell, the Mad Russian, the Ambassadors, and little Cookie Fairchild in the orchestra. So remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling.
Hello? Yes, miss, that was the Eddie Cantor show you just heard. Sponsored by Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica, Ipana, Touche. Touche. A new beauty discovery, a hand lotion. No, this lotion is based on a brand new idea, beforehand protection. Beforehand. You see, other lotions are applied after you have had your hands in water. You smooth Touche on before your daily soap and water tasks to protect your hands against the harsh drying effects of hot soapy water. Surely it's grand for smoothing rough elbows and knees, too. That's right, Touche. T-O-U-S-H-A-Y. Well, you're more than welcome. Good night.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, by transcription.
Program starring Red Skelton with Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, our tiny singer Anita Ellis, Arthur Q. Bryan, our guest, David Forrester and his orchestra, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. To bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Wonderful Smith not here with us tonight. Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Well, tell me, Red, what did Santa bring you?
Well, socks from my mother, shoes from my father, and shoestrings from my brother. My feet had a very Merry Christmas.
Well, speaking of gifts, here's mine to you. Did anyone give you an electric toaster?
Well, not that I know of.
Well, in case they do, this will come in handy.
Gee, a loaf of bread. Gosh, you shouldn't have done it, really.
That's something. Red, in the middle of the loaf, you'll find 3 slices buttered.
No kidding. Why did you say it? How will I get it home now? Huh? Life won't be worth a nickel. Well, here's my gift to you.
Oh, gee, Red, that's swell. And it's so beautifully wrapped, too.
Well, in case you missed the news yesterday, that newspaper will come in handy. I hope you like them, Rod. I'm a little nervous tonight. Yesterday I went to Itchy's funeral. Oh, Merry Christmas there, David.
Well, Merry Christmas, Red.
Do you have a nice Christmas?
Yep, 32 neckties.
32 neckties. So you did all right with that band, didn't you?
No, I broke even. I gave 32 neckties. Oh, by the way, Red, here's my gift to you.
Gee, I've always wanted one of those. What is it?
Well, I don't know, but the price was right, so I bought it.
Isn't that wonderful? I saw Fibber, McGee, and Molly in the hall, and they got the same thing. Hey, here's a little something for you, David. It's an antique.
Oh, a baton.
Yeah, and it belonged to a famous bandmaster. His name's on it there.
Gee whiz. Spike Jones.
Oh, Anita Ellis, here's something for you, too.
Oh, Red, they're beautiful.
Oh, they're not very practical. They can't be washed, you know.
Oh, but they're lovely. Where on earth did you ever get the idea of putting initials on Kleenex?
In my spare time, I did it. I run 3 of them, tried to burn the initials.
Red, I don't want to rush things, but I've heard a rumor that you're giving everyone in the cast a down payment on a new automobile for Christmas.
That I am. Here's a fat little package for everyone. Oh, boy, money. Who said anything about money? It's Raleigh cigarette wrappers.
You haven't received my gift yet.
Oh, so I haven't. What is it, one dance at the Palladium?
No, Red. It's a recording of my latest song, Toyland.
Well, swell, Anita. Let's put it on this new RCA Victrola, and we'll play it, huh? Tonight we open the Skelton scrapbook of satire and we find a story in keeping with the holiday spirit. Christmas trees. Our characters are fictional. That music sounds a little that way, too, isn't it? Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, they should be investigated. Chapter 35 of Beautiful Christmas Trees is entitled The Christmas Tree Salesman. When Christmas holiday rolls around the corner in Saudyville, you'll find Clem Cadiddlehopper selling Christmas trees on the same corner. After today, business is going to fall off, too. Boy, is it cold. I can't stand this winter. I wish they had winter in the summer, and then it wouldn't be so cold. It's thinking like that that makes great scientists, you know. Oh,
howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, do. Howdy doody to you. You look like $1 million tonight.
Have you ever seen $1 million, Clem?
No, that's what I mean. You look like something I ain't never seen. You didn't get it. It's too fast for it.
Night.
It was certainly deep. This morning I had to jack up the cows to milk them. Say, why don't you come over by the bonfire and get warm, Say, it feels good to get your feet thawed out, don't it?
Well, why don't you put on your shoes?
Ain't I got them on? No wonder it hurt so bad this morning when I had them half sewed. To make the grade.
Well, what are you going to do about this fire, Clem? It's a dying out.
Well, I'll just get that big log over there and throw it on the fire.
Well, you can't lift that log, can you?
Who can? Military training, you can. Hey, just feel that arm. Go ahead.
What an arm. Looks like macaroni with veins.
Well, I have never been so insulted in all my life. I'll show you I can lift that log. Hey, Sarah, I got a better idea. Let's move the fire over here. What did Santa Claus going to bring you? Did you tell him what you wanted yet? I did.
Oh, Clem, aren't you just a little bit too big for Santa Claus? You are an adult.
No, just a minute. Let's not spread that around. May mean what I think it does.
Well, what did you ask for?
Page 30 of Esquire in person. Boy, oh boy. Finest picture of a bird dog I've ever seen. Beautiful girls, too.
Clem, don't talk like an idiot. You know them girls, their models are just a dime a dozen.
Dime a dozen? For them models?
Yeah.
Gee, I've been buying licorice all this time.
Me a Christmas tree.
A Christmas tree? I can't give them away. Goodness. What do you think they are, Chevrolet?
Well, then I'll just buy you a tree.
Okay.
What do they sell for?
$1,000 apiece.
Why, Clem, there ain't a chance in a million that anybody's going to pay that.
Well, in case the chance does come along, I'm going to be a rich man. No, I'm kidding. They're 50 and 75 cents.
Well, what you got for a dime?
A dime? Well, there's no hairy broomstick I can let you have. Hey, here's a nice one already decorated.
Clem, that's an orange tree.
It is? I thought them light bulbs were a little juicy.
Don't you have a nice fir tree for Christmas?
Fir tree? What they won't think of next. Can you imagine going out in the backyard picking a dozen oranges in a mink coat? Oh, a customer.
Oh, my, what a man.
Well, all you women are alike. You see a man that's got eyes that match and the same color hair and the nose in the middle of his face, I wish I had some of them furs.
Hello.
Well, howdy, neighbor.
What have you in a Christmas tree cheap?
Termites. What do you want to pay for one?
Well, not over 35 or 40 cents.
35, except this way, 40. Would you like a colored Christmas tree? Here's a nice one for $1.50.
Nope, nothing over 40 cents.
Nothing over 40 cents. How about a nice brown one here?
A brown Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never heard of such a thing. Is this supposed to be something new?
Oh, no, it's very old. Very old. In fact, it was left over from last Christmas.
Well, here's a nice one.
Well, hello, my. Aren't you a beauty?
Oh, thank you, sir, but I'm just a mess today.
Oh, no, you're not a mess.
Oh, yes, you heard her.
I don't think I caught your name.
You can call me Skippy.
Skippy, that ain't a man's name. It's a dog food.
Well, you can just call me Sarah.
Well, you can call me when you want to buy a tree.
How much is this one, dear?
$3, sweetie.
I thought
Now, look, fella, either buy a tree or skidoo, you rinkadink you.
I'll take this one.
Okay, shall I wrap it up, or do you want to eat it here? You timber wolf, you.
Well, just put it in my car across the street.
Okay, I'll put it in.
Don't beat the man. He's only trying to be neighborly.
Well, he's in the wrong neighborhood. I'll go put it in the car. I'll fix it.
Careful crossing the street, Clem. You might get hit by a car.
Not in Saudyville. People give the pedestrians the right of way. How do you like that? He stole my Christmas tree, too. Chapter 35 of Beautiful Christmas Trees is entitled Granny and Sandy. Just think, it was only yesterday that Christmas shopping was a lot of fun because everywhere grandmothers were taking their good little kids shopping. Yes, the good little kids. Because even Junior knows that Santa Claus don't like the mean little kids.
This store is really crowded.
Isn't it crowded going? What an inspiration, boy. What a spot to yell fire in, huh?
Junior, you wouldn't do anything naughty like that now, would you? You're kidding me.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. You take these handcuffs off me. I'll show you, boy.
Junior, now stay with Grandma.
Yes, ma'am. I won't run away because if I got lost, you would worry.
Yes, I would,
Yes,
Junior.
yes.
I'd be afraid I might find you again.
Yes, boy, you sure does love me, don't you, huh?
I can't figure out why you're so good all of a sudden.
It's the night before Christmas and all through the house. Nothing is stirring, not even this loud.
This good behavior just before Christmas won't get you anything.
Well, what has I done wrong this year?
I'll tell you.
No, never mind. I know, and you know. But let's keep it away from Santa Claus, huh? He's not interested in these domestic problems. Besides, why make him change his list at this late date, you know? That's silly.
Here, hold these packages for a second.
Okay.
I said hold it, not shake it.
Is it a present?
No, let's not get nosy.
No, whoop, I almost dropped it.
Be careful. You don't want to break your grandfather's shaving lotion, do you?
I knew I would find out what it was.
Junior, let's go this way.
Oh, no, you don't, kiddo. I see it. Look at that. I never see so much candy in all my life. Oh, gumdrops, jawbreakers. I do believe I died and gone to heaven. Goodness, I was tired. I think I was stretching with a arm.
Junior, stop that stretching. I see you reaching for those gumdrops.
You know me pretty well, don't you?
Yes, I do. For touching that candy, you must be punished.
No.
Hold out your hand.
Okay. Oh, you broke my arm. You broke my arm.
Well, louder, Junior.
You broke my arm.
So Santa Claus will hear you.
You broke my... Oh, well, I guess I can hold my feelings until after the holiday. I hope Santa Claus brings me a Christmas tree this year. When are we going to see old Santa?
Junior, stop asking questions.
But why?
When I was your age, I never asked questions.
Maybe that's why you can't answer mine. But we will give you a box of Snickers anyway.
I know what. Would you like Santa to bring you a brand new suit of clothes?
What do you mean, with patch pockets and brass buttons?
Yes.
The coat with little belt in the back?
Yes.
Short pants with a nice crease in them?
That's right.
Wouldn't bother opening it, then.
Turn around and see who's looking at you.
Oh, Santa Claus. Oh, look at him. Oh.
Doesn't he look roly-poly in his red velvet suit?
Yeah, he looks just like a bloodshot blimp, don't he?
He's motioning for you to come sit on his lap.
You mean he's not mad at me? I've been pretty bad this year.
He'll overlook a few things.
A few things? Boy, I can close my eyes and see the things I've wrecked. You know, I give an inferiority complex to an atomic bomb. You know that.
Go
run over to Santa. He's busy, you know. Okay, I will run right over. Oh, I fall down. Did you hurt yourself? Hurt myself. Oh, bless your little heart. Yes, bless me with a heart.
Here, let old Santa help you up. There. Now, come sit on my lap. Hey, are you comfortable?
Gee, ain't you soft, huh? Who built you, Simmons Mattress or somebody? My, look at that nice long beard you had. You're so soft, it looks like 5 o'clock shadow with snow in it, don't it? Boy, if I only had a pair of scissors. Not kidding, I wouldn't touch it.
I mean, what would you like more than anything else?
Well, a pair of scissors, I guess.
Well, let's talk about you. Have you been a good boy?
Now, let's talk about you, huh? You're really a nice old man, you know. I have been a pretty good boy.
You wouldn't be trying to flatter me, would you?
Trusting old soul, ain't you?
You've been a good boy?
Well, for the past week, I will admit, I have been pretty good, but it makes me sick to think about it, you know.
Well, what about the other 358 days? Well, what can Santa bring you this year?
Well, I tell you, bring me a great big Christmas tree with real lights on it, because last year we had to use candles.
You did?
Yes, the insurance company was awful nice, so they rebuilt the house for us.
Well, tell me, don't you want something under it?
Under the tree? Well, there's a few things I would like, Santa Claus. I would like a book on how not to be prejudiced. So when I grow up, I won't have to go to war. Just because I hate someone whose skin's a little different color. Or because their beliefs are a little different from mine. And bring me the will to see my own mistakes instead of others. I'd like for you to bring me, Grandma, a nice book on post-war planning. Because like most people, she got a little money now, and she might be tempted to, well, pay just a little above the regular price for something that she really don't need. And don't let them get rid of the OPA, because we want our country to stay our country. We don't want it to have inflation. And if you can, I wish you could bring all the little kiddies back home from overseas. If you can, make all the people remember how much these little kids have done for us. And give them good health. Give them a good place to work. Give them good homes. And give them all transportation so that they can get to those things. I guess that's about all.
be with you on every Tuesday night at this same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, G.G. Pearson, Arthur Q. Bryan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and Merry Christmas to you all. God bless you.
And remember, listen to Hildegard tomorrow night, and the people are funny with Art Linkletter Friday night over most of these stations. Red Skelton is heard of this program for the courtesy of Metro Golden Mayer. Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Christmas is still in most of our minds these days, but after all, food is something we have to think about the year round. So even though the Christmas festivities are still going on in many of your homes, let me say a word about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. You really should know about Parquet margarine, especially in times like these, because Parquet margarine is so economical and so downright good tasting, too. Yes, Parquet is the margarine with a very special flavor. It's so delicate and appetizing, so wholesome and good. Just try Parquet spread on bread or rolls, and you'll quickly see what I mean. You see, Parquet is the margarine that's made by Kraft, and you know that Kraft is famous for fine quality foods. And remember, Parquet is wholesome and nutritious, an excellent energy food that contains vitamin A. So order Parquet tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Well, Christmas is over, New Year's is 4 days off, and in that lull that comes between the two, we find the great Gildersleeve. As he lingers at the breakfast table, trying to get up enough steam to drag himself down to the office, from Leroy comes the old refrain.
What can I do, Unc? What can I do?
Leroy, how can you say that?
It's only 3 days after Christmas. I know, but I don't know what to do.
That's ridiculous. You've got all those presents.
You've got your erector set?
Yes, go make something.
What?
I don't know what. Do I have to tell you what to make?
Well, if you just let me use my chemistry set, I can really...
No. For the last time, no.
Well, there you are.
I've told you, you're not to use that unless I'm around to supervise it.
Well, what's the use of having a chemistry set if
It's too old for you, Leroy. I'm sorry now that I bought it. I wish I'd gotten you 2A instead of a 4B.
Yeah, but I'll be careful.
It's too late. You've already burned a hole in my desk and smelled up the whole house.
And made a nasty brown stain on the rug.
Brown? What's that? I hadn't heard about that.
Well, nothing. I just did what it said in the book.
That's what I mean. You've no judgment. Out of the whole book, the first thing you had to make was a stink bomb. Now you can just find something else to play with.
Give me a chemistry set and won't let me make anything.
You've got other things, Leroy. What about that wood-burning set?
Yeah, go burn some wood.
Oh, I don't want to.
Young man, you do what I tell you to. Go burn an Indian head or something and stop pestering me. Haven't you got any homework or anything you can do?
Yes, how about that theme?
You keep out of this, Marge.
Yep. What theme?
Leroy's supposed to write a theme for his English class the day he gets back to school.
All right for you.
How I spent my Christmas vacation. Griping.
Yeah, that's not it at all.
Well, whatever the theme is, Leroy, you better get at it. This is an ideal time for it. What's the topic?
Oh, it's corny.
Yeah, corny? What is it?
My New Year's resolutions.
What's corny about that? I think it's a very good idea.
Are you kidding? Who makes resolutions anymore? Jack Benny.
Well, you could do with a few, young man.
Well, why don't you write the theme for me, then?
I could write a book. Resolved. 1, I will not come to the table without first washing my hands.
I washed them.
2, I will not consider my hands washed until I clean my nails.
All right, who had the nail brush last? Pickle Puss.
I did not.
3, I will not be rude to my sister.
4, my sister will not be rude to me.
5? No, 4? I will not leave any roller skates on the front stoop again. And if I do, my dear Uncle Mort will lick the daylights out of me. 5, I will always keep my shoes tied. 6, I will always tuck in my shirt tails. 7, I will give up the idea of the expression, are you kidding?
Are you kidding?
And 8, just for that, you can go and get to work on that theme right now.
Oh, I was only kidding, Unc.
Well, I'm not. Get busy.
Okay. Can't even make a joke around here.
I don't know what's the matter with kids these days. They have all these things, fancy erector sets, electric trains, electric wood-burning outfits. They can't think of anything to do but hang around and pester their elders. When I was a boy, we didn't have any of those things.
And what did you used to do, Uncle Mort?
Hang around and pester my elders. But I had a better excuse.
Here's the paper, Unc. Thought you might like to read the morning paper.
Oh, thank you, Leroy. Exceedingly thoughtful of you.
Oh, not at all.
You're not forgetting about the theme.
Oh, no.
Yes, don't. Well, listen to this in the paper. Summerfield to have war plans.
What else does it say?
Summerfield Rat Trap Company converts to arms production. By George, now we're getting someplace. Let the rats wait. We'll exterminate the Japs first. After 23 years of building better mousetraps, Washington has finally beaten the path to the door of the Summerfield Trap Company. It was revealed today upon arrival of Leonard P. Brody of the WPB, ordnance expert and right-hand man to Donald Nelson. Well, Brody will consult with civic leaders today about plans for the immediate expansion and conversion of the plant. You see his picture standing here with the mayor.
Trust his honor to get his picture taken with anybody from Washington.
Yeah. I suppose Brody will be wanting to see me, too, as water commissioner. Those plants use plenty of water. Maybe I'd better be getting down to the office.
Here's the mail, Mr. Gildersleeve. Still getting Christmas cards, it looks like.
No time for the mail now, Bertie. You got to get down to the office and see a man from Washington.
Oh.
If there's any mail for me, just leave it on my desk.
Yes, sir. There's a letter here from Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah?
Why, it must be from Mrs. Ransom. Well, just leave it on his desk, Bertie.
Yeah, here, give it to me.
Yes, sir. What do you know? She's got the stamp all upside down.
Oh, let's see it. I love coffee. I love tea.
Leroy?
I love the girls. The girls love me.
Give me that.
Smart cat.
Leroy?
Better give it to him, Leroy. Oh, you want it? Here you are, Unc.
Well, it is from Savannah. I don't know what she'd be writing to me about, I'm sure.
Why don't you open it and read it, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, out loud.
Will you two kindly mind your own business? I'll read my own letters in my own way and in my own good time. Well, what's this on the back of it? S-W-A-K. What does that mean?
As if you didn't know.
I don't.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Unc.
Well, if you know what it means, tell me. S-W-A-K.
Some women are crazy.
Leroy, you find something to do and find it quickly before I lose my temper.
Okay, Unc, only kidding.
Yes, I know. Now, Marjorie, can you tell me what S-W-A-K means?
Well, if you must know, Uncle Mort, S-W-A-K on a letter means sealed with a kiss.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Is there a lipstick mark on the flap?
No.
Let me see.
No.
All right.
You'll pardon me if I read this.
Oh, yes. Fine. What does she say, Uncle Mort?
She says the weather's fine.
Oh, good.
Well.
Weather getting worse?
Yeah, would you mind not interrupting?
Can I clear away the dishes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Yes, Bertie, I'm finished.
Can I play with the chemistry set if I get Piggy to help me, Unc? Can I?
Oh, where can I go to
Can I use the chemistry set if Piggy is with me?
Leroy, I don't care what you do. Blow yourself to pieces if you like, but don't bother me about it. I'm going upstairs. There. On any piece around here, you have to lock yourself in. Now. Sealed with a kiss. Smells good, too. My own dear Throckmorton, just a line to say thank you for your gorgeous Christmas present, which just arrived by air mail. Santa was very good to little Leela this year, but of all the presents I received, yours was the one I loved the most. How do you like that, Hooker, you old goat? How did you ever guess that passion flower is my favorite perfume? Oh, I just guessed. I have been having a perfectly marvelous time here in Savannah with teas in my honor and eggnog parties and whatnot. Life has been just a round of dances, and I've met some of the most attractive men. But I do miss you terribly. The other night I had the sweetest dream about you. Yes, who's there?
It's me, Mr. Gildersleeve, Bertie.
What is it, Bertie?
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Gildersleeve, but the laundry man's here. This is clean sheet day. Can I get the sheets off your bed?
Oh, all right, Bertie. No privacy anyplace.
Won't be but a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I'll be right out of here.
Take your time. I'll go in here.
Just a minute before you do. Let me get the bath mat out of there.
Yeah. Well, let it go. I'll go somewhere else.
Oh, you won't be in my way, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, but you'll be in mine. I'll go downstairs. This house has as much privacy as a bus. In a room in the whole place where there isn't somebody reading over your shoulder. Well, I'll try the den. I suppose there's a convention in here. This is more like it. Let's see now. But I do miss you terribly. The other night I had the sweetest dream about you.
Uncle Mort, do you like me in navy blue?
Huh? Yes, it's all right with me.
But you don't really like me.
Well, if you say so. Where was I now?
I don't really think it does anything for me.
The other night I had the sweetest dream about...
I say I don't think it does anything for me.
Maybe you're right.
You know, I've just about decided I never did like this suit from the day I bought it.
What'd you buy it for, then?
Uncle Mort, you're not looking at me.
Young lady, I'm in my private den trying to read a letter.
Well, you don't have to be so cross. I don't know what's come over you. You haven't been yourself lately. Not since Mrs. Ransom left.
Well, Mrs. Ransom has nothing whatever to do with it. I'll thank you to keep her out of it. She'd merely like to be left alone with her for a few moments. I mean with her letter.
Well, close your door. Nobody will bother you.
Well, it's too late now.
Where are you going?
I'm going down in the cellar, where I hope to enjoy the privacy of the coal bin, if nobody has any objection. Who left the light on down here?
It's me, Unc. I'm using it.
Oh, Leroy, what are you doing down here?
This is my chemical laboratory.
I'll give up. I'll go down to the office. I beg your pardon.
Why don't you watch where you're going?
I'm sorry. I was reading a letter. I didn't see it.
Why don't you read your letters at home?
Yeah, why don't I? I could tell you why, brother. Oh, well. She called me her own dear Throckmorton, and she sealed it with a kiss.
Gildy! Hey, Gildy!
Oh, hello, Judge.
Give you a lift downtown?
Just as far as the barber shop, if you will, Judge.
No trouble at all, Gildy. Climb in.
Well, this is really a pleasure, Judge.
Pleasure's all mine. I stopped by your house just now, but Marjorie said you just left.
Well, it was such a fine day, I just thought I'd walk down to the office today.
Well, if you really want to walk, I can let you out.
No. I've had enough. You can overdo a thing like this. Well, how have you been, Judge?
Just fine, Gildy, just fine. How have you been?
Oh, fine.
That's fine. Fine day, isn't it?
Yes, fine.
You're looking well.
Never better. You look pretty chipper yourself.
I can't complain. And you?
There must be a way out of this.
Well, I got to get downtown and see a man who just came in from Washington.
Oh, you mean that fellow from Donald Nelson's office, Brody?
Yep. Sent for me to talk over some of the problems on the plant. It's going to be a great thing for Summerfield, Gildy.
Yes, it is. You'll probably be wanting to see me sometime today.
Yep. Here you are, Gildy.
Well, thanks very much, Judge.
Oh, by the way, Gildy.
Yes, Horace?
Heard from Leela Ransom since she left?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, I just wondering.
Well, don't. You're wasting your time.
Yeah? What makes you think so?
Because I had a letter from her this morning.
Congratulations. So did I.
You did?
Yep. Gildy, maybe you could tell me something.
What?
What does SWAK mean?
Oh!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. We all make good resolutions on New Year's Day, so here's one for you good homemakers listening in. Resolve in 1943 to serve your families more of the highly nutritious foods and at the same time to keep your food budget in line. Now, one of the foods that can be a big help in keeping that resolution is delicious, nourishing Parquet margarine, the economical spread for bread made by Kraft. Yes, grand-tasting Parquet margarine is a thrifty source of mighty important food elements. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve your family. What's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A the year round. So, you see, by using Parquet margarine in your household, you can economize and feed your family better, too. Resolve today to get acquainted with delicious Parquet margarine before the new year sets in. Tomorrow when you shop, ask for a pound or two of Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, whom we find a few minutes later reclining in a chair at the barber shop while Floyd does a little trimming of his mustache.
Yeah. Floyd, never let a woman get a hold on you.
You're telling me.
She'll lure you and trick you and make you wish you'd never been born.
Brother, you're talking to a guy that married one. And I'm here to tell you last week we went over to her family's house for Sunday dinner. Well, sir, from the time we started to the time we got back, all I hear from her is...
Floyd, I'm in no mood for any domestic sagas just now. Do you mind?
Not at all. Not at all. Say, it's too bad you didn't get here a few minutes earlier.
Why?
I bet you'd give a lot to know who I just finished shaving right in this very chair where you are.
Who?
Well, some fella, I don't know his name, Brady, something like that. Government man. Keep it under your hat, but I hear he's right-hand man to Donald Nelson.
Why keep it under your hat? It's all over the newspapers. It's in the Indicator.
Yeah, I haven't read it.
Tell me, what kind of a fellow is he?
Oh, he's a smart apple. You can tell that the minute you shave him. He wasn't born yesterday. He's an ordnance expert, whatever that is.
He knows all about guns and explosives.
Yeah, well, anyway, he told me some things that if I was at liberty to reveal them, you wouldn't believe them. One thing, do you know what he came out here for?
Why, certainly, to get the Rat Trap Company switched over to war production.
Who told you?
The Indicator. Read it. It's all in there.
Well, you can't believe everything you read in the newspapers.
You can't believe everything you hear in barbershops either.
I'll tell you one thing I heard. I have it on good authority from this fellow Brody that the government may spend as much as $250,000 on this plant.
Who told you that?
Well, I heard him tell Sparks, the power commissioner. Yep, $250,000. Just think of it, $250,000. That's more than I make here in a year.
Come on, get this thing off of me, Floyd. I've got to get to the office. If Brody's getting together with the power commissioner, he's probably been going crazy trying to get in touch with me. Good morning, Miss Fitch.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Happy New Year to the mainspring of the waterworks.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Miss Fitch, have there been any important calls for me this morning?
There was one, Mr. Commissioner, yes.
I knew it.
The printer called about your annual report. Should the binding be in blue or buff?
What color is buff?
Well, a buff is between a beige and a puce.
Puce? Well, that's three colors I never heard of. Tell him to make it blue.
Yes, sir.
Did I have any other calls?
Not this morning, Mr. Commissioner. Were you expecting someone else to call?
Well, Miss Fitch, I'll leave it to you. Mr. Brody's in town from the WPB in Washington. You know, Donald Nelson's department.
Yes. Oh, that Mr. Nelson.
Well, I'm glad to see you admire him, too. But this fellow Brody's here to convert the trap factory into a munitions plant. He sent for the mayor. He sent for Hooker. He sent for Sparks, the power commissioner. Does he think he can run the place without water?
Well, of course, the Rat Trap Factory has always been one of our biggest subscribers.
I know, but there isn't much water in the Rat Trap. They may need twice as much water as they've been getting. They may
You're right, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes. What's happened is that Brody's fallen into the hands of a few chiselers like Sparks and Hooker. They're trying to prevent him from seeing me.
Why should they do that?
Stupidity, that's all. I'm going to call up Brody and set him right.
I think you should.
Hand me the phone, please, Miss Fitch. What's the number of the Summerfield house?
3894.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's the trouble with these fellows from Washington. They don't understand local conditions. Come out here and get in with the wrong crowd.
Summerfield House.
Mr. Leonard P. Brody.
Just a moment, please.
Hello? Hello. This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and I'm the water commissioner of this town.
Yes, sir?
I'd just like to warn you that you're playing politics with the wrong bunch, Mr. Brody. And if I...
Wait a minute. I'm not Mr. Brody. I'm his assistant.
Oh.
Mr. Brody's gone out to look at the plant.
Oh. Well, I'll call him back later. Brody's gone out to inspect the plant. At least that's what his assistant says. Maybe I ought to run out there and see him, huh? To go over the problem right on the ground.
That might be very helpful.
Yes.
Water Department, Miss Fitz speaking.
Miss Gildersleeve there?
I'll see. Who is it, please?
Tell him this is Bertie, and he better come quick. Something terrible has happened.
Just a minute. Mr. Commissioner, your cook. She says something has happened.
Oh. Hello? What is it, Bertie? What is it?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you better come down here right away, and don't let no grass grow.
I can't, Bertie. Can't you tell me what's the matter?
No, sir, I can't explain it, but you better hurry home.
I can't do that. I've got an appointment with an important man about a new explosives factory.
Well, you better come, because we got an explosive factory right here.
What?
Leroy's gone and cooked up a batch of TNT or something, and it looks like it's going to go off any minute.
Oh, my goodness. Keep calm, Bertie. Don't let it go off till I get there. Leroy, what is this Bertie tells me?
It wasn't my fault, Unc. I didn't mean to do it, honest.
Didn't mean to do what?
Piggy made me do it. He dared me. He didn't tell me till after I did it.
Now, wait a minute. Get a hold of yourself, young man. What is it that you did?
I made a bottle of nitroglycerin.
Nonsense. You can't make nitroglycerin with a 4B chemistry set. Can you?
Well, that's what Piggy said. He said it'd blow us all up.
Where's Piggy?
He beat it. He beat it the minute I did it. He was scared.
Oh. Well, where is the stuff?
That's it, right there on the table.
That? Why, that looks like nothing but water.
Don't go
No, don't do that, Bertie.
Don't touch it, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's bad luck to touch nitroglycerine.
Bad luck, nitroglycerine. Come. Let's keep our wits now, folks. What did you make this out of, young man?
I don't know, Unc. There were two things, and I just poured one into the other like he told me. Piggy did. He made me do it.
Well, let's be sensible about this. Leroy, you get the dictionary. Let me see. Who would know about such things? Bertie, you go and phone Mr. Peavy down at the drugstore. Ask him if he'd be kind enough to drop over here.
Shall I tell him to...
Tell him nothing. Just ask him if he'd mind dropping over, that's all.
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
Here's the dictionary, Unc.
Quit shaking, Leroy. Quit shaking. Now, let's see. Probably just a lot of nonsense. Here we are. Nitroglycerin. A colorless, heavy, oily liquid. Well, it's that, all right. Of a highly explosive quality. Obtained by mixing nitric and sulfuric acids.
That's what it was. Nitric and sulfuric. Those were the things.
Wait a minute. It explodes by percussion.
What does that mean?
The least little jar will set it off.
Unc, let's get out of here.
Not a bad idea.
Mr. Peavy's coming right over, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, what we need is a bomb squad. Leroy, you run out and get a cop just as fast as you can go.
A cop? Okay, Unc.
Oh! Thank goodness you come, Peavy.
What can I do for you, Mr. Gildersleeve? Is there sickness in the house?
Not yet. Now, you're a druggist, Peavy. You know all about chemistry.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
We've got a little chemical problem here. I gave my nephew a chemistry set for Christmas, and I'm afraid the boy's gotten a little over his death. In fact, he appears to have made a quantity of nitroglycerin.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, boys will be boys.
Yeah. There's the stuff in that little bottle there. You think there's enough of it to do much damage?
Well, if it's nitroglycerin, yes. I'd say that it would easily blow out all the walls of the house and probably kill all of us at the same time. Break all the windows, too.
Yep. That is, if it's nitroglycerin.
Yes.
Well, I ain't staying around to find out. I'm getting out of this house.
Don't slam the door, Bertie.
Not me. I'm going out on my hands and knees praying.
Oh, go away. Go away, Aesop. Give the cat a boot if he bothers your Peavy.
That's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. I like cats. I find that cats generally like me, too. So does Mrs. Peavy.
No time to be standing around admiring cats, Peavy. What are we going to do about that darn bottle? How are we going to get rid of it?
It does present a problem.
Yeah. Aesop, get down off of there. Aesop, get away from that bottle.
He seems to like that nitroglycerin.
Aesop! Nice, Aesop. He's rubbing up against it. If he knocks that thing over, good night. Kitty.
A saucer of milk might be effective.
Yes. Bertie, bring us a saucer of milk, quickly.
I can't hear you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Besides, we ain't got no milk.
Well, a plate of sardines might be good.
Oh, look what he's doing now. He's licking the bottle where it ran down the outside.
Here, kitty.
Here, Aesop. Nice, Aesop. Look at that. He's crazy about that stuff. Come on, boy. Come on. That's it. Come. There, you see, Peavy, he likes me. Come on, Aesop, old fellow. Yes. That's a nice Aesop. There.
No, I don't know that I'd pat that cat if I were you.
Why not?
He's loaded.
Go away, Aesop. Go away. Go away, scat. Get him off of me, somebody.
Here's the chief of police, Unc.
Oh, Chief Gates, am I glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you send this boy out with a cock and bull story about TNT or something?
Nitroglycerin. There it is, right on the table there.
How do you know it's nitroglycerin?
Yeah, how do you know it isn't?
Well, that's the point. Let's have a look at it.
Don't touch it.
Don't shout. It's liable to go off.
I thought you said it wasn't nitroglycerin.
Well, you've got me nervous now.
All right. Now, how do we decide whether it is or whether it isn't?
I don't rightly know. This kind of a job calls for a bomb squad. We've got no bomb squad. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
There's a fellow in town from Washington who's supposed to be an ordnance expert.
Oh, you mean Brody?
That's the fellow. Come on, we'll take this stuff down to his hotel and show it to him.
I've been trying to see Brody all day.
He'll see me. Come on.
All right. I'll carry the cat. You carry the bottle, Chief. You got rubber heels.
Mr. Brody?
Yes, what is it, officer? Oh, who are all these people?
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Mr. Brody. I'm the water commissioner of Summerfield, and I've been trying to get in touch with you all day. I just wanted to assure you of my cooperation.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, my assistant told me you phoned.
We've got a problem for you, Mr. Brody. Mr. Gildersleeve's nephew here thinks he made some nitroglycerin.
Is that so?
Yeah, but I didn't mean to do it.
Well, let's have a look at it before you start worrying about it.
Here it is in the bottle.
Well, there isn't enough here to do any real harm, even if it were nitroglycerin. Yeah, we'll have a look at it. Nitroglycerin.
You mean it isn't, huh?
Well, if it were nitroglycerin, I wouldn't dare do this with it. Here, catch.
Hey! Oh! Oh, well, it was a two-pants suit anyway. Dear diary, quite a day. And tomorrow will be another. I've got to go to Wistful Vista to see about some business interests I've got there. A little tax matter. Oh, well, a trip will do me good. Help to take my mind off Leela and give me a chance to use that new military brush set I got for Christmas. I'll arrive in Wistful Vista on Tuesday, and I'll be there over New Year's. That means I'll be spending New Year's Eve with my little chums, Fibber, McGee, and Molly. I can't think of a better way to spend it. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days in Wistful Vista? Good night, diary. Good night, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. Your favorite motion picture theater will soon be showing The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. We hope you'll see it. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the makers of Kraft Cheese and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of The Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, be good. To yourselves, I mean. Don't worry about what to have to dinner after a busy afternoon. Just open a package of that wonderful food product called Kraft Dinner, and in a very few minutes, you'll have delicious macaroni and cheese all ready to serve. Yes, in just 7 minutes cooking time, you can make that favorite American dish, macaroni and cheese, if you make it with Kraft Dinner. Because the macaroni in a package of Kraft Dinner is a very special kind, it cooks up fluffy and tender in just 7 minutes. And also in the package of Kraft Dinner is some Kraft Grated. You sprinkle this Kraft Grated on the macaroni, stirring its mild cheese flavor through and through. That's all. Your Kraft Dinner is ready. Now, ladies, because of the great demand for economical, nutritious Kraft Dinner, your dealer may be out of it if you wait until Saturday to order. Help him keep stocked by ordering early in the week. You ask for Kraft Dinner. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, a real big shot, Duffy. Monty Woolley. And that ain't hay. Or is it? Well, you remember Woolley, Duffy, the wise old actor with the sage old brush. Well, look, Duffy, somebody's got to play Santa Claus at the Christmas party, so, as long as Monty's going to be here, the old adagio, a beard in the hand. Yeah, sure, I'll ask him. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, and Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Beat Reeves and his orchestra, and our special guest tonight, Monty Woolley, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Eddie, where's the soap?
The soap? Miss Archie, you got a new girl?
No, Eddie, I want to write a poem on the mirror.
A poem on the mirror?
Certainly, the annual Christmas poem. And, Eddie, if I do say so, it's probably the finest opus I have ever opened. Got the real Christmas flavor.
Say, any chance of fella not hearing it?
Certainly, Eddie. Listen to this thing. Merry Christmas to you all. Be of bright cheer and joyous. Leave us fuel a log on the fire. And leave not naught annoy us. Come lift your beakers and quaff us a stroll. Kiss Kringles abroad in the snow. I quaff, lads, and laugh, lads. Ha-ha. Hee-hee. Ho-ho. You like it, Eddie?
It'll go beautifully with that cracked mirror. Okay, here's the soap.
And, Eddie, while I'm doing this, how about you Christmasing up the joint a little bit there? Here, hang up these wreaths.
Where'll I hang them?
Well, leave one dangle over each table.
That's a good idea. Then after each customer's finished eating, we can just lay the wreath right on his chest.
Eddie, don't be so fascistic.
Say, Archie.
Oh, yeah, Miss Duffy.
Where do you think is the best place for me to hang these mistletoes?
Well, how many you got there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Miss Duffy, you gonna hang 7 mistletoes around this joint?
Well, what do you want me to do? Stand in one place all the time?
Well, you mean to tell me that you got all these traps set for Brackenbridge Hartzenfelder?
Oh, him.
Oh, him? What's the trouble?
Oh, I just found out what he's getting me for Christmas. A $2 bottle of perfume. cheap.
Well, now, wait a minute, Duffy. You know, $2 a bottle for perfume might not be cheap. It all depends. Is it a quarter or a fifth?
Archie, everybody knows that perfume don't come in quarts or fifths. This is a pint. Gee, I thought maybe he would get me a fur coat or maybe an alligator bag.
An alligator bag? What would you do with it? You ain't got an alligator.
Oh, what's the use of standing here talking to you? Once a man, always a man.
And you can say that again. Eddie, did you ever beat the likes of these dames? They're all so mercenary, you know?
That is your fault. You know, that Sonia Jones of mine is still expecting that mink coat. Plus
what?
Plus a diamond bracelet and a ruby engagement ring, which I also promised her. You see, the other night I sort of took her off, and when we talked about the mink coat, she kind of put her arms around me, and then I mentioned the diamond bracelet, and she gave me a great big kiss. Then I saw the ruby ring.
Eddie, are you crazy? Comes Christmas and she'll kill you.
Who cares? Live dangerously is my motto.
You know, with me, I ain't got no problems. I'm giving every dame I know the same present. A nice, practical gift. And yes, it's attractive. What is it? Picture me. You see, I had 6 lovely portraits made.
Yeah, how much did it set you back?
Let's see, there were 3 for $1.25. And there were 6 of them. It came to 6 times 3 1/4. Roughly around $50. And that takes care of my list.
Say, well, what you going to give for Miss Duffy?
What am I going to get for Duffy? Eddie, for Duffy, I will get exactly what he always gets me. And that is something which you can find in a vacuum which has been cleaned out by a vacuum cleaner. Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
God, check who's here with me tonight.
Who?
Big brother Wilfred.
Wilfred?
Yeah.
Is that the tall, fat, ugly one?
No, that's me mother. You know, Wilfred is me kid brother. You know, the black sheep of the family.
The black sheep of the family?
Yeah, the one with the brains.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. Very smart kid.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Art, what's an IQ?
An IQ? Why?
My kid brother's got one.
Well, you see, Finnegan, that proves that he is a very bright boy.
Yeah?
Yes, IQ is a scientific abbreviation for a very smart person. Liberally translated, it means intelligent quadruped.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this brother of mine is very smart. He's really got his worries. You see, the rest of our family is just normal, average people. Like me. And poor Wilfred has to be a genius.
Yeah, well, that's tough. When did you find it out?
Well, we first realized that he was abnormal when we seen him reading the paper without moving his lips.
Well, you can't tell. Maybe the kid has been throat whipped.
No, he's a good boy. Wait, I'll go bring him over.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. What? There's a package from you arriving for me, and I shouldn't open it until Christmas. A present for me? Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, Duffy, I'm flabbergasted, you know? Well, gee, thanks. And by the way, did you receive my present yet? Well, it's probably in the mail. I'll call you back. Holy cat, Eddie. Duffy bought me a present. I gotta get something from him. I gotta get something. What could I... Let me see. Europa. I got it. What? I'll send him one of my portraits. Have you got a pen, Eddie?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll autograph it, you know, with something nice. Let's see. To my dearest employer, good old Duffy, in fond appreciation for all I have done for you. Signed, Archie.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
Do you think that a picture is enough of a...
Listen, Bailey, he's the boss. Naturally, I can't send him as good a present as he's sending me. After all, with the kind of dough Duffy's got, you know, and inexpensive presents, there's no skin off his flint.
Say, Archie, wouldn't it be wonderful if around this time of year he sent you a lovely warm scarf?
A scarf? Well, Bailey, I'm funny that way. You know, I'd rather warm myself over a gold cigarette lighter.
Well, as long as it's something that keeps you warm. Don't forget, Archie, the cold sneezing is here.
Would you mind to repeat that, please?
I said the cold sneezing is here.
The cold sneezing is here. Bailey, that joke stinks. Christmas present. I wonder what it could be.
Hi, Art.
Yeah, Finnegan.
Here's my brother Wilfred. You remember him, right?
Oh, well, certainly. Hello, Wilfred, my boy.
Hello.
My, you certainly have been growing.
Doesn't that strike you as an entirely normal procedure?
Well, that's how it goes. Well, how's things in school, Wilfred? Are your teachers learning you lots of stuff?
Archie, they're not learning me. They're teaching me.
Oh. Well, that's what they're there for. Well, you're looking fine, Wilfred. Very manly. Are you eating good?
Yes, I get sufficient nourishment, thank you.
Well, you know, you got to eat good if you want to grow up to be a big, strong man like your Uncle Archie. You know how I got this physique of mine?
Malnutrition?
Yes, sir, and plenty of it. Yeah, Wilford, I always eat lots of bread, potatoes, pancakes.
Well, I'm on a diet that precludes carbohydrates.
Yeah. What say?
Starches. I'm not permitted to have starches.
Well, that's right, Wilford. Starches ain't good for you. You know, they make your stomach stiff. See, anyways, Wilford, I said start the music. Wilford, you're in for a big treat. Bob Graham, my singer, who is also a college man, has brought over a few of his sorority brothers here. They're going to treat us with a Christmas carol. Go on, fellas, sing and make it Christmassy, huh?
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in
It sounded like a December whipping pup. Eddie, pass the hat for the boys.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Arthur, ain't that Mr. Monty Woolley coming in?
Oh, yeah. Monty Woolley. Look at the guy, Eddie. Well, good evening, Mr. Woolley. Well, Monty, good to see you again. I trust that you and I can pick up our acquaintance from whence we left off.
I'm sure we can. My revulsion is undiminished.
Well, thanks, Monty, old boy.
Old boy. This is the first time I have ever heard of contempt breeding familiarity.
I wish I knew if he was smiling. Monty, why is it that you take this antagonistic attitude towards me?
Well, frankly, I think of you as a possible menace to my future.
Me? Oh, Judge. Why?
Well, someday when I am too old to play juvenile,
yeah,
I may want to go back to my old profession, instructor of English. By the time you're through with it, I may find myself teaching a dead language.
Well, you know, it's a lucky thing for you that was a veiled insult.
I did too. Hey, mister, that's a funny place to wear a grass skirt.
Oh, the darn thing always hikes up.
Finnegan, please, no remarks, Kay, about the beaver, Kay.
So, I apologize, mister. So, I promise I won't tell you about your beard again. After all, I'm yeoman.
Sir, you presume.
Look, I'm sorry, Monty, but I hope you'll understand. You know, You know, the guy takes a look at that. Finnegan, put down that match.
Let me do it. I never gave a guy a hot beard.
Look, beat it, will you, Finnegan? I'm having enough trouble with this guy. Monty, tell me something. What are you doing Christmas Eve?
Well, we have an old custom in our family. I always take Grandma to the fight.
Well, that's very sweet, but the fights get out pretty early. Now, here's what I had in mind. How would you like a part here on Christmas Eve? Playing the part of...
Playing the part of what?
Monty, why don't we have a bite to eat? Eddie, how about some refreshments for Mr. Woolley?
Just a moment. I eat here. I'd sooner die.
No, there is no sooner way.
Just a second, Eddie.
Mr. Woolley, don't let Eddie frighten you. The food isn't that bad.
Well, have you, sir, ever eaten in this cadaver's commissary?
Well, Duffy's is no Ritz.
Do tell.
Monty, you see, every Christmas Eve we have a big party here at Duffy's. You know, the joint is full of kids. They come down to get their fathers, you know. And we have a Christmas tree and wreaths around, and every kid gets a candied pig's foot. And I usually write a Christmas pageant.
You can write?
Like a whiz. Now, the only thing we yet ain't got set yet.
Well, now, what is it? What is it that you yet ain't got set yet?
Santa Claus.
Now, just a second, you Brooklyn Knoll coward.
Now, please, Monty, don't get excited. And, by the way, Brooklyn and Knoll don't go with each other anymore. Look, playing the part of Santa Claus, it'd be so much fun, and look what a challenge it'd be for you as a pedestrian.
A challenge?
Well, sure. It'd be the toughest role of your career. You playing a sweet guy. And, when you give out them toys to them little kids, think of the thrill you'll get out of it.
Yes. I can already feel the patter of tiny feet on my face.
Look, Monty. Wait, you was a kid once yourself, wasn't you?
There's no record of it.
Wait, gee, if you could just talk to one of them kids and see what it's like. Wait a minute. Hey, Finnegan, is your kid brother Wilfred still here?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Wilfred, come here. I want you to meet Santa Claus.
Now, listen, you...
Look, Monty, what can you lose? Just kid the kid along a little.
Did you call me, Archie?
Yeah, Wilfred, I got a great treat for you. Guess who this is? Wilfred, this is Santa Claus.
Well. Not the Santa Claus.
That's right, young man. Ho, ho, ho. Well, son, I'll be coming down your chimney Christmas Eve.
Well, thank you very much. But we have an oil burner. Say, Mr. Claus, I understand you live up at the North Pole.
I do? Oh, yes, I do.
You know, of course, that the average temperature of the North Pole is estimated at 70 to 90 degrees below zero Fahrenheit.
Well, it does get a bit nippy. But then one can always grab a snort of...
Sandy! Snort of Sandy, of course, only drinks soft drinks, Wilfred.
That's right, Wilfred. Very soft. Cotton gin.
Yes, Wilfred, now see that you're a good boy, because on Christmas Eve, Santa Claus calls on every good little boy and girl.
How does he know where they live?
Well, he has all their numbers in a little red book.
Yeah, it's some mighty fine numbers, that little red book.
Oh, this is so ridiculous. Preposterous.
Huh? Wilfred, You don't mean that you believe in Santa Claus?
Oh, Archie, please. It's an amusing legend and rather pleasant, this Santa Claus. But this man plays him so badly.
Why you... Now, take it easy, Monty. Monty, leave go of the kid's throat. Wilfred, put down them tweezers. So what, Monty? You know, the kid's a bit of a critic.
Please leave me get out of here.
Look, Monty, I'm sorry it turned out like this, but...
Okay, don't be silly. I'll be happy to be here Christmas Eve.
You will?
Yes, playing Santa Claus with Wilfred, with a bag slung over my shoulder. And do you know what I hope to have in that bag?
What?
Wilfred.
And now, you lousy little genius.
Now, Archie, please. You don't actually expect an educated man of 8 to believe Santa Claus.
Don't I? Look, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys. Okay, but there is something that a kid like you should get wise to. Something that kind of makes people do wonderful things for each other at Christmas time, and I like to call it Santa Claus. It's something inside of all of us, kid, that if we're right guys, we'll turn each one of us into a Santa Claus, see? With every guy loving his fellow guy and working with him to bring goodwill into the world, peace, and a gift. Don't tell me that there ain't no that kind of a Santa Claus.
That's sounding, Mr. Archie. And, hey, this package just comes for you.
Oh, yeah? Let me look. Hey, it's my present from Duffy. Now, Wilfred, here is what I'm talking about. This package says don't open till Christmas, but I want to teach you a lesson. Okay? So I'll open it. Now, here's a guy named Duffy. You know, he's mean, stingy, cheap, and yet, at Christmas time, he changes and gives me this picture of himself. Autographed to my dear employee, Archie. Where was I, Wilfred? Oh, yeah, you see? Maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys, but I believe that... Duffy Tavern. Oh, hello, Duffy. By the way, Duffy, thanks for that picture. It's just the kind of a thing I wouldn't have bought for myself. So, Merry Christmas to you and Mrs. Duffy and all of our friends. So long, Duffy.
Forces Radio Service.
is, folks. During the day, he's busy acting in the forthcoming movie, A Bell for Adano. But tonight, he's just a big kid eagerly waiting for Christmas.
The first Christmas Eve I remember, my grandma told me to go out on the porch and drag in the Yule log. The Yule log turned out to be Grandpa.
The American Meat Institute presents William Bendix in The Life of Riley. The meat people of America, providing a great food for a great nation. But there are many other things besides meat that the meat industry supplies to a fighting nation. Fats for explosives, leather for shoes and many other military uses, warm fleeces for flyers' jackets, wool for sturdy uniforms, life-saving extracts and drugs for military hospitals. Yes, an industry that learned years ago to use everything but the squeal provides hundreds of essential materials for vital wartime needs. And now, on behalf of all those engaged in supplying meat to the nation, the American Meat Institute presents The Life of Riley. Well, it's the week before Christmas, and all through the land, people are busy sending and receiving gaily wrapped packages. War worker Riley had just entered the living room of his California bungalow with 2 such packages in his arms.
Well, what's that you got there, Riley? Christmas presents?
Yeah, Dumpling, for me. Something I can really use.
Oh, who gave them to you, Dad?
A very good friend of mine. Me. See? I like that, a new hat. How do I look?
Well, don't you think those pork pie hats are a little too youthful for you?
No. The man in the store said I got the perfect face for a pork pie hat.
Oh, what's in the other package, Pop?
Cigars.
Oh, but Dad, your friend Waldo Benny always gives you cigars for Christmas.
Yeah, I know, but the trouble with Waldo's cigars, I can't figure out how to smoke them and not be in the same room at the time.
You're right, Pop.
Yeah.
The only way to get what you want for Christmas is to buy it yourself.
Well, what's eating on you, Junior?
Look what Aunt Henny sent me from Brooklyn. Earmuffs in California.
Oh, well, cheer up. Maybe Uncle Baxter in Boston will send you some snow, huh? Junior, Aunt Henny's package is marked Do Not Open Until Christmas.
I know.
You knew, and you opened it?
Oh, what's wrong?
Junior, it's against the spirit of Christmas.
Why, yes. You should have waited until Christmas morning when we all open our presents.
Oh, gee.
Besides, it ain't just the idea of opening a package. It's what's behind it. It shows you ain't got willpower.
Oh, maybe not, but I just had to know what was in it.
Peg, this boy don't take after me. No willpower.
No, but he has got your good look.
Now, that's sweet, Dumpling. I can't argue because it's true. Listen, Junior, you gotta develop willpower. Remember, life is just a bowl of cherries, which means there are lots of pits you can fall into. Only willpower can save you from the pitfalls.
Oh, the door. I'll answer.
Anybody who ain't got willpower ain't fit to fight the battle of life. Now, take me, for instance. I got willpower. This morning at the plant, when Big Jim Anderson stepped on my foot on purpose with his 300 pounds, I had enough willpower not to punch him in the nose.
Dad, it was a package for you. Here.
For me? Hey, it's sure wrapped up pretty, isn't it?
Oh, who's it from, Riley?
It don't say, but according to the postmark, it comes from Walla Walla. Walla Walla? Let's see, who do I know in the South Pacific?
Bob, Walla Walla's a city in the state of Washington.
Oh, Walla Walla! Oh.
Well, we don't know anybody in Walla Walla.
Well, maybe some friend of Dad's moved to Walla Walla.
Walla Walla. Who do I know? Who could it be?
Riley, just because it comes from Walla Walla, you don't have to say everything twice.
I wonder what's in this box. Too short for slippers. Too flat for military brushes. Too light for a bowling ball. Don't rattle. Don't smell. Don't leak. Gee, I wish I knew what was in it.
Well, guessing won't get you anywhere.
Yeah, I'd better open it and find out.
Just a minute, Pop. Look what it says there on the bottom of this sticker.
Where? Oh. Do not open until Christmas. Oh. Thanks for bringing it to my attention, Junior. I'll just leave it the way it is until Christmas.
You'd better. After the lecture you just gave Junior on willpower.
Don't worry about me. If I say I won't open it until Christmas, I won't open it.
Oh, last Christmas you opened the present you got from Muley Durkin ahead of time.
Well, that was a business thing, so I'd know how much to spend on his present.
Oh, go on. You always die of curiosity. Every package you ever get.
Not me. I ain't the least bit curious about what's in that package. It's kind of thin, ain't it?
Well, just so you won't be tempted to open it, I'll put it away.
Good.
On the shelf in this closet.
Good.
And I'll lock the closet.
Good. No. Don't lock the closet.
Well, see, I told you.
Joe Jr., it ain't what you think. It ain't on account of the present.
Well, then why don't you want the closet locked?
Well, in case of fire, the mice won't be able to escape.
All right, then I won't lock it.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, this package don't exist. Junior, remind me Christmas morning to open it. Huh? I'll show all of you.
Yes, well, we'll see. Come on along now. It's time for supper.
Yeah, come on, kids. Supper.
Oh, we'll be in a minute. Listen, Babs, I bet you $1 to a nickel that Pop opens that package before Christmas.
Oh, Smarty, you always want a sure thing. You know Daddy can't hold out till Christmas.
Hey, Babs.
What?
Where is that mouse trap we had?
What's that?
Well, that's only me, Dumpling.
Riley, why aren't you asleep?
Well, I'm just going to get a glass of water. Go to sleep.
Well, don't make any more noise.
No. Oh, my head!
Riley, what on earth's the matter?
No.
What's up, Pop?
Turn on the light. Something's biting me. They won't let go. Get this.
Riley, look, a mouse trap.
A mouse trap? Junior, do you know anything about this?
Oh, I was just trying to catch a mouse, Pop. I never thought you would go to the closet in the middle of the night.
Well, that could happen to anybody. I was going for a glass of water, and I just happened to mistake the closet in the living room for the icebox in the kitchen.
You, Mr. Riley.
Oh, Waldo Binney. How are you, Waldo?
Oh, my aching back. I've been out walking my wife's Great Dane, and he simply refuses to take me home. I'm exhausted.
Well, here, I'll pull the dog home for you, Waldo. Give me his leash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Riley. Sometime I'll do a favor for you, like ironing some shirts or something.
Well, that's okay.
Shush now, Hamlet, shush. For tonight, I'll make you sleep in your bed instead of mine.
Waldo, I want to ask your opinion. I got a friend, naming no name, see, but this friend got a package marked, do not open until Christmas. Now, my question is...
Mr. Riley, the answer is no.
No?
Under no circumstances should such a package be opened before Christmas. Remember, curiosity killed a cat.
Well, my friend ain't a cat. His son, Junior, thinks he's a rat. He leaves traps around for him.
Mr. Riley, not only isn't it Christmassy, but anybody who can't resist temptation is just a wishy-washy weakling without character.
That's what I say. Waldo. Waldo, I just got a brainwave. The package says do not open before Christmas, but it don't say do not look inside before Christmas.
Well?
Well, now, suppose somebody else opened this package.
I won't do it.
But suppose somebody did open it, and then my friend couldn't help finding out what was inside.
That's true. Technically, he would be innocent.
I would, huh?
Say, you know, something like that happened in our house last year. This dog here opened a package marked do not open until Christmas.
He did, huh?
Yeah, and he just tore the wrapping paper to shreds. Well, I couldn't help finding out what was in it.
You don't say. By the way, Waldo, how's about lending me this dog for a little while, huh?
Why?
Well, I ain't got a dog, and you know what you ain't got, you always miss.
Yeah, that's true. Take me. I haven't got a son like you have. I'll lend you the dog.
Oh, that's swell, Waldo. And sometime I'll lend you Junior. Come on, Hamlet. Come on, boy. Shh, Hamlet, quiet. Come on, in here in the living room. Come on. Get it, boy. Now, you sit down right over here. Now, just let my hand out of your mouth. That's it. Now, I'm going to get something pretty for you to play with. Oh, that's Junior out.
Who's there?
Don't say a word, Hamlet. Now, listen, Pop. Look what I got for you. See the package?
Yeah.
Pretty little package. Yeah. I'll put it down right here in front of you. I'll bet you're dying to know what's inside. You ain't the only one. Huh? Yes, there's only one way to find out, Hamlet? Go ahead, go on. If you feel like sicking anything, like a package, for instance, sick it. Go ahead, Hamlet. Go ahead, sick it. I'll see you later. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas with every Christmas. Oh, there you are, Dumpling.
Oh, hello, dear. You back so soon?
Yeah, I was over the Waldo.
Riley, listen to that.
I don't hear nothing.
I hear a dog.
Oh, it must be next door at Waldo's house.
It's right in this house in the living room.
No, Peg, wait, don't bother looking. I tell you, it's next door now.
Don't be silly. It's in the living room.
Well, I wonder how he got in. Peg, my package. He'll get in the closet and tear open the package before Christmas. That would be horrible.
Well, I never.
Did he do it, Peg? I'm afraid to look.
Well, you'd better. Open your eyes.
But, Peg, I don't want to see what's in my package and took my box of cigars. He chewed up all my cigars. And look, my new hat. He's eating my hat. Stop it, you dog.
Oh, Riley.
This is no laughing matter.
Well, cheer up. You're lucky. He didn't even touch your Christmas package.
Well, Riley's plan has gone to the dog, along with his new hat and cigars. In a moment, we'll return to Riley's mysterious Christmas package, but right now, this is Ken Niles speaking for your meat industry. You know, there used to be an old song that went something like this. If I can't get the girl I want, I'll take the one I can get. Well, that's pretty sporting psychology these days at your meat store. You're not always getting the exact cuts of meat you want, just when you want them. But listen, the meat industry is handling the greatest tonnage in history, with a critical shortage of help. For instance, the number of hogs processed this year has set a new record. The fact remains that the needs of war often leave less choice of meat for the needs at home. Here's how Mrs. Niles is meeting the situation. She's introduced me to cuts of meat that are not only usually available, but are unusually good. Meat ideas I've never met before. Beef heart, stuffed with dressing, and that's some stuff. Beef biscuit with vegetables. Hot tongue served with a snappy horseradish sauce. Beef stew, or any of the stews, including our old friends' lamb or mutton stew. Anyway, you know it by now, but I'll say it again. All meat, regardless of kind or cut, contains the same highest quality protein. So we say meat is a yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, the package Riley got, labeled "Do Not Open Till Christmas," still remains intact. So far, he has not broken his vow to the family. But with a full week left to go before Christmas, our hero's patience is near the breaking point. Right now, he's studying a big book, reading off names.
Yarbo, Yerbert, Yuccolini, Yuzzy.
Riley, what are you mumbling about in here? What's that big book?
Zeb, Zacco. Oh, this dumpling, this is the city directory of Walla Walla.
Oh, are you still trying to find out who sent you that package?
No, I'm just reading this for pleasure. Zibolovsky, Zizimo. It's nice to know your fellow Americans, you know.
Well, I wish all I had to do was read about who lives in Walla Walla.
Zutbut, Zaugu, Zuz. No, I don't recognize the faces of any of these names. I give up. I ain't going to think about that darn package. Now, who's there?
It's Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Well, it ain't my favorite undertaker. How are you, Digby?
Greetings, Riley. You're looking well. Very natural.
Well, thanks. I feel good, too. Well, what brings you here, Digger?
Just passing by. I had some free time on my hands. Things are very quiet down at my place.
Yeah, I guess everybody's too busy Christmas shopping, huh?
Ah, yes, Christmas. Joyous Noel. I adore Christmas. It's so gay.
Yeah, I like Christmas, too. Especially the presents. Now, I got a package.
Oh, that reminds me, Riley. I found out what my wife is giving me for Christmas. A beautiful sport jacket.
Sport jacket, huh? What color?
Black. A light black.
I'll bet you'll look good in it. Speaking of presents,
my little boy is getting me my favorite book, The Good Earth. I love to bury myself in a book.
Well, The Good Earth is great for that. Now, Digger, I got a package here, see?
Ah, yes. Do not open before Christmas.
Yeah, and I'm aching to know what's in it, but I swore I wouldn't open it.
I'm afraid I can't help you, Riley. I can't imagine what's inside, and I haven't got X-ray eyes.
Well, guess I'll have just to wait. Digger, I know how I can find out what's in there without opening it. I'll have this package X-rayed.
Yes, sir. What is it you wish?
Well, nurse, I'd like to see this Professor Geeko.
Oh, the professor's out just now. Can I help you?
Well, I seen an ad in the paper where it says for $2.50 you can get an X-ray, fluoroscopic treatment, electrolysis treatment, scalp massage, and free parking.
Yes, that's the professor's ad.
Well, all I want is the X-ray.
Certainly. Your name?
Chester A. Riley.
Very well, Mr. Riley. Now you go behind that screen and take your clothes off.
Well, sure. No. Wait a minute. I ain't taking no clothes off.
Well, what part of your anatomy do you wish X-rayed?
My package. There it is.
Oh, I see. Well, we generally do people, but I guess it's okay. Come back in a half hour. We'll have the X-ray for you.
Thank you. Pardon me. The nurse said...
The nurse is out. I am Professor Geeko. Can I help you?
Well, I had an X-ray taken. The name is Chester Riley.
Chester Riley?
Yeah.
Well, I'll see if I can find the plate in this file. Now, let's see. J. Johnson,
K, King, L. Oh, here's my lunch. P, Q, R. Oh, here we have it. Riley, just Riley.
What is the show, Professor? Quick, tell me. What is the show?
I don't get excited. Just give me a moment to examine the X-ray. I'll be seeing you, those old familiar faces. Gee, God!
Oh, what's the matter?
Frankly, I don't see how you can breathe. According to this X-ray, you have no lungs.
No lungs? Oh, you don't understand, Professor.
I certainly don't. This is a remarkable case. Better lie down. You may be dead.
Professor, you mean the X-ray don't show nothing?
Nothing. I advise immediate surgery.
Listen, Professor, I don't need nothing taken out of me.
You're right. You need something put in. Now, when can we operate?
Well, not right now, Professor. As far as my anatomy goes, I got a motto which says, do not open until Christmas. Well, Junior, you finished with your homework?
Yeah, Pop.
Come here, Junior. I want to have a little talk with you.
About what?
Well, I've been thinking about how I bawled you out for opening your present from Aunt Henny before Christmas. And, well, I decided that I was wrong.
Oh, no, Pop. You were right.
No, Junior. I was wrong.
No, you were right, Pop.
Don't contradict me, Junior. I'm always right. I was wrong. After all, what's so terrible about opening a package before Christmas?
Why, Pop, doing a thing like that shows a person is weak-willed. Well, a fella's got to resist temptation. Remember, Pop, life is just a bowl of cherries, but that doesn't mean there aren't pitfalls.
Junior, who taught you nonsense like that?
You did.
Well, there are times when you shouldn't listen to me. Now listen to me. Sometimes being weak-willed is a good thing.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, look, today I saw an expensive Christmas gift in a store which I wanted to get for a certain boy whom I've known personally for 13 years. The gift was too expensive, but I was too weak to resist, and so I bought it for him.
You did, Pop? What was it?
I'll give you a hint. It starts with an R.
R?
Yep.
Roller skates?
No. I said expensive. I might as well tell you. A bicycle.
A bicycle? Oh, boy, you... But, Pop, bicycle doesn't start with an R.
Oh, this was a red bicycle. Well, wasn't that nice of me to buy it?
Oh, sure was.
Mm-hmm. Any boy would appreciate a favor like that.
He sure would.
Well, I'm glad to see that we understand each other. Now, listen. Nobody will know. I'll go out of the room. Then you go to the closet, get the package.
No, Pop, I won't do it.
You won't. Why, you tricked me. Okay. From now on, we're through. We ain't on speaking terms. We're finished. I'll support you. I'll put you through school. I'll pay for your wedding. But from then on, you're on your own.
Hello. What's going on here?
Oh, hello, Babs, honey. Gee, I'm glad to see you. Here, sit down here next to your daddy.
Well, Dad, what's gotten into you?
You know, Babs, I never appreciated you as much as I should. When you were born, I wanted a boy, and so I was a little annoyed with you. But today, I changed my mind. I'm glad you're a girl, Babs.
Oh, something tells me you had a fight with Junior.
Oh, Papa's trying to convince me it'd be okay if he opened his Christmas present now.
Huh. There's no harm in that, is there, Babs, honey?
Why, Dad, I'm surprised at you. After all, life is just a bowl of cherries with pitfalls.
That's enough! My own children turning against me. Okay, that settles it. I'm through with both of you.
How's the roast, Riley?
Good. Peg, please tell your son to pass the salt.
What? Well, Riley, what?
Tell your daughter to do the same with the pepper.
What's going on here? Did you children have a fight with your father?
No, Mom, he just asked me.
Junior.
Well, he wanted.
I did not. I did not ask you to open my present for me.
Oh, so that's it.
Well,
Riley, look. For heaven's sake, will you do me a favor and open that present?
no, I got willpower.
Please.
Oh, well, you're begging me?
Yes, Dad. We all are. Please open it.
Oh, you're pleading with me, huh?
Oh, yes, Riley, for goodness.
Well, say that you're pleading with me.
All right. We're pleading. Please open it.
Well, okay. Just to keep peace in the family, I'll do it. But I'm doing it against my will. Oh, that's Junior! Oh!
Riley, for heaven's sake, take off that mousetrap.
No, I'll take it off later. First, I got to look in the parcel.
Well, what's in it, Riley?
Well, tell us, Dad. What is it?
Nothing. It's full of nothing.
No, Pop, look. There's something at the bottom. A card.
Well, let me see. There's writing on it. It says, "Dear friend, if you succumb to temptation and open this package before Christmas, you have absolutely no willpower. Send $2 immediately to Professor Ludwig Stefanati, Box 27, Walla Walla, for his famous book entitled How to Develop Your Willpower. Start.
Daddy, it must be a new kind of advertising.
And you fell for it.
Who fell for it? I knew it all the time. The honest I did.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. We've talked about the importance of meat for breakfast to start the worker out right. But how about all you war workers on the night shift when you come home in the cold gray dawn? It seems to me you're in need of a good solid meal to finish off your workday right, even if your breakfast is really your dinner. You've been using up bodily fuel, tissues too, and those good breakfast meats are the thing to replenish both. There's food energy in that savory pork sausage, bacon or ham. There's the right kind of proteins in their meaty lean. So when you open the door at home after that night shift and sniff the fragrance of spicy sausage, tender ham, or tasty bacon browning in the pan, you'll know someone is looking after your health as well as your appetite by making breakfast meats part of your homecoming meal. For meat is a yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. All these nutritional statements made about meat are accepted by the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association.
Yeah. Imagine this professor thinking I need his book. Oh, boy, this is a good one on him.
Pop, on the level, don't you think you should send for the book?
Junior, I'll give you a simple answer. Go to bed.
Junior's right, Riley. But the way you worried yourself sick about opening that package shows you have absolutely no willpower.
Oh, it does it? Well, okay, I'm going to show you how wrong you are. I'm going to fill out this coupon, see? And I'm going to send it to this professor. And when the book gets here, I'm going to read every word of it. But no matter how many bills he sends me, I ain't never going to send him the $2. I'll show him that I've got willpower.
Don't miss The Life of Riley on Christmas Eve when Riley has another hilarious adventure and learns a lot more about the true meaning of Christmas. The program is directed by Don Bernard with music by Lou Crosby. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood.
This is the Blue Network. 7:30 at KECA, Los Angeles. Transcribed.
Where the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, someone waits for me.
Yes, it's Bing Crosby and the Kraft Music Hall with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Eugenie Baird, the Charioteers, Charles Henderson and chorus, and in Chicago, the Kraft Choral Group. This is the 9th consecutive Christmas Bing has sung Adeste Fidelis here in the Old Kraft Music Hall. As usual, he'll sing it first in Latin, then with everybody joining him in English.
Surely this year, more people than ever before will want to raise their voices in a chorus of Come All Ye Faithful.
Bing, I think it'd be nice if folks at home would join in, too, and folks all over the world.
We're certainly counting on them, Ken. The home folks, wherever they may be, to help us sing this eternal hymn.
Adeste fidelis, leti triumphantes, venite, venite in Bethlehem. Natum videte, regem Andolorum, venite adoremus, venite adoremus, venite adoremus,
Now everybody here in the hall, John Scott, Eugenia Baird, the Charioteers, Charles Henderson in the chorus, as well as all you men wherever you are and everybody at home all together in your family's favorite key, once through in English.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem.
Thank you very much. I think you folks listening at home, you ought to know where we got our wonderful support in the soprano and the contralto departments this evening. We're proud to welcome to the hall more than 100 young ladies from Uncle Sam's Navy. They're on their way to a preview at Paramount Studio where they will witness a flicker dedicated to their own branch of the service, a little item called Here Come the Waves. I know they'll be captivated by the caperings in this picture of my very good friends Betty Hutton and Sonny Tufts, even if they must suffer through the faintly antique antics of one of the older crooners. Just to kind of limber them up gently for this harrowing experience, we've asked them to visit us first. And here they are. They're looking mighty sharp in their navy blue and white. I'm glad it is we are to see them. With those happy harmonists, the Charioteers, assisting, we'd like to salute our waves here tonight with that merriest of traditional melodies, Jingle Bells. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. What fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. What fun to ride and sing in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells and bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing the sleighing song tonight.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing and scratching all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. Oh, what fun to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Oh, we have a lot of fun.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
That band is really going, isn't it, Benny?
Put them back in the wagon. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Oh, we have a lot of fun.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Yes, got to associate that melody with everything Christmassy. Got to, just as this next character is associated with everything around the pantry. Lay it in there, Jack.
I don't need to tell you, ladies, that there are just 2 more days of grocery shopping before the Christmas feasting really begins. I do want to remind you something for that grocery list tomorrow morning. It's Kraft cheese spreads for snacks on Saturday night or Christmas Eve, or for appetizers just before the Christmas dinner. Particularly, I want to remind you that the 4 creamy varieties of Kraft cheese spreads take just 2 ration points apiece. There's Kraft pimento and olive pimento spreads, the zestful roca spread, and Kraft relish spread with the bits of pickle all through it. Just set them out in their own glasses, put out some crackers, and snacks are ready. Sometime this weekend, you'll be glad, mighty glad, you remember to get some Kraft cheese spreads.
Our lovely lady with the dulcet delivery, Eugenie Baird, brings us a stardusty ditty now. I Dream of You. Very pretty thing, too.
I dream of you more than you dream I do. How can I prove to you this love is real? You're mean to me more than you mean to be. Seem to see the way I feel when I am close to you. The world is far away. The words that fill my heart, my lips can't see. Say, I want you so, more than you'll ever know, more than you dream I do. I dream of you.
loved it. One of the season's top tunes, and deservedly so. I think it's number 4 on Mr. MF's LST. I'm Making Believe. I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. I'm here in the gloom of my lonely room. We're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the light and kiss the pillow, making believe it's you. Of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the light and kiss the pillow, making believe it's you. Charioteers come to us tonight laden with a message, thus combining happily entertainment and practical purpose. Knock it, men, right in yonder.
Say, Jack, do you know who's beat to his side?
Who's that, man?
Nobody but me.
What's the matter, Bub?
Been loading up a tanker all day long. Convoy's supposed to shove off tonight.
You know one thing, Bub, you really talk too much. In fact, your mouth is too big. Now, my advice to you is...
Shh, don't talk too much. Shh, don't know too much, Jack. Don't be too hip, cause the slip of the lip might sink a ship. Shh, don't see too much. Shh, don't jive too much, boy. Don't be too hip, cause the slip of the lip might sink a ship. Now the walls have ears and the night has eyes. So let's be wise and trick those nasty, nasty spies. Shh, don't talk too much. Shh, don't know too much, boy. Don't be too hip, cause the slip of the lip might sink a ship. Slip of the lip might sink a ship.
Look out, dipper lip, don't let nothing slip.
Now the walls have ears and the night has eyes. So let's be wise and trick those nasty, nasty spies. Don't talk too much. Shh, don't know too much, boy. Don't be too hip, cause the slip of the lip might sink a ship. Don't talk too much. Don't know too much. Be like King Tut.
Now, he won't talk, cause that guy's dead.
So keep your big mouth shut.
Fine men, very lovely indeed, very clever. One of the most welcome canciones to come up from south of the border is Cuando Vuelva a Tu Lado. Yes, sir, which has been Englished into What a Difference a Day Made. What a difference a day made. 24 little hours brought the sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear. since you said you were mine. What a difference a day makes. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day makes, and the difference is you. Heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day makes, and the difference is you. Today we have the pleasure of again welcoming to the Kraft Music Hall a group of visitors who join us each Christmas season, the Kraft Choral Club. A warm feeling of fellowship is the year-round Christmas spirit characteristic of this group of 70 of our co-workers in the Kraft Chicago offices and factory. Theirs is the finest sort of appreciation of music, for they come together in their rehearsals because of a spontaneous desire to sing. They enjoy knowing, too, that they are part of an organization dedicated to comradeship of this kind. This Christmastide, the Kraft Choral Club, under the direction of Lou Jacobson, brings us Henry Fry's distinguished arrangement of Beautiful Savior, a Christmas anthem based on a traditional folk melody. The Kraft Choral Club. The Kraft Choral Club gives us now the beautiful and thoughtful poem by Florence Tarr, set to music by Peter DeRose, God is ever beside me. Best wishes to the Kraft Call Group. And my eager associate is standing here practically a quiver at my elbow. He wants to inject a few happy holiday suggestions into your menus. Right in there?
Thank you. Tomorrow night or Saturday or Christmas Eve when you're trimming the tree, somebody's almost sure to drop in at your house. Somebody who'd like to serve a cup of coffee or some refreshment along with a snack. Well, then be sure to order some of the 7 delicious Kraft cheese spreads tomorrow morning. A few glasses of Kraft cheese spreads, set out with some crackers or potato chips, and your snacks are ready in a twinkling. What with all the holiday buying, I suppose that point budget of yours is strained. So I want to mention in passing that 4 grand varieties of Kraft cheese spreads take just 2 points apiece. They're the perfect appetizer spreads: pimento, olive pimento, roca, and relish. All creamy in texture, all delicious. Now, that grocery list for tomorrow's shopping is long, I know. So it'd be a smart idea to make a note on it right now. Just jot down Kraft cheese spreads. The folks will be mighty glad you remembered.
Silent night, holy night, all
round young virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly Christ the Savior is born. Christ the
On our fighting front, there are no silent nights, but there are plenty of holy nights. I'm sure that all of us are offering up prayers for the gallant gang of American kids to whom anything that has to do with peace still seems very far away. My own thoughts are a lot humbler than they were last year. I've talked and lived and chowed with these boys whose courage and faith is something that beggars description. Seeing those GIs kneel in a muddy pasture in France brought back to my mind the lines of an old familiar prayer that I'd heard somewhere along the line back home. God grant unto us an early peace and victory founded on justice, and instill into the hearts and the minds of men everywhere a firm purpose to live forever in peace and goodwill toward all.
Join in the Kraft Music Hall next Thursday at this same time with Bing Crosby, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Eugenie Baird, the Charioteers, Charles Henderson and the Kraft Choir, and our guests, the Les Paul Trio.
It's here, the season for bright, tempting dishes, for foods that smack of good cheer. So be sure to have some delicious golden Pabst-ett cheese food on hand. Pabst-ett adds a festive touch to holiday meals and lunches, blends smoothly into a luscious, appetizing cheese sauce, makes delicious sandwiches and snacks, slices and toast to perfection. Look for Pabst-ett in the familiar round, flat package. Add delicious golden Pabst-ett cheese food to your holiday shopping list tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, as Christmas draws near, the old fellows are forced to pay less attention to their outside activities and confine their efforts to handling their youth. As we look in on the little community today, doing a little Christmas business over the phone with Ed Beckley at the drugstore. Listen.
Yeah, well, we're having quite a Christmas rush out here, too, Ed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've run plumb out of silver tinsels. Well, say, what I called up about, Ed, is this. I seen some leather desk sets down in your store window, and I was just thinking, in case Abner might happen to come in there looking for a Christmas present for me, I wish you'd sort of suggest one of them sets. Yeah. Well, I sort of favor that biggest one with the red trimming on the leather there. Yeah, that's right. That $7.49 one. Say, you couldn't have my initials put on that, could you, Ed? Costs extra, huh? Well, you might suggest it to Abner anyway. And if you do put my initials on there, I wish you'd use them fancy curly letters. Yeah. Well, I surely appreciate it if you hint around to him about this. Yeah, it will make a nice present. Leastways, it'll be a heap better than a necktie rack. Yeah, that's what he give me for the last 4 years hand running. Yeah, I've got my necktie hanging on one of them. Never have figured out what to do with the other 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he means well and all that, but you know... Oh, there he comes back from the deliver's, Ed. I better hang up, and whatever you do now, don't tell him I called you about this. No. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle... Yeah, well, much obliged to you. See you later. So long. Who was that? Oh, just a grocery order, I think. Oh. Say, Abner, have you done all your Christmas shopping yet? Oh, Lord, me, no. Don't look like I'm going to get time to do it, neither. Told them delivered. I see you got put up there whilst I was out that last batch. Yeah, they've been coming in pretty thick and fast, all right. Took about 5 or 6 trips today. And every one of them is a heavy one, too, with all them candy and nuts and oranges and fruit and stuff in there. Oh, by the way, did you take that basket of groceries out to the widow Jessup's place? Yeah, I taken it over. I had an awful hard time getting her to keep it, though. You know how proud she is. Yeah, well, what'd you finally do with it? Well, I finally just told her we had a contest of some kind here at the store, and she won a basket of groceries. Well, you reckon she believed that? Well, to be honest, I doubt it, Lum, but leastways it give her a reason to take it without hurting her pride, you know. Yeah, well, you had a good idea there. Yeah, of course, she never won the contest. No, well, who did win? Oh, what's the matter with me? No, we never had none. I just made that up. Sure. Be sure and remind me to set aside a few toys to take over to her young'uns on Christmas Eve. Yeah, sure. Well, I reckon I better start toting out some more of these orders here. Which ones you want to go first, Lum? Oh, I believe these on the end here, Abner. Right here? Say, you ain't got all your Christmas shopping done yet, huh? No, not quite. See, now, who are these for? Pomeroy's? Don't get such scratching. I wish you'd print this stuff on here. Barton? Blevins? You know, there ain't many shopping days left till Christmas, Abner. No, I reckon not. Oh, Redfield, I couldn't make it. I made one deliver over to the Redfields today. Yes, sir, just 2 more shopping days till Christmas after today. And that ain't many. Oh, me, what's in this order for the Sea-Strongs? A batch of bricks they going to give their young'uns this year? You know, if a fellow waits too long with his shopping, the things he wants to buy are all gone, generally. If I was you, Abner, I wouldn't wait too long. No, I won't. Who all ain't you bought presents for, Abner? Oh, I don't know, Lum. Papa, for one. I never can figure out nothing to buy for him. He'll never give you any ideas what he wants. Just says, oh, anything'll do. Yeah. And if you get him something, why, looks at it and says, oh, couldn't get a pipe, huh? Well, why don't you get him a pipe then? I tried that once. He unwrapped the pipe and said, oh, couldn't get a muffler, huh? Muffler? Got an automobile. No matter what you get for him, all of a sudden, oh, couldn't get... Well, who else ain't you bought presents for yet? For this Christmas? Let's see now. Oh, I can't think now, Lum. I can't concentrate. I'm thinking about these orders. I wish you wouldn't get me anything. Not nothing? Well, not hardly nothing. Oh. Don't go spending a lot of money on me this year. Time and all that. Well, I wouldn't feel right about it at all, Lum. Well, of course, if it'll make you feel better, you might pick me up some little trinket of some kind. Yeah, I'll think about it. Just some little thing, like something made out of leather, maybe. Yeah. I got to get out that shopping pretty soon, too. Yeah, but I ought to.
Both these baskets here go to the Quincy's?
Yeah. You know, I was just thinking, Abner, good place to do your shopping's right down there at Ed Beckley's drugstore. He's got an awful nice line of merchandise in there this year.
He has, huh?
Oh, yeah. He's got things down there like, well, different stuff. Might save you a lot of trouble if you just run down there and look things over, sort of.
Yeah. Well, I might do that. Well, I better get going here.
Well, wait a minute, Abner. I'll make a couple of them delivers for you. That'll give you a chance to go out and do a little of your shopping right now. Like, say, down at the drugstore.
That later on.
No, you don't want to wait too long. Ed's like...
If he's sold out of one thing, I'll buy something around here. I know that.
Well, wait a minute, Abner.
Well, what is it you want, Lum?
Why, say, I just noticed my desk over there.
Your desk?
Yeah, look how sort of ragged it looks.
Yeah, well, I ain't got time to straighten that up for you now, Lum.
Well, I never meant for you to straighten it up, Abner. I was just thinking that if a feller had a... Cedric.
Yeah, he always sits on your desk when he comes in here. I don't believe that'll make your desk, though, Lum. I'll clean it up for after Christmas. I know I won't have time till after then.
Well, I don't want to put you to no bother, Abner. I was just thinking a fellow that's president of the school board, besides being the owner of a store, he ought to have a better-looking desk.
Yeah, he ought to, I reckon. I don't know where you could get to buy a new desk, though, now.
Well, you wouldn't have to buy a whole new desk. All you'd have to do is, well, the most important part of a desk is the top of it, or what sits on it.
You mean you want Cedric to buy you a new desk?
No.
I don't believe he can afford to buy one of them, Lum.
Well, I don't want him or nobody else to buy me one.
Well, what do you want with Cedric, then?
I never said I wanted Cedric.
Yeah, well, if I see him first while I'm out delivering, I'll tell him to come over here. See, now, you said that I ought to take the Pomeroys and the Bartons and the Blevins.
Well, no, come to think about it, better get the Redfields and the Seastrumpses first.
Oh.
And then, as long as you have to go right down there by the drugstore to get to their places, you might sort of glance in the drugstore window if you go by.
Well, I will if I have time. Never will get my work done today, though, with all this stuff back up.
You know, it was a funny thing. I happened to go by the drugstore myself this morning. I seen some pretty good things in the winter there. They had a leather desk set in there, red trimming.
A desk set?
Yeah. But I wouldn't think of having nobody buy me that for a Christmas present. Way yonder too much.
You think it is?
Oh, yeah. $7.49 what it comes to. Of course, Ed wouldn't let a feller charge you for it all at one time. But hardly.
Well, I don't know. It
don't think.
Sounds like it might make a pretty good present.
Yeah, but I really don't want much for Christmas, Abner. Special the way things are this year. Just some little knock-knack, a calendar or something.
A calendar?
Yeah, I don't care what I get this year.
You mean one of them calendars with a picture of that Indian girl, hand up to her face, looking out over the cliff looking for a horse, and she's sitting on it all the time?
Well, it don't necessarily have to be a calendar.
Well, what would you like then, Lum, now that we brung up the subject?
Oh, I wouldn't know what to suggest, hardly.
Huh?
I'd rather just leave that up to you, Abner. I'm sure you can find some little thing down there at the drugstore.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. I ain't much interested in receiving presents, tell you the truth. The way John would rather give them.
Well...
Nothing's too good for my friends and business partner.
Yeah, I'm your partner.
I've always felt that way. So, you see, I wouldn't know what to say. Wouldn't want to suggest nothing like a desk set, for instance.
Well, wouldn't that be pretty good?
At $7.49? Oh, no, that's out of the question. I'd be perfect satisfied with a handkerchief with my initials on it. Always like to get some little thing with my initials on it. But I'll just leave that up to you.
Yeah, well, all right.
You know how I am about them things.
Yeah, sure. Say, Lum, would you mind stepping back in the feed room there whilst I make sort of a private telephone call here?
Oh, no, not at all. Be proud to. Fact is, I'll run across the street to Dick Huddleston's place, so you'll have plenty of time.
Yeah, well, don't be gone too long now. This won't take but a minute.
Well, take plenty of time. Red's my favorite color.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I just noticed some red trimming on something here. I'll see you later.
Yeah, all right. Oh, hello? Is this you, Ed? Well, this is Abner. Say, Ed, you know that leather desk set that I had picked out for Lum? Well, I reckon I'll have to change that, 'cause Lum don't seem to want one. Yeah, it is cuter, but that's what he said. Oh, I don't know hardly. Have you got any of them there necktie racks left? Oh, good. Hey, I'll take a red one, Ed. He says that's his favorite color.
the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in a most unusual Christmas play, A Stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. First, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks invites you to enjoy a modern miracle play. A different kind of Christmas story with a special meaning for all of us. A Stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It's Christmas Eve, and behind the window of an exclusive Fifth Avenue club, two elderly men look out on the world with jaundiced eyes. In the sumptuous lounge of the club, there are only these two tonight, trying to conceal their loneliness at this festive time with bickering and cynicism.
Oh, these chimes. I suppose we'll have to listen to those chimes all evening, Gordon.
Yes, Christmas. The commercialism and hypocrisy of the whole thing turns my stomach, Townsend.
Oh, that's something we agree on.
It's all so obvious. Think of all those millions of people out there wrapping presents. Why? Only because they feel obligated, or they're trying to bribe somebody.
Take you all these years to learn that?
And these Christmas cards. Nothing but assembly line sentiment. People buy a card, put it in an envelope, stick a stamp on it, and send it off saying, there, thank the Lord, he's taken care of. Christmas cards are a system whereby people remember to forget you. Greetings of the season.
Yes. And when they get through sweeping out the tinsel and adding up their bills, they'll be back at each other's throats again.
Look at these holly wreaths in the window. That Christmas tree with all its baubles. By George, I'm going to complain to the board of directors about this. Just needless expense. But I suppose I won't get anywhere. There's a prize collection of nitwits, our board of directors.
No. Wait a minute, Gordon. Wait a minute. I resent that. I happen to be a member of that board.
I apologize. I should have said they're all nitwits but one.
Oh, thank you.
And that one's a fool.
Huh? Now, look here, Gordon.
All right. You know, Townsend, I'll make you a wager.
What's that?
I'll bet not 1 in 50 people down there in the street knows the story of Christmas, of Bethlehem, the shepherd.
Oh, they know the story, all right. The strange thing about it is that they believe it.
You're right. The miracle of Bethlehem is a myth.
Are you sure of that, sir?
Huh? What's that?
Who are you?
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I see. A substitute, eh? I suppose because some of the staff are home trimming their Christmas trees, celebrating. We don't matter, of course. We just pay our dues.
I'm here to serve you, gentlemen.
And probably getting time and a half because it's Christmas Eve. Well, we want 2 hot toddies. That's the only real thing about Christmas, the club's toddies.
Yes, sir.
And hot means hot, not lukewarm.
Wait. Tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean just a moment ago when you said to me, are you sure of that?
Well, sir, you said the story of Christmas, of Bethlehem, and the shepherds was a myth.
Yes, I said that. What about it?
I'm sorry, sir. I must disagree with you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sir, you see, the story of Christmas is true. I know that for a fact. It happened again only a year ago.
Oh, stop talking in circles, man. Explain yourself. Just what are you driving at?
The eternal story of Christmas, sir. It happened to real people. I heard about it from someone I know.
Heard about it? From whom?
Well, let's say he was a friend. He drove a truck carrying freight from here to Pittsburgh. 2 or 3 of them traveled together, as you might say, in caravans.
An ingenious beginning. Caravans of trucks, is it? Like camels in biblical days, eh?
You might say so.
All right. Go on with your story.
It was last Christmas Eve, just a year ago tonight, gentlemen. This friend of mine, his name is Michael, was driving through Jersey on the way to Pittsburgh, and this night he was alone on the road. The other drivers were home with their families. As he passed through towns along the way, he saw the houses and churches lighted up, and his heart was heavy with loneliness. Suddenly, snow began to fall so thickly that he could hardly see anything ahead of him. Mike drove along slowly, feeling his way. And all at once, a figure of a man loomed up in the flood of his headlights, stood there, motionless in the middle of the road. Mike had to slam on his brakes so that he wouldn't run over him.
Hey, now, for the love of Mike, man, what do you mean, stand in the road like that? You could have got yourself rolled flatter than a pancake. Are you crazy?
I'm sorry, mister, but I had to stop you.
Yeah? A soldier, huh? Well, what's the idea? What do you want?
Are you heading west?
Sure, that's my general direction. Why?
Well, could you give us a lift? Just a little way even into some town, maybe?
Us?
Yeah, me and my wife.
You're right. What are you talking about, soldier?
I left it back at a big sign over there while I tried to stop you.
Back of the sign? Hey, what in...
Look, it kind of protects it from the wind. We've got to get into some town quick, mister.
Yes, you said that before. But what are you two doing out in a night like this?
Well, you see, we're in a little tourist camp down the road, and there was no chance of getting a doctor there, so we thought we could pick up a ride. Look, mister, my wife's going to have a baby.
Well, for the love of... Why didn't you say so in the first place? What do you use your brains for, anyway, fella?
Well, I...
Yes, well, don't you know they've got to be kept warm? Now go and get her.
Oh, thanks. I'll only be a minute. Mary!
Run up against in the road. A fine thing. Me, a delivery boy for the store. I must have seen that sign 100 times. Golden Rule Department Store. Our slogan is, do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. Well, they couldn't have picked a better sign. Look, Bud. Hurry up.
Oh, we're ready, mister.
Okay. Get in. Gosh, lady, you look half frozen.
I am kind of cold.
Well, when I shut the door, the engine will warm you up. Now, don't be afraid of crowding me. The seat's plenty wide for the three. All set?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll find some place in the road and stop for some hot coffee. That'll thaw you out, ma'am.
I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't stopped for Joe.
It's going to be all right now, Mary, honey. He understands.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Joe. Me being a bachelor. But like my mother used to put it, bless her soul, babies manage somehow to make their way into the world.
Yeah. How far is it to the next town? Can we go a little faster?
No, Bud, you can't make time in the snow.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'm all right, honest I am.
Where are you bound for, son?
St. Louis.
St. Louis? Boy, you've got a long way to go.
Yeah. But, you see, that's where Mary was born.
I see.
Her folks still live there. She wanted to be there when we had our baby.
Oh.
There isn't much time left on my furlough, but I thought maybe we could make it. At least I'd know I was leaving in good hands.
Oh, everything will be fine, Joe. You'll see. Just keep your arm around me. Hold me closer.
Say, there's a blanket in back there. Put it around her, Joe.
Oh, thanks.
Boy, this is a funny Christmas Eve for me to be spending, Mike Riley, with a family on his hands. But don't think you're going to get away without paying me for the trip, folks.
Oh, paying you?
Sure. If the little one happens to be a boy, ma'am, you can pay me by making one of his names Michael.
Oh, I think that could be arranged.
We're all of one mind, then, are we? Fine. And back home, I've got the christening present all ready for the child. The self-same crib in which I was nursed and my father before me. Come all the way from Ireland, it did.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Joe was going to make a crib all by himself.
Oh?
You see, he was a carpenter before he went in the army. The best carpenter you ever saw.
No, honey, I wasn't that good.
Never try to argue with a woman, Joe. What about that crib I'm going to give you? Now that's something for a baby to stretch himself in, with plenty of rooms to kick his legs in the air. Hand-carved it is. All of it. And right at the head are 2 angels. The little fella can't open his eyes without seeing them. And this fine crib with all the trimmings is yours, ma'am.
Oh, we'd feel very proud to have you as a godfather, Mike.
Thank you.
You don't mind if I call you Mike?
Mike it is, ma'am. The only time I get Michael is when I see it on my pay envelope.
Yeah, I'm always Joe. Last man that called me Joseph was the minister who married us. Remember, honey?
Yes, he was so nice.
He said, Joseph, do you take this woman? And Mary, do you take this man? Gee, my knees were so wobbly I could hardly stand.
Yeah, I remember how funny you look.
What's your son?
Oh, nothing. I just feel a little sick.
Mike, we got to get her to a doctor.
Oh.
What can we do?
We're going as fast as we can. If we go any faster, we'll end up in the ditch. We're going to do our best, soldier. And that's about all we can do.
Well, what's the rest of your story? Why did you stop?
I just thought you might want your hot toddies, sir.
Well, never mind the toddies. You go on.
Yes, go on, Joseph. Joseph, the carpenter, and his wife, Mary. I must admit the first part of your story has a very ingenious parallel. But where do we go from here?
Well, the storm got worse and worse. And the truck staggered on through the blizzard. It was a night that never seemed to end. Joe and Mary held on to each other desperately, like two frightened children. Mike was groping for words to help them. It wasn't easy. Come out of it, you two, now, will you? Come out of it now. No matter what happens, you have each other. Think of me riding up and down this road day in, day out. You don't know what it means not to have someone you can put your arms around and love.
Oh, I know, Mike, but Mary's hardly more than a kid. We've had so little time together. Why, we haven't even got
You don't know what you've got, son. You don't know what you've got compared to lots of other people.
He's right, Joe. So right. Please, listen to him.
Now, you take a fellow like me, Mary. I go along the road passing by houses with all the lights shining out at me and the kids laughing and dogs barking and people safe inside their houses. And it gives me an emptiness in my stomach. Because, you see, me and my truck, we could disappear into the darkness of the night and no one would care one way or the other. You know what I mean? We come into this world lonesome, and it's a wonderful thing when you can find someone to share it with you and fill all that emptiness.
Well, what are you slowing down for, Mike? You stopping?
Yeah, and not because we want to.
What is it, Mike?
I'm afraid the radiator's frozen up.
Gosh, it stopped.
You're telling me.
Mike, we got to think of something. Mary's feeling awful bad.
And now keep your shirt on, son.
We can't stay here in the middle of the road.
No, we can't. Here, Joe, take this flashlight. Open the door.
All right.
What does that sign say on the other side of the road there? There. Can you see?
Yeah.
There?
1 mile to Bethlehem.
1 mile to Bethlehem. Why, I know where we are. You're going to be okay, Mary, okay.
1 mile. Might as well be 1,000 miles right now.
Not as bad as that, Joe. There's an old guy lives down the road a little way. Which is much of a place. It used to be a livery stable. And when horses went out of style, the old bird stuck a couple of gas pumps out in front.
Yeah, but do you think he'll help us out?
Sure, he'll help us. I buy gas from him, I do all the while. He's one of those Pennsylvania Dutchmen. Folks call him Papa Bauer. Come on, Mary. Put your arms around my neck and I'll carry you.
I'm sorry to be so much trouble, Mike.
Trouble? Think nothing of it, kid. Take the flashlight, Joe.
Yeah, all right.
Ah, you're just a little wee bit of a girl, Mary. I can hardly feel you in my arms.
Yeah. Feel all right, honey?
Of course. I know we're safe now, dear.
The snow's getting deeper. Better stay here in the middle of the road, Mike.
We'll be there in a minute.
Let me hold your hand, Joe.
Sure, honey, sure.
I'm scared. I'm scared, Joe.
Hold on to her hand tight, Joe. That's what she wants more than anything else.
I'm all right. I've got to be all right.
Gotta hurry, Mike. Where is this place? I can't see anything but snow.
We'll get there, Joe. We've just got to keep going, too. Keep going. It's not far now. Well, look, there it is.
Where?
There. I knew it was around here. Take Mary, Joe. Let's see if I can wake up the old man. Come on, Bauer, open up the door.
I suppose he isn't home.
He's got to be home. Bauer, wake up.
Who this? What you want?
Open your house. Open the door. Mike Riley. Come on downstairs. Make it snappy.
Mike Riley?
Yeah, and I got trouble in my hands. I've got to use your telephone. I need some hot water for my truck. It's froze up down the road.
I'll be right down, Mike. Just a chance give me to get in my pants.
Okay. We'll be inside in a minute, Mary. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, Mike. If you could only make Joe believe it.
Don't worry about him. He believes it, don't you, Joe?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
You've got to forgive him, Mary. He can't help acting like a father.
Yeah, that's right, honey. That's all. Mary. Mike has fainted. Mary!
Well, they waited a few minutes. Joe and Mike and Mary. Minutes that seemed like hours. Papa Bauer finally came down and let them in. And there they were, Mary and Joseph and Mike Riley, in a stable near Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
That's pretty good. Mary and Joseph and Mike Riley. Yeah, but what about the shepherds and the wise men?
Oh, they came. And there was a star, too.
Oh, come now.
Would you like me to finish, John?
By all means. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
No, Leroy, go on.
Well, Mike and Papa Bauer started calling up doctors for Mary. But it was Christmas Eve. It didn't seem any of them were at home. They must have tried about 20 doctors, going right down the list. But all they got were maids who said they'd try and find Dr. So-and-so and tell him about it. They were getting desperate. Mary and Joe were upstairs in Papa Bauer's room, and they all knew Mary's baby would be born. This one's out, too.
My.
What do you have to do to get a doctor around here, anyway?
Well, Mike, it's, Christmas Eve.
Yeah, well, look, you keep on the phone, Bauer. I'm going upstairs. Let me know if you have any luck.
I'll keep my drum.
How is she, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. Did you get a doctor?
The old man's still on the phone.
You mean you can't find a doctor? Oh, Mike, it's not fair. You can't expect her to have a baby in a stable with no one to help her.
Don't worry, Joe. Please, darling.
Don't worry. It's all right to say, but we're only kidding ourselves.
Now, wait a minute, kid. Don't make it any worse for her.
May I have some water?
Sure, Mary, all the water you want.
Here you are, honey.
Thank you, dear.
Now, you just sit down, Joe. No, right here on the bed. Listen, Joe. You said something about a woman having a baby all by herself in a stable. Well, I'm not exactly a religious guy, but I can remember my grandfather telling me a story I never forgot.
Oh, Mike, this is no time for stories.
It's always time for this story, Joe. I can still see the old boy's gentle smile as he told it to me. It went something like this. The birth of young Jesus, he'd say, was a miraculous thing. It happened in those days that Joseph came to Bethlehem with his wife Mary, who was great with child. There was no room at the inn for them, no accommodations. But there in a stable, she brought forth her firstborn child, a son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes. And because she didn't have a crib, she put him in a manger. Now, in that part of the country near Bethlehem, in the Holy Land, there were some shepherds keeping watch over their flocks by night. And what do you suppose happened? An angel of the Lord came down to them. The glory of the Lord shone all around them. They were pretty scared, these shepherds. But the angel said to them, you don't have to be afraid. I'm bringing you tidings of great joy, which shall belong to all people. Right now, in the city of Bethlehem, a child is born. He's the Savior of all men, and you'll find him lying in a manger. And suddenly, with the angel was a heavenly host praising God and saying, Glory be to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
It's beautiful, Mike.
I only wish I could have told it to you like my grandfather did.
Mike, come and sit down.
Well, I guess maybe Bauer caught up with the doctor.
Oh, I hope so.
I'll be right back. What is it, Bauer? Did you find the doctor?
No, but listen.
Listen?
Do you hear?
Wait a minute. That's police sirens.
I wonder what is the trouble yet.
I don't know. Hey, they're coming here.
Is he coming?
Maybe now we can get some help. Don't you see? Maybe they can round up a doc or take Mary to a hospital.
All right, you guys. Come on, stick 'em up.
It's okay, Chief. I got him covered.
What goes on here?
Are you coppers nuts or something?
Yeah, what do you want?
You'll find out.
Keep reaching for the ceiling.
Now, wait a minute, you guys, and keep quiet, will you? There's somebody upstairs who needs a doctor and needs him back.
We know all about it. We brought a doctor along.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Henshaw. I'll keep these two guys covered. You upstairs. You too, Wilson. And be careful. They may be desperate.
Okay, come on, Doc.
Say, Chief, what's the big idea?
You phoned for a doctor, didn't you?
Sure, but we didn't hope for this kind of service.
I am a quiet, law-abiding man. Everybody knows Papa Bow.
Never mind. Stand up against the wall, you two. Now, what's your name?
Mike Riley.
I suppose you don't know anything about the stick-up at the country club tonight.
Stick-up? Oh, listen, Chief, I'm a truck driver on my way to Pittsburgh.
Now I'll tell one.
Well, it's true. But truck's parked just up the road with a frozen radiator.
Hey, Swenson, go see if there's a truck around here.
Yeah, Chief.
What I can't understand is who sent you here.
Yeah, all we did was phone for a doctor.
And that's where you made your mistake.
Huh?
One of the doctors you phoned was Dr. Henshaw, one upstairs. He's a member of the Bethlehem Vigilance Committee.
Which?
You heard me. A group of professional businessmen who make it a point to suppress crime.
And what's the criminal about what's happening here?
Quiet. 3 members of the committee were at the country club when you pulled off that stick-up. Dr. Henshaw, Lawyer Marshy, Mr. Davis, who owns the Golden Rule department store. And Dr. Henshaw's maid phoned and said there was a rush call out here. They put 2 and 2 together and called me at headquarters.
Well, I'm afraid they're going to be surprised.
Oh, yeah? We'll see who's surprised. The job was pulled by a mob of 4. The 4th guy was a little slow on the getaway. As he was leaving, he saw a pendant that Mrs. Henshaw was wearing and stopped to rip it off. By the time he got to the door, the steward had a chance to get the gun out of his desk, and he winged this 4th guy in the leg. So naturally, he'd be needing a doctor.
And so these 3 wise guys think they can pin it on us. Chief, you may not know it, but you've seen a miracle happen tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
We'll find out.
It's okay now, Chief.
What's okay, Wilson?
We got here just in time.
Where's the doc?
Oh, he's upstairs. And you ought to see the little rascal who caused all this commotion.
This ought to be good, Bauer.
Yeah.
I don't see what's so funny.
You should have seen him, Chief. Sweet as a lamb.
Huh? Didn't he make any fuss?
Not a single yip out of him.
Did he pull any rough stuff?
Only grabbed hold of my finger.
Wilson, you've been drinking. Now pull yourself together. Listen carefully. What did he say? Will he talk?
Well, in a year, maybe. You can't expect too much.
Wilson, what are you talking about?
The baby, of course.
Did you say a baby?
That's what he said. I heard him.
Well, full of flat-footed.
Now, Chief, watch your language. There's a child in the house.
I was going to kiss him, but Dr. Henshaw said I might give him germs.
Did you hear that, Bauer? It's a him.
Yeah, is it not wonderful? I'm in my stable already.
Listen. Will you be listening to him now? With a pair of lungs like those, there's no telling what he'll make of himself in the world. And now, Chief, if you put that gun down, I'll be on my way upstairs.
I think I'll go with you.
Oh, sure, and why not now? And you know, once the little darling sets his eyes on my beaming countenance, he'll be nothing but smiles. And while I'm at it, Chief, I'm going to ask him what he was doing at the country club tonight. You know, he's much too young to be doing gallivanting. So you see, gentlemen, there was Mary, Joseph, and the baby in that stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. There were the doctor, the lawyer, and the merchant, 3 very wise and good men. And though they've made quite a mistake, the police were there, too. Shepherds of the law, you might call them. In many ways, it was like the story of that other Bethlehem. And as I said before, there was even a star.
A star?
Oh, yes. Remember I said the policeman was trailing a stolen pendant?
Yes.
Well, that pendant was a star sapphire. And that's what the wise men and the shepherds were looking for when they arrived at Papa Bauer's stable.
Well, star sapphire. Think of that.
And did these wise men of yours bring gifts?
Yes, sir. The merchant, Mr. Davis, brought clothes for the baby from his store, dressed him fine and warm. And the doctor gave Mary and Joe a big Christmas dinner, brought it all the way out to Papa Bauer's. Mike was there and half the police force.
What about the lawyer?
Oh, he did his part.
He made all the arrangements for Mary and the baby to go to her folks in St. Louis, in real style.
What do you think of that?
What do I think of it? I think it's one of the most heartwarming stories I ever heard. I think it calls for a drink.
Right, and you must join us, waiter. What do you say to some hot Christmas toddies?
You're very kind, sir, but I must ask you to excuse me.
Nonsense. Your story has turned what promised to be a long, dreary evening into a most enjoyable one. An evening I shall never forget. Hey, Gordon?
I should say so. This is the first Christmas Eve in years that I haven't felt,
Lonely is the word you're looking for, Gordon.
Yes, that's it. Lonely.
If I may say so, gentlemen, there's never any need for loneliness, and especially at Christmas time. There's a cure for loneliness, and it's very simple. All you have to do is to find someone who is poor and unhappy, and bring them the warmth of charity and understanding. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my duties.
You know, Townsend, there's something strange about that fellow.
Yes, but I did enjoy his story.
Townsend, maybe there's more to Christmas than we thought. Possibly we've built a shell around us, a shell through which the good things, the kind things can't get through.
Yes, and it took a waiter to show it to us.
Well, Townsend, I wonder what that fellow's doing about those toddies. I'd better ring.
Now, why do you suppose he wouldn't have a Christmas toddy with us?
Oh, I don't know. Probably he's...
Did you ring?
Oh, it's you, Tom.
Why, yes, Mr. Gordon. Naturally.
Oh, I thought you were off tonight, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Not on Christmas Eve.
Well, then why did you have that other man wait on us?
Other man? What other man?
Why, the man who just left us. The man we've been talking to.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir. My station is just outside the door. Aside from you two gentlemen, I've seen no one enter or leave this room.
What?
That's right, sir. And I can assure you that we have no extra waiters on tonight.
No extra waiters? What?
Wait, Gordon. All right, Tom. Please bring us 3 hot toddies.
Did you say 3, sir?
Yes, Tom. 3. 1 for Mr. Gordon, 1 for me, and 1 for the, shall we say, the spirit of Christmas.
This is Victor Jory, friends. I do hope you've enjoyed our Christmas play. And you know this Christmas is unusual because Americans will observe Christmas this year in many, many parts of the world in many different ways. Yes, in many different ways. As one small voice in the never-to-be-still spirit of Christmas, I want to express you the deep and sincere holiday wishes of all of us who bring you Vic's Matinee Theater. Our producers, our cast, our director, our writers, and our technical men, Mr. Warno and his orchestra, and our sponsor, Vic's. To you, our audience, we say thanks for your many expressions of appreciation for our efforts, the knowledge that you're enjoying our productions, and to your relatives in the service of our country who can't be with you tomorrow, well, God bless them, and bring them back safely for another Christmas. Thank you, and a very Merry Christmas.
Today's play was by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and was based on an original story by Charles Tazwell. It was directed by Richard Sandville. Next Sunday, Vic's Matinee Theater will bring you the story of a woman who couldn't spare the time for love and a man who changed her mind. The gay, romantic Paramount comedy in which Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray made such a delightful couple. Next week, No Time for Love, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kate Smith Hour.
Good evening. This is Ted Collins saying Merry Christmas and starting another Kate Smith hour on its way to Americans everywhere. Tied up with holly and red ribbons to be opened under your Christmas tree tonight comes our annual Yuletide show divided into packages as follows. The Aldrich Family, comedian Jackie Gleason, Jack Miller and the boys. Now your hostess, Kate Smith. Kate Smith. We open our first Christmas package to find Kate Smith singing When My Ship Comes In.
Fires every ice cream factory. All the kids can come and get it free. And I'll throw all the cities in the sea. When my ship comes in. Public schools in sight. And all day long I'll have them closed up tight. They'll be used for picture shows at night. When my ship comes in, say I'll buy Barnum and Bailey, and I'll move them right next door. They'll give two daily for the kids who never saw shows before. I'll go to each department store and say, "You're Santa Claus," and raise his pay. And I'll tell him that we'll have Christmas every day when my ship comes in.
Everybody knows this musical signature.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the famous Aldrich Family as written by Clifford Goldsmith with Dick Jones as Henry Aldrich and Jackie Kelk as Homer Brown. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are Catherine Roth and House Jameson. You know, at Christmas time, which is above all else a family celebration, what could be more appropriate than to drop in on the Aldriches and their neighbors as they're led around and around the family circle by teenage Henry. The scene opens at Homer Brown's house, and the time is Christmas afternoon.
Now listen, Henry. This wristwatch isn't yours. My father just gave it to me for Christmas.
But it's exactly like the one my Aunt Harriet gave me. And I can't find it. Look, couldn't I just borrow yours until I get to our Christmas dinner?
Oh, no, Henry. This is a waterproof, shockproof, dustproof watch. And I'm not going to trust you with it.
But, Homer, my Aunt Harriet's having Christmas dinner with us. And they've got her place right on my left, next to where I wear my watch.
No. Supposing my folks ask me what time it is.
All right. Give me a call, and I'll be very glad to tell you what time it is.
No.
Would you be interested in 3 weeks of my allowance?
Well, 3 weeks? Come on out here in the front hall so we don't bother my father.
Boy, thanks, Homer. Boy, if I got to run. When I left the house, my mother was just getting the turkey out of the oven.
Hold on. What is it, Father? What time is it? Why,
Oh, Mr. Brown, it's exactly 5 minutes to 2. Come on, Homer.
Homer, could you come here a minute, please? Now, Father?
What was it you just gave Henry as he went out the door?
Why, I tell you, Father, he's going to give me 3 weeks of his allowance.
I want you to march over to Henry's house and get your watch back, or you'll go without your allowance for 3 months.
Dad, ask Harriet whether she won't have another piece of turkey.
More turkey, Harriet?
No, thank you. Where in the world were you able to get turkey?
Why, we shot this one, Harriet. It was flying over the house.
Henry, is that watch I gave you keeping good time? Oh, yes, Aunt Harriet. It doesn't lose it. It hasn't lost its swell.
Who could that be at the door?
I'll see who it is.
Don't you want me to, Mother?
No, thank you, Mary. I'm already on the way.
Let me see the watch, Henry. Oh, you want to see it? Here it is, Aunt Harriet.
Hello there, Homer Brown.
How you doing, Mrs. Aldrich? Could I speak to Henry a minute?
I'm sorry, but Henry's at dinner.
But gee, Mrs. Aldrich, my father says I have to see him.
Homer, Henry will be busy all afternoon entertaining his Aunt Harriet.
But Mrs.
Homer,
Aldrich...
I'm quite sure anything you have to say can wait until morning. Goodbye, dear, and Merry Christmas.
Okay, Mrs. Aldrich. The only thing is...
Alice, who is it?
Homer Brown, Sam. He never comes over here except when we're eating.
Who doesn't, Mother?
Homer. Apparently, he has no idea whatever of the time.
Oh, Homer? Homer Brown? What's the matter with him?
Nothing.
I'll clear the table, Mother.
Mary, you help get the dinner. I'm sure Henry would be glad to clear the table.
Oh, yes, Mother. Gee, considering all the slow Christmas presents I got, the least I can do.
Put everything on the big kitchen table.
Yes, Mother.
Hey, Henry. Hey, Henry.
Who's that?
It's me.
Homer, where are you?
I'm here behind the refrigerator. Henry, I've got to have my watch.
Listen, Homer, you got to get out of here.
But, Henry,
Quiet, Homer. My folks will hear you.
Henry?
Oh, boy. Yes, Mother? Get out, Homer. I've got to go back there.
I'm going to wait right here, Henry, till I get my watch.
No, Homer.
Henry!
I was just fixing the dishes carefully, Father. Here I come. Was there something you wanted?
I'll take the rest of the things out there if you're going to take that long with each trip.
Wait, Mother, I'll take everything in one load.
Now, please sit and visit with your Aunt Harriet.
You know, I think I'll go up and lie down.
What's the matter with you?
Why, to tell you the truth, Father, I think I have a fever.
Henry, what are you doing?
I'm tired.
What do you think I found in the kitchen?
Listen, Mother, let me explain.
I left the burner on under a brand new pan.
You did? Is that all?
Well, what do you mean, dear? Is that all? Mary?
Yes, Mother?
How many pieces of pie did you cut out there?
5.
Well, I could only find 4.
There's one missing.
Well, what could that be?
That whistle, you mean?
Yes, it sounded as though it was right here in this house.
I think it came from the cellar. From the cellar, Mary? She was once in the cellar that would whistle. Aunt Harriet, will you have some salt on my pie? Well, some people like it.
Stan, is the hot water heater down in the basement all right?
Perhaps I better go down and see.
You should still, Father, and finish your pie.
I don't mind going down, Henry.
I'm halfway out to the kitchen already.
Well, if we could get down there, just turn the glass off.
Yes, Father. Hey, Homer. Homer, you down there in the basement?
Yes, and I want my watch.
It's so dark down here. Where are you?
In the coal bin.
Listen, Homer, do you want to get me into serious trouble?
And do you want me to go up and tell your Aunt Harriet that's my watch you have?
Please, I beg of you, with all its beastin' inside you, don't go up.
Henry!
Yes, Father?
What are you doing down there?
I'm sweeping the cellar.
What for?
Well, it's something I should have done weeks ago, Father. Quick, Homer, my father's coming.
Let me up the stairs.
Can't go upstairs. You gotta go in here.
In where?
In this little room where my father has his work bench.
But gee whiz. Okay.
Henry!
Don't bother to come down, Father.
What's the trouble down there?
Are you in there, Homer?
Yeah. But Henry, you've still got my watch.
Henry, may I ask why you're sweeping the cellar while your Aunt Harriet is taking dinner with us?
Right. I guess I just didn't stop to think, Father.
Who snapped the lock on the door to my workroom?
Right. Could I have, Father?
I've told everyone in this house the key to that lock has been lost and it must not be closed.
You mean it can't be opened?
Of course it can't until I get a locksmith tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Who said that?
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Henry, draw a card.
What? Oh, a card, Aunt Harriet?
Either you're going to play gin rummy with me or you're going to stare at the wall, but I want to know which.
Yes, Aunt Harriet. I'll draw one.
Henry, do you know anything about Homer Brown?
Homer?
Mr. Brown just phoned again. Homer hasn't been home all afternoon.
Is that right?
The way this younger generation stays out nowadays. Henry, draw that card.
Oh, yes.
Is that someone sawing wood?
Sawing wood, Alice.
Well.
I heard a saw. Henry, you hadn't discarded.
Oh, no.
Well. What do you mean, well?
Keep quiet. I thought I heard that sawing again.
It sounded as though it was in the basement.
Would anyone like to hear me play the piano?
Henry, we would like to figure out where that sawing is coming from.
Oh, excuse me.
Now then, let's listen.
Well,
You wait.
who could that be?
Sam, you didn't invite anybody over to spend Christmas Day with us, did you?
Not that I remember. I'm going down cellar and see what that is.
Who is it, Alice? I don't know, dear, and I won't know until I open this door.
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Homer!
Mother, is that Homer?
Henry, I want to talk to you in private.
Homer, what on earth do you have on your clothes?
Oh, it's just a little coal dust and sawdust. And if you don't mind, I'll go into the living room and wait till Henry's through.
Who's coming in here?
I am. I've always wanted to learn how to play gin rummy. Now I can.
Now listen, Homer.
Well, if you want to learn from me, young man, you're too late. I'm going home.
You are, Aunt Harriet? You really have to?
Boy, that's swell. I mean...
Henry, I won't see your watch.
Wait, it's exactly 8 minutes after 5.
Take it off. I want to look at it.
Off. Henry, are you taking it off?
Henry, how would you like to have me take this watch down to the jeweler's and have your monogram put on it?
Whose monogram, Henry? Yours? Oh, I don't think you'd like that.
How do you know he wouldn't?
No, Aunt Harriet, gee whiz.
Supposing Henry wanted to change his name sometime.
To what, for instance? Oh, where did I put my pocketbook?
But, Aunt Harriet, I look ridiculous.
Henry, having your initials put on there won't make you look ridiculous.
No, but it will me.
Young man, you aren't jealous of Henry, are you?
Oh, no. Why should I be jealous?
My goodness, that's strange. Well...
Oh, what's the matter, Aunt Harriet?
I put your watch down on this table while I opened my pocketbook, and now it's gone.
It is?
So long, Henry. I'm going home.
Homer, wait a second. You can't go now.
Bye, Henry.
Henry, come back here and help me find your watch.
That's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
What is, Sam?
When I was just down in the basement, I tried the door of my workroom, and the entire board the lock was fastened to came right off in my hand.
It did, Father?
It did.
Well, gee whiz, do you suppose it could have been termites?
Henry, get down here under the table and look for your watch.
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
Henry Aldrich, I was just up in the bathroom, and what do you think?
What, Mary?
I found your brand new watch Aunt Harriet gave you up there.
What's that?
You couldn't have, Mary. I haven't even been up there.
But, Aunt Harriet, it's right here. Can you imagine that? Did I leave it?
Well, of course, maybe. I'm just losing my mind.
Mary, may I have that watch 1 minute?
Yes, Father.
Henry, I'm a little embarrassed to have you show Aunt Harriet how careless you are with a delicate, expensive present such as this. Such as a... Catch it, somebody!
Sam Aldrich, what did you drop it for?
Oh, boy.
Well, and look at it.
Oh, you don't have to be embarrassed, Father. See, the last watch I got for Christmas only lasted till noon.
Full of fun, a gift that's crammed with gaiety and laughs. We bring you now that favorite of nightclub, stage, and radio, that star of the successful Broadway musical Follow the Girls, Mr. Jackie Gleason.
Thank you, and thank you, Ted.
Well, Jack...
At this time, I would like to do 100 or 200 amazing impersonations. This is a request by someone who I have to request. My first impression will be that of a scene from Charles Broughton's Mutiny on the Bounty. Christian! Come down here, I said! Did you hear me, Christian? I said come down! Ah, come on, Christian, come on. My next impersonation will be Charles Boyer in a scene from his last picture. He does that. He's sexy. I do the same thing. I'm a pig. My next will be a scene from Casablanca with Humphrey Gocart and Norma Schmirrer, where Peter Lorre asks for the information. Peter Lorre. You can get the information for
for me, Mr. Miller? You didn't get your right one, Mr. Miller? You're supposed to get your right one.
Now, how do you like that, bum? Didn't get the information. My next startling impersonation will be that of the man of many sides, the great Stazola Jimmy Durante. Let me hear some music, Mr. Miller. Eat. Get it. I didn't get it. What a soup. What a melody. Stop the music, Mr. Miller. I'm walking down the street the other day with my 12 kids behind me. A cop comes up to me and he says, "You're under arrest." I said, "You can't arrest me. I didn't do nothing." He said, "You must have did something with that crowd following you." A little more music, Mr. Miller. Eat. Get it. I didn't get it. What a melody. What a tune. Stop the music, Mr. Miller. I'm walking down the strange street and I see a guy hitting a kid over the head with an umbrella. I says, "What are you using an umbrella for? You should use a bat." He says, "I know it, but he lasts longer with an umbrella." A little more music, Mr. Miller. Get it. I didn't get it. What a beautiful thing. Stop the music, Mr. Miller. Everybody's talking about the Depression. What's a depression? A depression is a dent. What's a dent? A dent is a hole. What's a hole? A hole is nothing. And if you think that I'm going to stand here and talk about nothing, you're out of your mind. But what I want to know is, eat. Get it. I didn't get it. What a So, Ted, that's how I got into show business.
Well, that's very interesting. But by the way, Jackie, didn't love enter your life at any time?
Love?
Love.
Ted, I wish you hadn't have mentioned that.
Jackie, I'm really very sorry if I touched a tender spot.
Oh, that's all right.
Would you like to talk about it a little bit, Jackie?
Well, I told you about the rest. I might as well tell all. A little music, please. It was in the cocktail lounge of Park Avenue's most fashionable restaurant. There she was, standing in the corner. Her lights were on. Her discs were revolving. I looked at her and she turned green. Purple, yellow, all the colors of the rainbow dashed through her neon veins. She was the most beautiful jukebox I had ever seen. Dynamic, electric, orthophonic. Entranced, I walked over, put a nickel in her, and she sang the song that was to become our song. Bethlehem mucho. It was then that I knew I was in love. It was the beginning of a tragic romance. That first blissful week cost me 10 years of my life, all my self-respect, and $4.80 in nickels. Night after night, it was just Juki and I and Bethlehem mucho. Bethlehem mucho. I just couldn't get enough of her Bethlehem mucho. I knew she only loved me for my money. I knew she'd play me for a while and then cast me aside like an old shoo-shoo baby. But I was a lost soul. I couldn't resist her. Embarrassed, I would sneak to the cashier and say, $1 worth of nickels, please. My friends were beginning to avoid me. They would look at me strangely and say, "Here comes Gleason, look out, he'll probably want change." Whenever I was away from Juki, I'd remember all the lovely things she said to me the night before. Amour, amour, Bethlehem mucho, or would you rather be a pig? And that tender mad night when she had the hiccup and kept singing, "It had to be you, it had to be you, it had to be you." Then, one night I walked in, and there she was with another man. He said he was the repairman. Repairman, huh? There he was, standing close to us, a glass in one hand and a can in the other. They were both getting oil. After that, she was never quite the same. At first, all she wanted was nickels. But now she wanted dimes and quarters, too. We began to have little arguments. She talked back to me. I'd push number 3, and she'd play number 4. I was running out of cash. One night on my last nickel, I asked her to play Bessie May Mucho. She lit up and yelled, "Get out of here and get me some money, too." She was giving me the needle. Then one night it happened. I had noticed that gay, vivacious Juki was slipping. Her neons were sagging. She was getting careless about changing her record. And she was slowing down. As I turned to say goodnight, she said, "I'll be seeing you." I looked at her horrified with my heart pounding. She was tilted. I phoned for the doctor. He came immediately. He shook his head and said, "We'll have to operate at once. She has 4 slugs in her body." He took her away saying, "Don't worry, my boy. She'll be well and back in no time." The next night, I went back to the place. Our place. And there was somebody new standing in Juki's corner. A loud, flashy, painted hussy. A bleached blonde with a curly maple top. She winked at me with a magic eye, and guiltily I slipped her a nickel. Oh, I don't know why I did it. I was so ashamed. Juki in the hospital and me playing around with another machine. So I went home and I waited for Juki's return. But she never came back. She left the hospital and disappeared. I searched for her and couldn't find her, but I heard vague rumors of her decline. From lunchroom to delicatessen. From delicatessen to candy store. And then one day I heard she was working in McGillicuddy's saloon. She had a new steel arm and a new set of waxes. I rushed down to find her. I walked in and my heart stood still. She was lying on the floor. There was a big crowd around her. I pushed them aside and said, "Give her air." How she had changed. There were circles under her eyes where people had set down wet glasses. She had lost all her color on one side, and she had blown a fuse. There she was. There she was on the barroom floor. I picked her up in my arms. I put a nickel in her. Nothing happened. I put another nickel in. Nothing happened. I shook her. "Speak to me," I cried. "Speak to me." Her lights had gone out. She was just an empty shell. She had no motor to guide her. Oh, I knew this was the end. I pressed her close to me. Tears were running down my face. The only jukebox in the world that could ever mean anything to me was dying in my arms. Without a nickel. But before she died, I held her close and whispered, "Goodbye, Juki." She smiled tenderly and replied, "Goodbye, Jerky."
Christmas Eve in America, a holy night sacred to the memory of a Madonna and the words that have been inscribed about her. And she brought forth her firstborn son and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And suddenly there was, with the angel, a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth, peace, goodwill toward men." A sacred night, and a song sacred to the memory of that Madonna. Kate Smith sings, "Ave Maria."
Good night, and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody. My name is Lee Allen, and the story you're about to hear has become a Christmas tradition. It's been broadcast for over 25 years on radio stations all over America. The story was given to me by Ed Hardy, news director of a radio station much like this one. It was a copy of a letter written by a young Marine named Michael, who was hospitalized after being wounded on a Korean battlefield. The letter was written home to his mother, but it was first seen and read by a Navy chaplain. In the letter, Michael describes what happened to him on that lonely, frozen battlefield. When the chaplain first saw the letter, he talked with the boy's mother, the sergeant in charge of the boys' patrol, and the patrol members themselves. Privately, they will all still tell you that what you're about to hear is a true story. We simply read the letter at Christmas time and let it stand on its own merit. The sergeant, the patrol members, and Michael are real people. The story is the letter, a copy of the original. A letter from Michael. Dear Mom, I wouldn't dare write this letter to anyone but you, because no one else would believe it. Maybe even you'll find it hard, but I've got to tell somebody. First off, I'm in a hospital. Now, don't worry, you hear me? Don't worry. I was wounded, but I'm okay. You understand? Okay. The doctor says I'll be up and around in a month, but that isn't what I want to tell you. Remember when I joined the Marines last year? Remember when I left, how you told me to say a prayer to St. Michael every day? You really didn't have to tell me that. Ever since I can remember, you always told me to pray to St. Michael the Archangel. You even named me after him. Well, I always have. When I got to Korea, I prayed even harder. Remember the prayer you taught me? Michael, Michael of the morning, fresh court of heaven adorning. You know the rest of it. Well, I said it every day. Sometimes when I was marching, sometimes resting. But always before I went to sleep. I even got some of the other fellows to say it. Well, one day I was with an advanced detail way up forward of the front lines. I was plodding along in the bitter cold. My breath was like cigar smoke. I thought I knew every guy in a patrol, when alongside of me comes another Marine I'd never met before. He was bigger than any Marine I'd ever seen. He must have been 6'4" and built in proportion. Gave me a feeling of security to have such a buddy near. Anyway, there we were, trudging along. Rest of the patrol spread out. Just to start a conversation, I said, "Cold, ain't it?" And then I laughed. Here I was with a good chance of getting killed any minute, and I'm talking about the weather. My companion seemed to understand. I heard him laugh softly. I looked at him. "I've never seen you before. I thought I knew every man in the outfit." "I just joined at the last minute," he replied. "The name is Michael." "Is that so?" I said. "That's my name, too." "I know," he said, and then went on, "Michael, Michael of the morning." I was too amazed to say anything for a minute. How did he know my name and the prayer that you had taught me? Then I smiled to myself. Every guy in the outfit knew about me. Hadn't I taught the prayer to anyone who'd listen? Why, now and then they even referred to me as St. Michael. Neither of us spoke for a time, and then he broke the silence. "We're going to have some trouble up ahead." He must have been in fine physical shape, for he was breathing so lightly I couldn't see his breath. Mine poured out in great clouds. There was no smile on his face now. Trouble ahead, I thought to myself. Well, with the enemy all around us, that's no great revelation. Snow began to fall in great thick globs. In a brief moment, the whole countryside was blotted out, and I was marching in a white fog of wet, sticky particles. My companion disappeared.
Michael!
I shouted in sudden alarm. I felt his hand on my arm. His voice was rich and strong. This will stop shortly. His prophecy proved to be correct. In a few minutes, the snow stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The sun was a hard, shining disk. I looked back for the rest of the patrol. There was no one in sight. We lost him in that heavy fall of snow. I looked ahead as we came over a little rise. Mom, my heart stopped. There were 7 of them, in their padded pants and jackets and funny little hats. Only there wasn't anything funny about them now. 7 rifles were aimed at us.
Down, Michael!
I screamed and hit the frozen earth. I heard those rifles fire almost as one. I heard the bullets. But there was Michael, still standing. Mom, those guys couldn't have missed. Not at that range. I expected to see him literally blown to bits. But there he stood, making no effort to fire himself. He was paralyzed with fear. It happens sometimes, Mom, even to the bravest. He was like a bird, fascinated by a snake. At least, that's what I thought then. I jumped up to pull him down and felt a sudden flame in my chest. I often wondered what it felt like to be hit. Now, I know. I remember feeling strong arms about me. Arms that laid me ever so gently on a pillow of snow. I opened my eyes for one last look. I was dying. Maybe I was even dead. I remember thinking, well, this isn't so bad. Maybe I was looking into the sun. Maybe I was in shock. But it seemed I saw Michael standing erect again. Only this time, his face was shining with terrible splendor. As I say, maybe it was the sun in my eyes, but he seemed to change as I watched him. He grew bigger. His arms stretched out wide. Maybe it was the snow falling again, but there was a brightness around him, like the wings of an angel. In his hand was a sword that flashed with a million lights. Well, that's the last thing I remember till the rest of the fellows came up and found me. I don't know how much time had passed, but now and then I had a moment's respite from the pain, fever. I remember telling them of the enemy just ahead. "Where's Michael?" I asked. I saw them look at one another. "Where's who?" asked one. Michael, that big Marine I was walking with just before the snow squall hit us." "Kid," said the sergeant, "you weren't walking with anyone. I had my eyes on you the whole time. You were getting too far out. I was just going to call you in when you disappeared in the snow." He looked at me curiously. "How'd you do it, kid?" "How'd I do what?" I asked, half angry despite my wound. "This big Marine named Michael and I were just..." "Son," said the sergeant kindly, "I picked this outfit myself, and there just ain't another Michael in it. You're the only Mike in it." He paused for a moment. "Just how'd you do it, kid?" "We heard shots. There hasn't been a shot fired from your rifle. And there isn't a bit of lead in them 7 bodies over the hill there." I didn't say anything. What could I say? I could only look open-mouthed with amazement. It was then the sergeant spoke again. "Kid," he said gently, "every one of those 7 bodies over the hill there was killed by a sword stroke." That's all I can tell you, Mom. As I say, it may have been the sun in my eyes. It may have been the cold, the pain. But that's what happened. Love.